A young man talks alone to someone near a simple grave. The guy remembers the wonderful days of the past with a sad smile. The hero sadly regrets that he cannot share moments with a loved one. Ronnie tries her best to hide her pain, insisting that everything is fine. The silence is broken by a cruel shout, returning the hero to harsh reality. Three bullies surround the boy, showering him with humiliating and false accusations. The young man's desperate excuses are drowned out by a new wave of bullying. Verbal bullying escalates into physical violence, leaving the hero helpless. Depressed and humiliated, the young man can only whisper about his innocence. Ronnie is left alone with his bitterness, crushed by injustice. A sudden order interrupts the bullying, causing everyone to freeze in bewilderment. An unexpected call from the orphanage director makes the children drop everything they are doing and run anxiously into the yard. Ronnie finds himself confused among his tormentors, not understanding the reason for the sudden gathering. The stern headmaster glances at the assembled children, and a tense anticipation hangs in the air. The order to behave quietly makes the hero's heart beat faster in anticipation of something important. The words about a rare chance sound hopeful, forcing the young man to look out from behind with bated breath. The director's disappointment at not finding a single girl among the orphans adds a note of bewilderment to the general chaos. Addressing the mysterious guest as Your Highness shocks the children, hinting at the arrival of an important person. The appearance of an elegant aristocratic couple illuminates the squalid room, attracting all eyes. The heroine overhears a conversation in which a rich gentleman is looking not for a child, but for a mysterious friend. A sudden realization hits the guy. This is not a dream, but a real chance for salvation. The prospect of receiving an education he could only dream of blinds the young man. The promise of a well-fed life, full of unprecedented delicacies, becomes an almost unbearable temptation. The unusual kindness and gentle voice of the noble lady pierce the hero's armor of mistrust. The gentle touch of a stranger becomes a real shock for the frightened boy. The genuine admiration in the lady's eyes disarms and confuses the guy, who is accustomed to cruelty. Frightened by his own reaction, the young man instinctively apologizes, not knowing how to respond to kindness. The woman's fateful words leave Ronnie speechless, plunging him into a state of complete shock. Unable to believe his happiness, the hero freezes with tears in his eyes, while others decide his fate. A gentle question about a name becomes the first step towards a new, frighteningly unknown life. The luxury of the new room stuns the boy. Accustomed to the cramped conditions of an orphanage, fear of the unknown and expensive things makes the young man freeze at the door. The appearance of the maids with a cart full of delicious treats seems like a magical dream to the hero. The friendly treatment of the maids takes the boy by surprise, causing embarrassment and confusion. The suggestion to take a bath causes panic and misunderstanding in Ronnie, because he is used to doing everything himself. The guy's distrustful question about the need to wash is met with a stern but fair answer from the maid. Desperately clinging to the remnants of independence, the young man insists that he can handle washing himself. The sincere prayer and touching appearance of the young man completely disarm the maids, causing them to feel tenderness. The maids give in, but make the hero promise to be diligent, cementing their first fragile contact. Noticing that he is nervous, one of the girls decides to calm him down by showing concern. A simple glass of juice in the hands of a maid seems like an unprecedented luxury to the character. Enchanted by the sparkle of the glass, the hero takes the precious drink with trepidation. From excitement, his hands trembled, and he couldn't hold the glass, and it fell to the floor with a crash. The very first mistake in the new home plunges him into the abyss of despair and fear. The maid's sincere concern, trying to protect her from the shards, only increases the panic. Not believing in forgiveness, the heroine mumbles apologies, expecting inevitable punishment. An offer to change clothes because of spilled juice becomes a harbinger of a new disaster. Trying to help with a change of clothes causes him to panic, because it will reveal the secret. In a short struggle, the clothes slip off, revealing what was so desperately hidden. The heroine freezes in absolute horror, realizing that the maid has found out that she is a girl. My memory recalls my mother's parting instructions, given on a cold winter night at the gates of the orphanage. A heavy secret falls on the shoulders of a child who does not understand the reasons for such a strange request. A mother's gentle touch seals a secret that will define Ronnie's entire life. The fragile hope of a future meeting becomes the only reason to keep a dangerous deception. The girl, with childish determination, takes an oath, not realizing what sacrifices she is condemning herself to. The maid reports a shocking discovery, and now the heroine's fate hangs in the balance. The revealed secret puts the owners of the house before a difficult choice on which everything depends. The calm and unexpected order of the master does not clarify the situation, but only increases the tension. The Duchess is surprised to realize that behind the boy's pretty appearance, there was a big secret. The girl is overcome with despair because she broke the most important promise she made to her mother. Fear of the wrath of the Duke, who so wanted the boy, paralyzes the heroine with horror. Thoughts of an inevitable return to the shelter make the girl tremble with hopelessness. The maid's calm reaction to Rani's secret only increases the bewilderment and anxiety. The sudden offer to take a bath seems strange and frightening to the heroine at such a moment. The gentle persistence of the maids draws the confused girl into a world of unfamiliar care. The luxury of the huge bathroom is stunning, immersing you in an atmosphere of fabulous wealth. The unusual warmth of the water gives the first feeling of comfort and safety in a long time. The kindness of the aristocrats after the deception seems like an inexplicable mystery to Rani. The innate habit of independence makes the girl refuse help. The maid's confident kindness breaks down the resistance, and the heroine surrenders to the mercy of care. Immersed in warm water, the girl anxiously reflects on her unpredictable fate. Appearing before the ducal couple, Rani freezes in anticipation of the verdict for his deception. The unexpectedly warm welcome from the aristocrats confuses the heroine, destroying all her gloomy expectations. Out of excitement and fear, the girl falls to the ground, instinctively begging for forgiveness for her mistake. The Duchess's soft words cannot calm the trembling child, accustomed to expecting punishment. The gentle touch of a noble lady becomes the first step out of the darkness of fear for Rani. The transformation into a cute child in a smart dress causes the Duchess shock and undisguised admiration. The enchanted lady cannot hide her delight, finally succumbing to the girl's charm. The sudden appearance of their daughter Andy brings a touch of childish spontaneity to the tense scene. The angry protest of the Duke's second son, Andrea, destroys the fragile idyll, foreshadowing new trials. The girl realizes that this arrogant boy is the reason for her appearance in this house. The sudden and daring approach of the young gentleman creates a tense atmosphere. The offensive comparison with a doll deeply hurts the heroine, who is accustomed to a harsh life. The awkward silence is broken by the girl's timid attempt to explain herself amidst the family's mixed reactions. The young man is completely shocked to realize that this cute toy is actually a living person. The mother's cheerful explanation of the confusion that had occurred only increased the boy's confusion and mistrust. Rani's sincere apology sends the embarrassed young man into defensive denial. The tearful heroine's desperate plea not to throw her out touches the arrogant young man to the depths of his soul. Driven by a sudden impulse, the boy rushes to his father in search of a solution. In a sudden burst of compassion, Andrea becomes the girl's protector, begging her father to let her stay. The confused heroine does not understand the reason for the general excitement caused by her appearance. The head of the family's authoritative word abruptly interrupts the chaotic squabble, capturing everyone's attention. The Duke's cold order to retire to his room extinguishes the timid spark of hope in Rani's soul. Despite the harsh tone, a weak hope for salvation is born in the girl's heart against her will. The Duchess and Andrea both agree that returning the child to the orphanage would be a mistake. The Duke's sharp remark leaves his wife and son speechless in bewilderment. The embarrassed aristocrat admits that the real problem is the girl's extreme prettiness. Internally, the head of the family is captivated by the child's charm, not believing in the existence of such beauty. A memory of an old envy of another nobleman who proudly embraced his daughter comes to mind. The Duke's unexpected decision to leave Rani for a short time causes great delight among the whole family. The children rejoice at finding each other, anticipating the joy of playing together and new friendships. The Duchess ponders her husband's decision, realizing that this is only a temporary reprieve for Rani. The lady wonders why the aristocrat was so cold with the child, if in his heart he did not want to let the girl go. The embarrassed Duke awkwardly justifies his severity by his concern for the heroine's tired appearance. Andrea demands an explanation from her father, unwilling to accept the uncertainty of the future for her new friend. The son directly points out the frightening expression on the Duke's face, which completely confuses him. The maid happily tells the girl the long-awaited news about the master's permission to stay. Rani, with bated breath, asks if she will really become a friend to the young master now. Tears of happiness and relief flow from the heroine's eyes, because she feels that she is finally forgiven. Observing the pure joy, the maid sees in Rani a simple, charming child. Filled with gratitude, Rani bows to the maid, who still does not understand the motives of her masters. In a desperate attempt to prove her usefulness, the girl promises to do any work around the house. The maid's strict refusal to help puzzles the heroine, who is not accustomed to such care. The mention of the Duke's imminent arrival plunges Ronnie into a chilling horror. The memory of the aristocrat's menacing appearance makes the girl tremble with fear before the meeting. The maid tries to calm the child, convincing him not to provoke the master's anger with his fear. The appearance of the embarrassed Duke on the threshold does not at all correspond to the formidable image in Ronnie's memory. The gentleman's unexpectedly soft and caring question about her well-being puts the girl into a stupor. The maid points to the heroine hiding under the table, who still cannot overcome her fear. The aristocrat's affectionate address to the hidden child comes as a complete surprise to Ronnie. Trying to stop herself from shaking, Ronnie reminds herself of the order to stand still, but fear paralyzes her. The Duke's repeated question about her rest catches the girl off guard, causing a new wave of panic. The heroine's overly loud and nervous answer reveals her true state, puzzling the aristocrat. Having gathered her courage, the girl sincerely thanks the gentleman for giving her the chance to stay. Ronnie stammers an apology for his hesitation, not daring to raise his eyes to the Duke. The child's deep-rooted fear makes the aristocrat wonder about her dark past. Gently cutting off the apology, the Duke extends his hand, making it clear that the purpose of his visit is different. The incredible proposal to give her a new name plunges the heroine into a state of complete shock. The Duke explains that the name Ronnie does not suit the girl, hinting at the beginning of a completely new life. The idea of giving the baby a new name was born in the family circle as a symbol of her complete acceptance. The Duchess's fond recollection reveals that the name was intended for their firstborn. The Duke gives the girl a new name, Rosie, symbolically taking her under his wing. Rosie's sudden outburst of gratitude takes the Duke by surprise, leaving him confused. The girl is absolutely delighted with her new name, which seems to her to be the most beautiful in the world. The contented aristocrat switches his attention to everyday issues, making sure the child is comfortable. The order to place the girl in Sophia's room plunges the maid into a state of shock and disbelief. The Duke, not noticing the confusion of others, informs the puzzled Rosie that her new room is already ready. The realization that the room belonged to the Duke's late sister fills the maid's heart with awe. The maid cannot believe that the master is ready to give up sacred space to someone else's child. Suddenly, the aristocrat remembers another important detail, leaving Rosie perplexed. The maid waits with secret hope that the master will admit his shocking mistake. The aristocrat explains that such an honor is given to the orphan so that the child realizes his importance. The Duke announces that from now on, the girl will be called by the affectionate nickname Roro. The ridiculous nickname causes shock among the servants and complete bewilderment among the heroine herself. A painful memory brings Rosie back to the orphanage, where she was wrongly accused of stealing food. The little girl's desperate excuses are drowned out by a torrent of furious and merciless accusations. The cruel warden takes a swing, ready to punish the child for a lie that never happened. Even in her sleep, Rosie continues to whisper words of her innocence, reliving the nightmare all over again. The irritated maid intends to wake the girl, unhappy with her too long sleep. Touching Rosie's hot hand makes her cry out in pain and ghosts of the past. A sudden awakening from the nightmare causes Roshi to scream, sending the frightened maid into shock. Having come to her senses, the maid angrily scolds the child for overreacting. The girl tries to calm down, convincing herself that the horrors of the past were just a dream. Hiding her concern behind a mask of severity, the maid hurries the heroine to wash. Frightened, Rosie jumps out of bed, afraid to displease the maid again. A simple act of caring for her by bringing her water to wash seems like an incredible luxury to the girl. The maid is overcome with inner indignation at the thought that she will have to serve this child. Envy and jealousy eat away at the maid because she sees nothing special in Rosie. The maid doesn't understand why this simpleton acts as if she was born a princess. With undisguised irritation, the servant hurries the girl, handing her a new dress. Rosie is transfixed by the dress she never even dared to dream about. The impatient maid rudely cuts off the girl's delight, not understanding her trepidation. The accusation of helplessness makes Rosie frantically prove her independence. Desperately clinging to her independence, the girl insists that she can cope without help. The maid steps back with cold approval, acknowledging that the child must be able to serve himself. Left alone, the heroine looks at the outfit in confusion, not knowing where to start. The sudden appearance of a cheerful boy calling her by her new nickname breaks the tense silence. Ignoring the maid's reproaches, the young master offers his help to the stunned Rosie. The appearance of another, more friendly maid with a gentle question gives the girl a moment of peace. Completely confused, Rosie babbles out a greeting, unable to contain her nerves. A simple question about her health leaves the confused Rosie completely stumped. The mention of wounds sends the girl into a panic, causing her to quickly reassure everyone that she is fine. The boy's insistent request to call him brother destroys the formal distance between them. The friendly maid sends the young master away to help the heroine dress in peace. With bated breath, Rosie begs her new acquaintance to keep her injuries a secret. The warm consent and gentle touch of the maid give the child a fragile sense of security. The sight of a luxuriously laid table plunges the girl into a state of absolute shock and disbelief. The care of the Duchess, who has prepared many dishes, overwhelms Rosie to the point of tears of gratitude. Overwhelmed with happiness, the heroine assures the new family that everything is simply wonderful. The simple gesture of the boy putting food on her plate becomes a symbol of acceptance for Rosie. Andy's spontaneity at the table shocks Rosie, bringing a note of cheerful chaos to the meal. The girl looks at the unseen delicacies with childish curiosity, discovering a new world of tastes. The very first piece of juicy meat gives the heroine a moment of pure, unclouded happiness. The adorable sight of a baby enjoying her meal leaves everyone feeling irresistibly touched. Shocked by the incredible taste, Rosie is unable to contain her sincere delight. The young master proudly accepts the praise, enjoying his new role as a caring brother. The Duchess's light reproach to her son fills breakfast with an atmosphere of real family warmth. Andy's sudden warning leaves Rosie frozen in anticipation. An unexpected touch on the hand instantly awakens in the girl an animal fear from the past. The boy's anxious question hangs in the air as he notices what Roshi had been so desperately hiding. The carriage takes Rosie into the unknown, filling the girl's heart with anxiety and hope. The sleepy little girl tries to understand where this new, incomprehensible path leads. The Duke's caring gesture of handing over a handkerchief becomes the first sign of warmth for Rosia. The little heroine holds the gift to herself with trepidation, not believing what is happening. The heavy memory of the disgusted horror on the Duchess's face brings Rosie back to the abyss of despair. An inner voice whispers to the girl about her own worthlessness, while the aristocrat's gaze hardens with determination. A lonely figure, huddled into a ball, silently asks for forgiveness for its existence. The Duke begins a difficult conversation, forcing Rosie to imagine the worst thing that could happen, returning to the orphanage. The direct question about punishment hits where it hurts most, bringing back the horror of violence in the girl's memory. The man bitterly realizes that behind the wall of ostentatious calm, the child still sees him as a threat. The accusation of mistrust causes Rosie to panic and deny the obvious, fearing the consequences. The Duke corners the girl by asking her if she really believed in their cruelty. The offer to find another place becomes the final test of strength for Rosia. Warm words about the desire to be together give the heroine hope, but only if it is her choice. The familiar silhouette of the building outside the carriage window makes the girl's heart freeze with horror. Arriving at the orphanage, the place of her nightmares, comes as a shock to Rosie. The sudden appearance of the Duke plunges the director of the orphanage into a state of panic. The icy calm of the aristocrat makes the director bow obsequiously, hiding his fear. A sycophantic smile spreads across the man's face as he guesses the purpose of the visit. The Duke offers Rosie his hand, forcing him to take a step towards his greatest fear. Recognizing the girl as Ronnie plunges the director into a state of shock and animal horror. The Duke's icy confirmation that it was a girl finally knocks the wind out from under the man. The director is consumed with blind rage at the thought that a small child dared to deceive him. The aristocrat resolutely shields Rosie, becoming an unbreakable barrier in the path of her tormentor. The sight of the frightened but resilient girl strengthens the Duke's resolve to become her protector. The tenderness and gratitude of a child awakens in a man an irresistible desire to protect this big heart. The Duke, with gentle confidence, promises Rosie that she will no longer be in any danger in this place. Blind rage pushes the director to make threats, calling the girl a liar and promising cruel reprisals. Rosie's firm belief in her friend's innocence completely discourages her tormentor. Through tears of despair, the heroine throws a terrible accusation of Peter's murder to the director. The director's desperate cries of innocence are shattered by the icy calm of the Duke, who defends Rosie. The aristocrat's cold order to take away the tormentor puts an end to the girl's past, opening the door to a new life. The director, in disbelief, calls for justice as he is led away by guards, fulfilling the will of the master. The anxious anticipation turns to a cry of relief when the Duchess and Andy see Rosie return. In a fit of concern, Andy and his mother surround the girl with care, completely forgetting about the head of the family. The Duchess takes Rosie's hands tenderly, and her eyes shine with genuine joy at the return of the child. The words that she deserves love penetrate the very heart of the heroine, breaking the ice of mistrust. The Duke watches the scene with a thoughtful look, not believing that these good people believed and cared about him. Overwhelmed with emotions and the unusual warmth, Rosie is ready to burst into tears again, but this time from happiness. The new family's genuine concern completely confuses the girl, making her heart flutter. Rosie's sincere smile illuminates everything around her, marking the beginning of a new, happy life. Finding a family gives the girl a fragile but long-awaited hope for a bright future. The evening care of the Duchess, combing Rosie's hair, fills the room with coziness and tranquility. The unusual compliment makes the little girl thank him shyly, not believing in the sincerity of the words. The Duchess tenderly imagines how soon the girl's hair will become even more beautiful. Dreams of a future where she can braid Rose's hair fill the woman with maternal love. The offer to apply a healing balm becomes the first step towards healing, not only the body, but also the soul. The promise that the wounds will soon heal sounds to Rosie like a promise of a new life without pain. Touching the bruises on her shoulder brings the heroine back to the horrors of the past that she so wants to escape from. The Duchess's cautious question makes Rosie freeze, expecting a catch in this new, kind world. An innocent question about Rosie's past makes the girl relive the pain of separation from her mother. His mother's last order, shrouded in mystery, becomes for Rosie the only law of survival in a cruel world. The heroine admits to ignorance, carrying within herself the heavy burden of a secret whose meaning she does not understand. The Duchess's simple suggestion of maternal protection forces Rosie to take a new look at her past. Warm hugs and words of liberation lift the years-long burden of forced deception from the girl's shoulders. The promise to love her as she is becomes the most valuable and long-awaited gift for Rosia. The Duke presents a document, sealing his word with an official guarantee of protection and patronage. By giving his full name, Alexander Hayes Marquez offers the girl all the power and protection of his kind. Having her full name on the document gives Rosie her lost identity and a sense of belonging. The new surname Clive, bestowed upon her by her guardian, poses another riddle for the girl about her mysterious origin. The Duke explains with a touch of sadness that the Clive name is a forgotten legacy of his family. The hope for a future where she can study lights up the sparks of genuine delight in Rosia's eyes. Filled with determination, the girl vows to her guardian that she will try her best to justify his trust. The heroine, with childish seriousness, assures that she will diligently study everything that the aristocrat says. The Duke's playful question about obedience is met with such a furious nod that there is no doubt about her determination. A simple order to go play leaves Rosie completely bewildered, because she was expecting real tasks. Realizing that Andy is waiting for her, the girl impatiently hurries her new father, forgetting about all shyness. The Duke's gentle touch stops her, hinting that his concern is directed only at her. The words that children's job is to run around and have fun open up a whole new, carefree world for Rosie. A joking order to immediately start work makes the stunned girl rush from her place to meet the games. The sealed letter contains a secret that was not revealed due to the wrong moment. Andy's carefree laughter as he plays with Rosie fills the air with pure childish joy. An offer to relax together becomes a step towards friendship for a boy and a test for a girl. Internal barriers prevent Rosie from accepting a simple offer because she cannot behave impolitely. Andy breaks through formalities with ease, inviting the girl to call him by his first name when she's ready. The boy looks forward to the day when they will become true friends, sealing his hope with a promise. The pinky vow becomes a sacred ritual for children, promising a new level of their relationship. Contemplating the beautiful landscape together gives them rare moments of peace and unity. Enraptured by the beauty of the sky, Roshi shares her feelings for the first time, forgetting about her status. The peace and fatigue of a happy day carry the young gentleman into a peaceful sleep. Taking advantage of the moment, Rosie quietly leaves, leaving the sleeping Andy for a little adventure. The huge lake amazes the girl's imagination, opening up a world to her that she could never have dreamed of. The habit of surviving pushes the heroine up a tree, because from a height, the world seems clearer and safer. Childish curiosity gives way to bewilderment when familiar survival skills fail. The realization that she is stuck gives birth to a sticky fear in Rosia's soul, because there is nowhere to expect help. A second's fall into the void seems like an eternity, cutting off the fragile hope of salvation. An unexpected rescue in someone's hands pulls the girl out of the embrace of fear and inevitable pain. Rosie's gaze meets the stranger's eyes, and she freezes in confusion, not understanding who this young man is. Embarrassed gratitude gets stuck in her throat, because the girl is completely unaccustomed to such care. Embarrassment turns into panic, and Roshi begs to be released to the ground, unable to bear the attention of others. Andy's joyful cry upon finding his friend interrupts the awkward moment and brings Rosie back to reality. The realization that her savior is that very brother plunges the stunned girl into a stupor. Roshi can't believe that this aloof young man is the brother of her cheerful friend. The Duchess proudly notes that her son came to visit his family first, without even stopping at home. The Duke's words about meeting his eldest son make Rosie shudder in surprise. Euless admits that curiosity about her father's new ward forced him to change all his plans. The Duchess smooths over the awkwardness by rejoicing at the opportunity to finally introduce the children to each other. The ceremonial presentation of Julius Cesar el Marquez emphasizes his high status as heir. The striking resemblance of the young man to the Duke evokes in Rosie a mixture of admiration and timid fear. Andy's carefree question rudely breaks Rosie out of the stupor into which this acquaintance has plunged her. Andy proudly introduces his embarrassed friend to his brother under the nickname Roro, ruining all of Roshi's plans. Andy's exclamation that this is his nickname makes the Duke choke in surprise. Julius's icy calm in response to the funny situation only adds to the comical nature of the moment. The older brother's decision to also call her Roro completely throws Roshi off balance. Dreams of a beautiful acquaintance are shattered by reality, where she has already received an absurd nickname. Andy tries to make amends by offering the girl a cake with the same name, much to her surprise. The boy's persistent desire to treat her to sweets becomes an unexpected gesture of reconciliation. The delicious taste of the cake makes Rosie forget all her worries for a moment. The sudden awareness of everyone's attention makes the girl cringe in embarrassment. In desperation, Rosie turns to Andy for support, but he is too engrossed in his dessert to notice her plea for help. Happy Andy is already making plans for games, anticipating a fun continuation of the day. The news of the unexpected guests takes the Duchess by surprise, disturbing the peaceful atmosphere. The maid's hesitation suggests that the visit is connected with a noisy group of children enjoying dessert. The spectacular appearance of the Marquise's wife and daughter brings an aura of power and brewing conflict to the estate. Sophia's imperious question about her brother's whereabouts betrays her impatience and desire to dominate. The news that the Duke and Duchess are relaxing in the garden causes the Marchioness poorly concealed displeasure. Sophia's doubts that her brother might have guests underscore her confidence in her own importance. The young lady's arrogant demand to immediately reveal the guest's name demonstrates her spoiled nature. Sophia's sickeningly sweet greeting barely conceals the true purpose of her unexpected visit. The Duke's cold silence in response to his sister's flattery creates an oppressive atmosphere of mistrust. Behind the outward politeness of the meeting between Pelsera and Sophia lies the tension between two competing forces. The Duchess subtly reproaches her guest for her rudeness, but the Marquise easily parries the blow, saving face. The sickeningly sweet greeting of Jose, the Marquise's daughter, smacks of falsehood and calculated play for the audience. The Duke's care for his niece appears to be an ordinary social ritual, devoid of real warmth. Jose's admiring gaze at the Duke turns out to be just a mask hiding her true intentions. Julius's tender care for Rosie comes as a real blow to Jose, causing shock and jealousy. The scene of the heir's closeness with the orphan causes a wave of poorly concealed disgust in Sophia and her daughter. The Marquise hides a predatory gaze behind her fan, because now she sees Rosie as a dangerous competitor. Sophia puts on a show, accusing the orphan of deceiving and manipulating her brother's kind heart. The Marquise's contempt grows, because she is sure that the simpleton has deceived not only her trust, but also her noble name. The news that her room has been given to an orphan becomes the last straw for Sophia, igniting an icy rage within her. Behind her clenched fan, the Marquise hides an oath that this wretch will pay dearly for her insolence. Andy's childhood frustrations spill over into loud protests against boring rules and unwanted guests. The boy's heavy sigh conveys all his weariness from his relatives, leaving Rosie completely bewildered. Andy complains about his aunt, whose moralizing strictness turns every meeting into a tiresome lesson. The memory of Joss fawning over Julius and neglecting him sends a wave of irritation through Andy. Rosie can't believe that such a beautiful girl is capable of such hypocritical and unpleasant behavior. Rosie's appearance becomes a salvation for Andy, because now he has an ally in games and an escape from boredom. An impatient boy lures his new girlfriend along with him, promising a world of amazing things in his room. Andy's playful farewell under the hated nickname catches Rosie off guard, causing her to sheepishly deny it. Andy's excited cry about Rosie's new wound betrays his genuine affection and concern. The doctor's careful movements treating the wound bring relief, since the injury was not serious. The doctor's surprise when he learns the cause of the injury makes the embarrassed girl feel awkward. The man's attentive gaze notices a discrepancy because the wound does not look at all as it should. Rosie's enthusiastic response about the incredibly fast healing of bruises only increases the doctor's suspicions. A sudden insight makes the doctor remember something important that may explain the strangeness in the girl's condition. Rumors of Rosie's fatal wounds and their miraculous disappearance create an aura of mystery around her. The memory of the healing balm mentioned by the Duchess seems too simple an explanation to the physician. The doctor's direct question to the Duchess casts doubt on her words and forces her to seek the truth. The doctor bitterly realizes that no balm can heal the deep emotional wounds of little Rosia. Pelsera's sincere desire to help the girl is filled with light and maternal care. The healer's warm gesture gives Rosie a long-forgotten feeling of security and peace. Saying goodbye to the doctor leaves the girl with a feeling of gratitude and trust in the new world. Admiration for the doctor's kindness strengthens Roz's belief that she has come to a good home. Andy's funny interaction with the doctor finally convinces the heroine of the kindness of this man. The doctor's kindness ignites in Rosia's heart an unexpected and strong desire to help people too. For the first time in her life, the heroine has a goal, making her heart flutter with excitement. Heavy memories of the past, where the only desire was to survive, make the new dream even brighter. A feeling of boundless gratitude to her new family fills the little girl's soul. Andy's sudden appearance interrupts Rosie's thoughts, returning her to the world of childish games and worries. Andy's joyful visit is interrupted by the appearance of an uninvited guest, changing the light atmosphere to a tense one. Lydia's sudden appearance takes Andy by surprise, causing the boy to feel shock and poorly concealed irritation. The girl's sickeningly sweet smile cannot hide her true intention to establish her own rules of the game. Lydia's feigned friendliness confuses Rosie, while Andy feels like a third wheel. Lydia's attempt to justify her behavior comes across as subtle manipulation, making Rosie feel uncomfortable. By introducing herself, the young lady emphasizes her status, creating distance between herself and the orphan. Lydia's forceful friendliness causes an embarrassed Rosie to back away, sensing a hidden threat. The offer of a bachelorette party sounds like an ultimatum, cutting Andy off and trapping Rosie. The comparison with a real lady makes the heroine acutely feel her vulnerability and simple origins. Rosie's polite consent, full of naive hope, becomes the first step into the new acquaintance's insidious game. Lydia decisively leads Rosie away, leaving a confused Andy behind, and begins her game. The opulence of Lydia's room overwhelms Rosie, highlighting the vast gulf between their worlds. The naive heroine eagerly awaits the treat, not suspecting that this is just part of a cunning plan. The exquisite treats become the perfect stage for the humiliation the young lady has in mind. The mention of a special tea becomes the first test for Roshi, who is closely watched. The awkward movement of the girl with the hot cup becomes the very mistake that was so expected. The maid's piercing gaze makes Roshi freeze, feeling trapped. The maid's false remark only adds to the humiliation, turning the tea party into an exemplary flogging. The harsh words about manners hit where it hurts most, causing Rosie to shrink in shame and fear. The maid's sly smile puts an end to this humiliation, finally crushing the naive girl. The maid's malicious grin emphasizes that Roshi's humiliation was planned in advance. Tears of resentment froze in the girl's eyes, because every word hit the most painful spot. Lydia's hypocritical question, full of poison, finally breaks the will of the defenseless orphan. A sudden question from behind the door interrupts the cruel scene, causing the tormentors to freeze in surprise. The icy gaze of Julius, who appeared on the threshold, promises inevitable retribution for Rosia's tears. Andy's attempt to catch up with his brother as he leaves for training shows his childish affection. The boy's enthusiastic desire to watch the training is met with the cold silence of his older brother. The news that Lydia took Rosie away only arouses cold curiosity in Julius. Andy's jealous protest at having his sister taken away from him amuses his older brother. Andy's naive assumption about Lydia's sympathy for Rosie only causes a thoughtful smile from Julius. Unexpected tenderness towards little Rosia takes Julius by surprise, awakening warm feelings in him. Julius's cynical remark about female friendship hurts the loyal Andy, who does not believe in betrayal. A sudden insight into Lydia's treachery causes Julius to stop abruptly when confronted by his brother. Andy's panic clashes with the icy calm of his older brother, who has already figured everything out. Cold rage distorts Julius's face at the thought of the humiliation the girl had endured. Lydia's pathetic excuses in front of the young man's icy gaze look ridiculous and pathetic. Lydia's fury at the maid reveals the young lady's true cruel nature. Deep disappointment in Lydia makes Julius turn away, not wanting to see this performance. Lydia's hysteria and the tears of the humiliated servant create a picture of disgusting hypocrisy. Julius's calm gesture of helping the maid becomes a deafening slap in the face for Lydia. Ulysses' icy question puts Lydia in a dead end, depriving her of the opportunity to justify herself. The young man's threatening order not to touch the Duke's men becomes the last warning for Lydia. Suspicions force Julius to change his plans, because his intuition tells him that Rosie is in trouble. The older brother's determination to test his suspicions leaves a confused Andy behind. Julius's appearance takes Lydia by surprise, turning her triumph into panic. The thought that Lydia dared to mock the Duke's adopted child fills the young man with righteous anger. The cold interrogation makes the maid tremble, because the young master's anger does not bode well. Lydia's hypocritical attempt to take the blame looks like a desperate show for the public. The fake apology to Roshi becomes another ploy to soften his older brother's heart. Julius's imperious gesture in defense of Rosie finally ruins Lydia's plans, pointing out her true place. Ulysses powerfully declares her defense of Rosia, putting in their place everyone who dared to offend her. The young man's whisper about punishing the maid becomes a shocking revelation for Rosie about real power. Hiding her rage, Lydia is forced to submit, suffering a crushing defeat in this fight. Lydia's hypocritical sweetness confuses the naive Rosie, who is ready to take all the blame on herself. Lydia's ominous promise to meet again sounds like a veiled threat that makes your blood run cold. Rosie's timid admission of wanting to learn manners betrays her deep insecurity and fear of being a burden. Julius's warm words about home give Rosie a sense of belonging, breaking the spell of his recent humiliation. The sudden realization of the young master's kindness becomes the first ray of hope for Roshi in this cold world. The determination to no longer be a problem drives Roshi to run away to find a way to become worthy. The girl's bow, full of desperate determination, shows her willingness to change for the sake of her new family. Rosie's timid gratitude hides a firm promise to become worthy of the new family. A flame of determination flares up in the girl's soul so that no one will be ashamed of her anymore. Lydia's devious proposal for etiquette lessons catches Rosie off guard, sowing seeds of doubt. Rosie's desperate request to simply observe the lessons betrays her deep loneliness and fear. Lydia's plan works, and she happily puts the naive girl in the place of a servant. Lydia's sudden display of friendliness completely confuses the trusting orphan. Rosie's genuine joy at the offer to study together shows how much she longs for acceptance. The teacher's tense anticipation creates a premonition of a new, even more sophisticated humiliation. Peter's appearance comes as a complete surprise, bringing a ringing tension into the room. The recognition in Rosie and Peter's eyes speaks of a past that could destroy her fragile present. The boy's embarrassed denial that he is not Peter only increases Rosie's confusion and shame. Rosie's pathetic babble of apologies only elicits a contemptuous grin from Lydia. The brutal revelation about the whipping boy leaves Rosie in a state of shock and horror. Lydia's cold-blooded explanation of the wild customs of the nobility shatters Rosia's naive ideas about nobility. Lydia's pointed question traps Rosie into justifying his own compassion. Lydia's generous offer to borrow a whipping boy becomes the height of cynicism and humiliation. The teacher's harsh remark hits Rosia's pride hard, reminding him of his simple origins. The threatening wave of the pointer over the girl's hand creates a chilling premonition of imminent pain. The humiliating comparison with Lydia finally breaks Rosie's spirit, unable to live up to the standards. Lydia's hypocritical defense comes across as a sophisticated mockery that highlights Rosie's helplessness. The pain in his legs is overshadowed by Rosie's desperate determination to prove his worth. A timid request for etiquette lessons becomes the girl's first step towards a new life. The lady's refusal due to her age hurts Rosie, but her desperate plea does not allow her to retreat. A gentle moralizing about children's games sounds like a death sentence for a girl who is trying to grow up. A cry of triumph escapes Rosie's chest as she achieves her goal. The realization that this is the baby's first request touches the lady's heart, opening her eyes to her loneliness. The long-awaited consent, given with a condition, lights a fire of hope and gratitude in Rosie's eyes. The thought of the permission received gives the girl strength, strengthening her spirit before the upcoming test. In front of her strict teacher, Rosie vows not to give up, because she cannot let down her benefactress. The teacher's cold gaze and the pointer in front of her face hint that the path to knowledge will be paved with pain. Lydia's desperate attempt to dissuade Rosie seems like a final test of strength. Lydia's insidious offer to frame another child becomes the last straw for Rosia. The girl's firm refusal to shift the blame onto someone else shows her unbending will. Lydia's caustic mockery distorts Rosie's noble impulse, making her appear as an arrogant upstart. Lydia's icy indifference leaves Rosie alone with the stern teacher and his own fear. Rosie's timid promise to be respectful sounds like a plea for leniency in the face of the inevitable. The passing days bring only the calm before the storm, hiding the growing tension. Andy's carefree laughter as he runs to the picnic seems like an echo of the peace that Rosie is missing. The basket of cookies becomes a symbol of lost childhood and rare moments of joy. The realization that etiquette lessons are alienating Rosie from his brothers fills Julius's heart with a quiet sadness. Andy's joyful cry turns to horror at the sight of the emaciated Rosie, whom he barely recognizes. Andy's childish tears at the sight of his emaciated sister show the depth of his shock and love. The brothers' panic at Rosie's transformation into a skeleton contrasts with her quiet despair on the floor. Rosie's forced smile only fuels Andy's rage, who vows to avenge his sister's suffering. The girl's clumsy attempts to hide her tears are shattered by a caring question, revealing her pain. Julius's calm remark about scattered food becomes an anchor in the storm of children's emotions. Rosie's stubbornness, which Andy tries to take away, screams about her humiliation and unwillingness to be pathetic. The shame of her unkempt appearance in front of the guest makes the girl hide, fearing condemnation. Rosie's desire to sink into the ground from humiliation turns out to be stronger than his brotherly concern. Julius's soft question pushes Rosie into a corner, forcing him to choose between silence and the truth. Rosie's feeble attempt to hide the truth is dashed by Andy's fierce willingness to protect his sister. The girl's fists silently scream out the pain she so desperately tries to hide. Julius's calm order to clean up after himself causes Andy to become furious at Rosie's suffering. The cold reminder of his past misdeeds silences Andy, but does not dampen his anger. Julius's penetrating gaze and the handkerchief he offers her tell Rosie that her secret is revealed. The unexpected gesture of Julius, who lowered himself before her, plunged the embarrassed girl into a stupor. The nightly kneeling before Rosie becomes a silent recognition of her dignity. The open wounds on Rosie's hands become irrefutable evidence of her suffering. The girl's desperate assurances that everything is okay are drowned out by her own confusion and pain. Julius's calm determination to treat the wounds finally breaks through the wall of her stubborn silence. Julius's gentle touch on Rosia's wounded hand creates a moment of unexpected closeness and care. The girl's hot skin in his hands makes Julius realize the seriousness of her condition. The young man's calm confidence gives Rosie a fragile hope for healing and peace. Rosie's bewilderment is met with Julius's penetrating gaze, which seems to see right through her. The young man's promise to take care of everything becomes a lifeline for Rosie in an ocean of despair. A sudden fear of loneliness makes the girl run after Julius, afraid of being alone again. Rosie's desperate plea not to be left alone lights a flame of suspicion in Julius's eyes. The thought of the missing maid turns the young man's suspicions into cold, calculating rage. The memory of a cold room and an unlit fireplace becomes the final proof of criminal negligence. Behind the door of the maid's room, Julius prepares to administer justice, determined to find the culprits. The maid's contemptuous words about Rosie, thrown with cruel indifference, reveal the true cause of her suffering. The maid's malicious laughter confirms that the abuse of Rosie was a deliberate act of humiliation. The conversation between the maids, overheard, becomes a shocking revelation for Julius, revealing the truth about Rosia's torment. Rosie's naive ignorance that her secret has been revealed highlights her loneliness and isolation. The parents' tender care for Rosia seems like a tragic irony against the backdrop of their complete ignorance of what was happening. A note from Julius, given to the Duchess, becomes the first step towards revealing the terrible truth. The maid's cryptic words about the urgency of the call build up anxiety, promising a shocking sight in Rosie's room. The Duchess's casual remark about the conversation about Rosie conceals a growing anxiety that goes unnoticed by her interlocutor. Sophia's offer to go with the Duchess unwittingly draws her into a brewing scandal involving her daughter. The Duchess's direct question to Pulsera calls her methods into question, foreshadowing a quick reckoning for her cruelty. Pulsera's arrogance seeps through Sophia's icy reminder of her precarious position in the family. The Duchess's warm smile as she speaks of Rosie underlines her genuine affection for her adopted child. Pulsera's evil laugh betrays her enjoyment of the humiliation she feels is rightful to Rosie. The Duchess's blind rage flares up at the thought that someone dared to compare her to an ordinary child. Pulsera's long-standing resentment towards Sophia finds an outlet in the humiliating demand that she notify her of visits in advance. Pulsera's pent-up frustration finds a new target in Rosie, whom she is forced to look after. Lydia's hysteria over the broken cup is just a well-staged performance for future accusations. The appearance of the Duchess and Pulsera in response to Lydia's cry becomes the beginning of a pre-planned trap. Lydia's desperate cry about the missing necklace instantly turns the feigned panic into real drama. Lydia's tears over her father's expensive gift become the final touch in a cunning plan to blacken the name of an innocent person. Sophia's outward calm in the face of Lydia's apparent despair looks like the calm before the storm. Pulsera's blind maternal love turns into a dark obsession with protecting her kind. Sophia's cold, penetrating question casts doubt on the sincerity of Lydia's tears, hinting at deception. Lydia's cunning suggestion directs her mother's anger towards the defenseless Rosie, making the girl the prime suspect. Lydia's innocent mention of sharing lessons with Rosie becomes part of a cunning plan. Lydia's offer to go to Rosia sounds like a death sentence, condemning her to an inevitable confrontation with slander. Lydia's long-standing resentment over the room given to Rosie finally finds its poisonous outlet. Lydia's arrogant indignation at Rosie's origins reveals the class hatred of the entire family. Pulsera's secret fear of being incomplete without the Marquez family's gift fuels her hatred of Rosie. The legend of the family's divine power becomes a curse for those born without this gift. The greatness of the Marquez family, embodied in the figure of the Duke, weighs like an invisible weight on the shoulders of the heirs. The reflection in the mirror whispers to Pulsera about power, which has become an obsession for the woman. The status of the Marquez family, comparable only to that of the emperor, turns family intrigues into a state threat. Julius's calmness conceals an awakening power that makes the young man the main target in Pulsera's plans. Pulsera's sly smile foreshadows a marriage of convenience, which should give all power into the hands of a woman. Fear grips little Rosie, who finds herself in the center of a sinister gathering organized for her sake. Pulsera's feigned cordiality creates the illusion of a family tea party, hiding the true, sinister purpose of the meeting. Lydia's enthusiastic praise is just part of a performance in which Julius's modesty seems out of place. Pulsera's predatory interest in the affairs of the academy reveals her desire to control the young man's every move. Rosie's question about family tea becomes a poisonous reminder that the girl is an outsider here. Praise for a perfectly raised cup becomes the first step into the trap set for Rosie. Pulsera and Lydia's intense gaze turns the room into a cage, where Rosie is the main prey. The maid's clumsiness and Lydia's generosity are just a well-rehearsed act in a cruel play. Under the spilled tea, the maid accidentally discovers evidence that will destroy Roshi's reputation. The found necklace becomes irrefutable evidence in their eyes, and the shock on their faces is just a mask of triumph. The accusing glances pin Rosie to the spot, and Lydia's scream leaves the girl with no chance of justification. Horror pierces Roshi when the girl recognizes her own necklace, turned into a tool of slander. Lydia's scream brands Rosie, and the girl's desperate excuses are drowned in a wave of lies. Pulsera's rage at Rosie's insolence only serves to highlight her enjoyment of power and the humiliation of others. Lydia's accusations turn the kindness of the Marquez family into poison, poisoning everyone present with hatred for Rosie. Sophia's icy calm against the backdrop of Lydia's furious accusations only underscores the falseness of what is happening. Rosie's desperate cries of innocence are drowned out by a wall of cold, prejudiced condemnation. Pulsera's feigned indignation turns Rosie's denial into further evidence of guilt. Julius's anger directed at the conspirators is mistakenly perceived by Rosie as a personal condemnation. All-consuming fear paralyzes Rosie, plunging the girl into the abyss of despair and hopelessness. Pulsera's terrifying aura leaves Rosie speechless, making any attempt to defend herself impossible. The Duke's commanding voice interrupting the performance makes Pulsera freeze in complete amazement. The Duke's unyielding defense comes as a shock to Lydia, destroying her insidious plan before her eyes. Sophia's cold question, thrown into the silence, redirects the point of the accusation onto the conspirators themselves. Pulsera's panicked scream as she tries to protect herself and her daughter reveals her fear of being exposed. Sophia's cold rage flares up at the sight of the brazen lie, foreshadowing a quick and inevitable retribution. Julius, defending Rosie, throws an accusation in the adults' faces that hits harder than any blow. Julius's intervention comes as a bolt from the blue for Pulsera and Lydia, shattering their confidence. The tenderness of the young man envelops Rosie, giving the girl an island of safety in the midst of a raging storm of lies. Ulisa's sharp word, like the blow of a whip, cuts off the flow of poisonous slander from the conspirators. The young man's icy order to Lydia finally destroys her illusion of impunity. Horror distorts Lydia's face when the girl realizes that she has lost her brother's protection and is left alone. Pelsera's rage explodes in frustration as her fabricated evidence crumbles to dust. Pelsera, in desperation, tries to hide behind the family's honor, accusing everyone of insulting the Marquez family. The Duke's appearance puts a bold end to the intrigue, drawing a line that no one will dare to cross. The Duke's decisive accusation against Sophia becomes the first step towards revealing the whole truth. Disbelief and shock are reflected on Pelsera and Lydia's faces as their greatest ally turns against them. Lydia's desperate plea is shattered by the icy indifference of her departing brother, who has already made his verdict. The Duke's gentle touch on Rosie's hand becomes a silent promise of absolute protection. The Duke's sincere apology stuns Rosie, who was prepared for the worst. The Duke delivers his verdict, naming Sophia as the main puppeteer in this cruel, inhuman game. Sophia's pathetic attempt to shift the blame onto the tutor is shattered by the Duke's iron logic. By reminding her of his status as guardian, the Duke turns the family conflict into a matter of law, depriving Sophia of any escape routes. The Duke's words about a new godfather sound like a final break, taking away the conspirators' last hope. Pure hatred flares up in Lydia's eyes, because little Rosie took away the people closest to her. Sophia's concern envelops the frightened Rosie, but the girl's babble that everything is fine sounds unconvincing. Pelsera's ominous promise that everything will soon be over sounds not like consolation, but like a direct threat. Pelsera's desperate attempt to appeal to family ties is dashed by the Duke's inflexibility in choosing Rosie. The Duke's gentle touch on Rosie's head becomes a silent answer. This child is no longer defenseless. The Duke's words that Rosie will become their daughter finally ruin all the plans of Pelsera and Lydia. Tears of hope and disbelief cloud Rosia's eyes, because the word daughter sounds like an impossible dream. Lydia's childish rage, not wanting to give up her place to an orphan, looks pitiful and helpless. Tired of fighting, Pelsera stops her daughter, realizing that the battle is finally lost. The new family, having found integrity, leaves behind two schemers reaping the fruits of their malice. Julius's concern, rushing to Rosia, proves that the girl has found not only a home, but also a real brother. Julius's pride in telling his father the truth becomes the foundation for a new, honest world in the house. Inviting Sophia for a walk is not just words, but a timid bridge to the heart of a frightened girl. Rosia's enthusiastic agreement and Sophia's joy turn an ordinary walk into a symbol of the beginning of a new life. Timid Rosie, following her new brother, takes her first steps into a world where she is loved and welcomed. The Duke's words that the children should not see such things sound like an oath to protect their peace. The Duke's icy order to gather all servants foreshadows an inevitable purge where no one will escape responsibility. The younger brother's naive question about Roshi's generosity highlights her purity in a world where kindness is weakness. The boy's warning about the consequences of kindness sounds like a bitter prophecy of future intrigues. The furious cry of Lydia running towards Ross is the cry of despair of an exiled queen who has lost her throne. Lydia's swing, full of hatred, finally tears off the mask of innocence, revealing ugly envy. Andy takes the blow meant for Rosie, becoming a human shield against Lydia's fury. Shocked, Lydia can't believe that Andy, her faithful companion, stood up for someone else's girl. Julius's firm statement that Rosie is his sister becomes the final nail in the coffin for Lydia. Andy's childish boasts about his coolness clash with Rosie's genuine concern about his injury. Humiliated, Lydia trembles with impotent rage as her world collapses under the weight of her own intrigues. Lydia's final attack, full of venom, is shattered by the steel will of Julius, who defends the honor of his new sister. Julius takes Rosie away, his anger promising Lydia quick and inevitable retribution for every word. An unexpected gift from Rosia becomes an act of mercy for Lydia that she absolutely does not deserve. Rosie's sincere gratitude disarms Lydia, causing the girl to doubt her own righteousness. Rosie's bright smile, having taken the evil words as a lesson, demonstrates a strength of spirit that is inaccessible to her offender. Rosie's innocent promise not to cause inconvenience becomes the final humiliation for Lydia, causing the girl to fall into a fit of blind rage. Roshi's shining smile, full of hope for the future, becomes the most powerful weapon against the surrounding malice. The sudden gathering of servants fills the house with anxiety and whispers, as everyone fears being the next accused. The head maid tries to feign innocence, but her shifty eyes betray her fear of imminent exposure. An icy horror grips the head maid when the woman realizes that her lie has been exposed and punishment is inevitable. The maids discuss what is happening in low voices, their curiosity mixed with fear, because the wrath of their masters is unpredictable. The cynical gossip of the maids, who compare the brewing scandal to firewood, reveals the rotten atmosphere in the house. The evil whispers behind Roja's back, full of envy for the insignificant orphan, poison the air in the house with the poison of intrigue. The maid, who became a silent witness to the persecution and did not dare to stop the cruelty, is tormented by her conscience. Repentance makes the maid make a firm decision to become a true protector and friend for little Rosia. The maid's bitter remorse for her mistake becomes the prologue to a tragedy that she could not prevent. Nightmares take the maid back to the day her scream became the first link in a chain of cruelty. Lydia's blind rage at the defenseless boy reveals her true, monstrous nature. Lydia's mad gaze, seeing the boy as nothing more than an object, erases the last remnants of humanity in her actions. A resounding slap in the face becomes not just a blow, but a brand that forever divides the world into executioner and victim. Lydia's humiliating insults, denying the boy his right to a voice, turn him into a silent shadow. The threats of Lydia, who imagines herself to be the arbiter of fate, sound like a challenge to justice itself, which is already close. The Duke's cold question to his servants, frozen in fear, becomes the beginning of a long and painful trial. The Duke's heavy steps on the stairs echo in the hearts of the servants, like a funeral march for their lies and concealment. The Duke's intense gaze makes the headmaid bow her head, for her silence has made her an accomplice. The headmaid's pitiful babble of ignorance is shattered by the steely gaze of the Duke, who has chosen his first victim. The accusation of corporal punishment of the future member of the Marcus family chills the blood of the maids, who realize the full gravity of the offense. The Duke's direct question about admitting guilt drives the headmaid into a corner, leaving the woman no escape route. A desperate attempt to hide behind Sophia's name becomes a fatal mistake, revealing the full depth of the conspiracy. Fury distorts the Duke's face, because the mention of the title Duchess in relation to the impostor sounds like a personal insult. The realization that the Marquise has long been deprived of her title falls upon the maid with an icy horror that paralyzes her will. The Duke's words about the personal deposition of the former Marquise sound like a sentence, confirming his absolute power. The order to expel her from the estate falls upon the woman, and she falls to her knees, crushed by the weight of the punishment. The shocked whispers of the maids, who do not believe the severity of the sentence, spread throughout the hall, foreshadowing new punishments. The Duke's cold calm, as he speaks of the excesses of the exile, suggests that this is only the beginning of a greater purge. The thought that inaction will condemn Rosie to further suffering forces the Duke to act with cold determination. The Duke's decision to interrogate each servant personally promises that no guilty party will escape justice. Julius's childish vanity, expecting gratitude, collides with Rosie's quiet wisdom, which sees right through him. Returning the necklace, the young gentleman tries to hide his embarrassment behind feigned indifference, but his gesture speaks volumes. Confused Julius understands that the simple word brother from Rosia is more precious to him than any treasures and praise. Rossi's remark about the ointment clashes with Julius's boyish pride, who learns to accept care. As the servants leave, taking their dark past with them, Julius and Rosie take a step into a new, sunny future. Rosie's question about Andy's fate shows her compassion even for those who were part of her recent misfortunes. Rosie's joyful outburst towards the repentant maid becomes the first step towards healing not only for the girl, but for the entire house. Rosie's happy confession of meeting the maid finally breaks down the walls of mistrust built by lies and fear. Rosie's childish praise becomes the best reward for the maid, washing away all past grievances and fears. Ulysses' jealous shout interrupts the touching moment, introducing notes of childish rivalry and embarrassment into the scene. The maid's smug grin as she announces the order foreshadows inevitable and cruel justice. The news of the servant's dismissal hits Rosie, and her world freezes for a moment in the realization of injustice. Julius's confusion and anxiety grow when he sees that Rosie is silent, as if she was broken by the suffering of others. The boy's persistent question, demanding an answer, becomes the last straw that breaks the dam of childhood grief. Rosie's desperate cry to protect her only friend becomes an act of pure mercy. The Duke and Duchess, as they sort out the details of the abuse, feel the weight of guilt for the tragedy that has occurred in their home. The Duke's admission of his own guilt and oversight becomes the first step toward healing, not only for Rosie, but for the entire family. The Duke's confirmation of the severity of the punishment shows his unwavering determination to eradicate evil from his house once and for all. The cold satisfaction of the young man who announces his expulsion without recommendations puts an end to the future of the guilty. Doubts torment the young man, because even such a severe punishment seems too merciful for what he had done. The memory of the tears of Rosie, an innocent victim of cruelty, only strengthens the young man's thirst for just retribution. The wise smile of the Duchess, who considers the punishment sufficient, carries with it the hope of healing and peace. The Duchess's gentle touch to her son becomes a silent plea for mercy for the sake of Rosie's peace of mind. The panicked cry of a servant bursting into the office disrupts the solemnity of the moment, foreshadowing a new turn of events. The alarming news about the young lady makes the hearts of all present freeze in anticipation of the worst. The desperate cry of Rosie, clinging to the departing maid, becomes the cry of a soul that does not want to lose its only friend. The appearance of the entire family on the street turns the farewell scene into a silent reproach, forcing them to see the true cost of their decision. Little Rosie, clinging to the Duchess's dress, defies adult decisions, begging for mercy for her protector. Roshi's tearful plea to protect N proves that the maid's kindness was the only light in the girl's dark world. The Duchess's attempt to calm the child is interrupted by a comical squabble between Andrea and the young gentleman, who is looking for someone to blame. The Duchess's apology to N becomes an act of reconciliation, erasing the misunderstandings of the past. A quiet question about the reason for the silence makes N relieve the pain of powerlessness and shame. N confesses his own guilt, born of silent complicity in someone else's cruelty. The painful realization of the powerlessness to stop the villains distorts N's face with pain and remorse. Roshi's firm belief in N's innocence becomes a lifeline for the maid in a sea of despair. The image of N, the only one who gave the girl warmth in a cold and strange house, comes to mind. Roshi's shining smile as she begs N to leave is enough to melt even the iciest of hearts. N is stunned, because what the maid thought were insignificant actions turned out to be the whole world for Rosie. The Duchess watches Rosie's sincere gratitude with warmth, understanding the depth of their unexpected connection. Realizing Rosie's strong attachment, the Duchess comes up with an ingenious solution that takes N by surprise. The offer to become Rosie's personal servant stuns N and gives the girl a timid hope for happiness. The envious whispers of the maids about N's undeserved promotion poison the air, but can no longer change anything. The Duchess's kind joke about liking N causes Rosie to babble in embarrassment, revealing her true feelings. The Duchess's direct question puts Anne before the most important choice in her life, on which not only her fate depends. Roshi's look of desperate hope becomes a silent plea for N that cannot be refused. Humbly accepting the undeserved honor, N vows to serve with all his heart, finding new meaning in life. The pure joy of Roshi and N, who have found family in each other, blooms into lush roses, marking the beginning of a new chapter. Rosie's sudden concern as she stops the Duchess hints that the story is not over yet, and that new trials lie ahead. Rosie's concern for the fate of the boy, who must also leave the estate, betrays her kind heart. Rosia's desperate request not to throw the boy out, dictated by fear for his life, touches the depths of the soul. The Duchess's decision, based on Rosie's wishes, gives the boy a chance at a new life and causes a storm of emotions among the servants. The hypocritical plea of the maids, who saw a chance for salvation, turns into a disgusting spectacle at the feet of the Duchess. The maids' false promises to serve better than N are shattered by the wall of contempt and steadfastness of Roshi's faithful friend. The mass hysteria of the maids, appealing to the kind heart of their mistress, shows the baseness of their nature. The sudden appearance of Julius, sword in hand, cuts short the false pleas, bringing with him chilling justice. The fiery gaze of the young master, who protects Roshi, delivers a final verdict that cannot be appealed. The useless cries of the led-away maids are drowned out by silence, marking the final deliverance from betrayal. Julius's gentle gesture of inviting Rosie to leave promises the girl long-awaited peace and protection. N's confused happiness and Roshi's curiosity mix in the air as they follow Ulysses' mysterious invitation. Andrea's resentment, left in the shadow of everyone's attention, brings a note of childish jealousy and comedy to the scene. A satisfied Julius leads Rosie along, but the girl's innocent question about the purpose of the journey makes him think. The news of Julius's imminent departure hits Rosie, threatening to destroy the fragile peace they have just found. The realization that Julius is leaving tomorrow plunges Rosie into the abyss of despair and fear of new loneliness. Julius's calm confirmation of his departure clashes with the storm of emotions he unwittingly provoked in the girl. The sadness in Rosie's eyes, ready to burst into tears at the thought of separation, becomes her silent plea. Julius's unexpected request for a hand takes Rosie by surprise, promising a moment of tenderness in the midst of her worries. Julius's direct question about his reluctance to let him go makes Roja's heart freeze in timid hope. The thoughtful look of Julius, conquered by Roja's silent request, gives rise to doubt and a desire to stay. Rosie's embarrassed babble, not daring to ask for such a thing, only makes her secret desire more evident. A gentle pat on the head and a promise of a quick meeting give Rosie blissful peace, while Andrea runs away in a fit of jealousy. An enraged Andrea, bursting into the idol, desperately tries to win back Rosie's attention by threatening his own brother. Julius watches with irony as her brother is now jealous of the same little sister that no one needed before. Julius's sly reminder of their former brotherly love causes Andrea to explode with indignation and embarrassment. Andrea's excuse that all this happened before Rosie arrived only underscores how much the girl has changed their world. The elusive Julius, leaving the children to have fun, provokes a new outburst of childish indignation on the part of Andrea. Rossi's quiet question about leaving for the academy tomorrow makes Julius freeze for a moment, breaking his feigned calm. The news of fencing training instantly switches Andrea's attention, lighting a fire of delight in his eyes. Rosie's desire to see the training becomes her first timid step towards becoming a part of their family. Andrea's desperate attempt to be useful to Rosie, hiding behind his brother, betrays his childish attachment. Rosie's embarrassed babble about helping with water and a towel shows her sincere desire to be needed. Julius's cold refusal to help Rosie hurts the girl, causing a storm of indignation in Andrea. Julius's gentle permission to simply watch the training comes as an unexpected gift to Rosie. Rosie's beaming smile, having received permission, illuminates everything around her, filling the scene with pure joy. Julius's mysterious hint about a younger sister leaves Rosie puzzled, forcing her to think about her place. Andrea's secret whisper about addressing Julius incorrectly adds a comical note of conspiracy to the situation. Andrea's confused attempt to prompt Rosie to address him correctly turns into a charming mumble. Julius's decision to take only N leaves Rosie shocked and a gloating Andrea with a surge of dark delight. Andrea's desperate plea to take him along reveals his jealousy and fear of being left without Rosie's attention. Rosie's happy laughter fills the air as she follows her brothers, excited for a new adventure. Julius's precise sword movements are mesmerizing, revealing his hidden strength and determination. Roshi watches the training, mesmerized, not understanding anything about fencing, but feeling its power. The admiration in Rosie's eyes turns to awe at the young master's amazing skill. Andrea's sudden cry, clutching the frightened Rosie to himself, explodes the silence with jealous despair. Andrea's ridiculous prohibition against falling in love with Julius reveals his childhood fear of losing his newfound sister. Andrea's clumsy attempt to imitate his brother's movements looks pathetic, but touching in its sincerity. Rosie's sincere praise becomes the highest reward for the embarrassed Andrea, making his heart flutter. Rosie's unexpected question about chivalry takes Andrea by surprise, opening him up to a world of adult ambition. Julius's cold remark about the need to become an heir casts a shadow on the childhood dreams, reminding them of a harsh reality. Julius's story about a sacred object needed to become the head of a family immerses children in a world of ancient secrets. The centuries-old history of the family symbol, passed down from generation to generation, gives the young man's words special weight. The path to mastery of the spear is through fencing, and Julius's gaze is determined to follow that path. The mystical transformation of the sword into a spear under the influence of divine power becomes the highest goal, shrouded in radiance. Julius's belief in the need for hard training highlights his unbending will and desire for perfection. Julius's tender promise to return, given to Rosie, becomes an anchor of hope for the girl in anticipation of his triumph. Holding his breath, Roshi watches his brother with a look full of faith in his imminent success and unity with the sacred object. Julius's inner knowledge of divine powers, which flashed in his eyes, reveals him as the chosen one, born for great deeds. The memory of little Andrea's tears, dreaming of becoming like his brother, reveals the depth of his admiration and hidden pain. Andrea's radiant smile, full of pride for his genius brother, erases all traces of past jealousy and resentment. Finally, Julius, having found the children, interrupts their solitude, bringing a note of parental care into the scene. The appearance of the good-natured Sir Cosvin, who approves of the pursuit of greatness, fills the air with anticipation of something important. The sudden appearance of a stranger makes Andrea instinctively hide the frightened Rosie behind her back. A graceful curtsy and a proud announcement of her full name, Rosie Evelyn Kazviv, marks her official acceptance into the family. The news that the girl bears his surname leaves Sir Cosvin in a state of complete shock and confusion. Andrea's jealous question about the need for a new playmate when he already has Rosie betrays his possessiveness. The arrival of a new boy, Leon, brings a note of tension and uncertainty to Andrea and Rosie's fragile idyll. Leon's dazzling smile and charming presentation instantly win people over, creating a contrast to Andrea's gloominess. An awkward silence hangs in the air as the children process the forced friendship offered to them by Sir Cosvin. Andrea's stubborn reluctance to accept his new friend becomes a silent protest against the invasion of his and Rosie's world. Andrea's desperate cry that he only wants Rosie reveals his panicky fear of losing her attention. Leon's calm explanation that he has been sent by the Duke as a playmate brings an official character to the situation. The realization that Leon is destined to be Andrea's friend comes as a bolt from the blue. Leon's innocent question about the need to learn fencing finds an unexpected response in the soul of the gloomy Andrea. Andrea's sudden burst of enthusiasm as he grabs Leon completely changes the dynamic of their tense acquaintance. Andrea's triumphant announcement of her willingness to teach Leon fencing brings Rosie genuine joy and relief. Julius's caustic remark, questioning his brother's talents, instantly ignites a new round of their eternal rivalry. Andrea's brazen accusation that Julius is a lousy teacher is the last straw. The chilling threat in Julius's voice as he stands over his fallen brother instantly cools the little rebel's ardor. A frightened Rosie watches the brothers' brutal squabble, where there is no room for childish grievances and complaints of pain. Leon's charming request to step aside catches Rosie off guard, causing her to timidly agree. The past pierces with memories of bitter tears and the desperate call of a brother, reminding of loneliness. The tender promise to return soon, given to the tearful girl, leaves an aftertaste of hope and longing. Julius's gentle order not to cry becomes both a comfort and a bitter reminder of separation for Rosia. Roshi, burying her face in her pillow, desperately tries to hold back her tears, because the will of her master is law for her. But the bitterness of separation proves stronger, and quiet sobs break the silence of the room. A sudden knock, and Anne's voice catch the tearful miss off guard, revealing her childish vulnerability. The warm smile of the maid who entered with a tray of cookies brings a ray of care and light into the room. A simple offer to cheer up with sweets arouses sincere curiosity in the little lady. Anne's caring gesture of hand-feeding Rosie gives the girl a moment of pure, sweet comfort. The delight of the cookie's taste makes Rosie forget her recent sadness for a moment. The girl's sincere joy becomes the best reward for the caring and attentive Ian. The unexpected discovery that it was Julius who took care of the treat shocks Rosie to the depths of her soul. Anne's thoughtful question confirms that the shadow of sadness has finally left the little lady. Anne's friendly permission to speak more simply breaks down the invisible wall of formality between them. Rosie's childish question about the reason for such kindness takes the maid by surprise, awakening hidden memories. Anne's burst of tenderness and tight embrace become a stunning but pleasant response for the embarrassed Rosie. Anne's admission of sympathy for the girl's character adds sincerity to these stormy displays of emotion. A gentle pat on the head is accompanied by the mention of another kind soul, evoking a shadow of the past. Anne's dark remark about the injustice of the heavens casts a chilling shadow over the bright moment, hinting at tragedy. Anne's bitter memory of her too kind sister, who passed away at a young age, reveals the source of her sadness. Rosie's sincere sympathy forces the maid to hide her pain behind a mask of feigned calm. The shared pain of loss brings them closer together when the girl shares her story about a friend who passed away too early. A sudden inspiration and a strong determination to become a doctor to save children are born out of a tragedy. Anne's encouragement inspires Roshi to immediately begin studying, filling the room with an atmosphere of hope. Anne's persistent invitation to go outside becomes a symbol of a new beginning and a step towards a dream. The girl's words, overheard by chance, cause the Duke to have a vague feeling of déjà vu, awakening shadows of the past. The Duke's cold determination to find out the truth about the princess's parents before adoption adds a note of intrigue to the story. The lack of reliable information from the person questioned only increases the tension surrounding the mystery of Rosie's origin. A chilling question thrown into the darkness of a prison cell leaves the prisoner with no chance of concealing the truth. Under the Duke's icy gaze, the prisoner has difficulty remembering his mother's last words spoken on that fateful day. The words about the priceless child, who was desperately asked to be protected, strike the stern ruler in the very heart. The rare and piercing word priceless makes the Duke plunge into deep and disturbing thoughts. The Duchess's gentle smile and her request to take their time fill the moment with a warm anticipation of shared happiness. The simple joy of watching the little girl play in the garden becomes a real treasure for the Duchess. The name Rosny Evelyn Clive, written on paper, becomes the girl's first step into a new aristocratic world. The children's pride and the teacher's enthusiastic praise fill the lesson with an atmosphere of pure triumph. The friends' enthusiastic stories about the baby arouse genuine curiosity in the new governess, Viscountess Florent. The warm meeting between the two friends, the Duchess and the Viscountess, shows the depth of their trust and mutual affection. The baby's own desire to learn becomes the main reason for starting classes, surprising and delighting both women. The Duchess's gentle conviction that childhood is made for play and not for study conceals her maternal tenderness. Rosie's incredible thirst for knowledge literally shines in her eyes, disproving any doubts about her desire to learn. The timid interruption of the lesson reveals the girl's secret desire, which she does not dare to voice right away. Rosia's shy request to write Ulysses' name first reveals her tender, childish affection for the young man. The thought of her brother's full name makes the girl freeze in awe, full of admiration. The governess's touching guess about Rosia's childhood crush fills the lesson with an atmosphere of warm understanding. The sudden realization that the Duchess is seriously considering adoption stuns the governess with its boldness. A strict reminder to herself of the age of her pupil helps the governess to drive away overly serious thoughts. The joyful anticipation of Andrea's shopping trip fills the room with a cheerful and carefree bustle. Anne's quiet question about the first trip to the city envelopes the morning preparations with an atmosphere of tender care and anticipation. Rosie's innocent question about her plans for the outing catches the confused Anne off guard, highlighting the girl's kindness. The news of a family trip with the Duke and Julius explains the maid's anticipation, giving rise to slight surprise in Roz. Anne's enthusiastic bustle in choosing an outfit turns ordinary preparations into a real holiday for the little lady. The maid's solemn declaration of the importance of the first appearance in society gives the upcoming walk a special significance. The maid's enthusiasm for trying on a variety of outfits for the girl turns Rosie into an adorably frightened doll. The Duke's stern question about readiness introduces a note of official anticipation and restrained excitement into the cheerful bustle. Julius's boundless impatience, which Madame calms with a smile, fills the room with childish joy. Beaming with pride, Anne ceremoniously opens the doors, presenting the result of her efforts to the waiting family. The enthusiastic call of Julius, rushing towards the smartly dressed girl, reveals his tender and affectionate nickname for Rosia. The appearance of the transformed Rosie causes a real sensation, causing the young gentleman to freeze in silent admiration. The Duchess's sincere delight and the Duke's barely concealed smile speak of his complete enchantment with the girl's beauty. Ulysses' enthusiastic compliment makes the embarrassed Rosie blush with happiness and gratitude. The boy's sudden insight and his promise to remember a special phrase sparks Roz's childish curiosity. Julius's dramatic statement that he will not give his little sister to anyone leaves the adults in comic shock. Rosia's naive question about who her brother didn't want to give her emphasizes her innocence against the backdrop of Julius's romantic fantasies. The Duke's tender gesture of picking up the baby in his arms fills the moment with paternal care and warmth. Rosie's radiant smile and joyful agreement become the best answer to the stern man's silent question. A cheerful conversation in the carriage, full of anticipation, creates the atmosphere of the first real family adventure. Julius's promise to show his sister all the most interesting things brings a warm and proud smile to the Duke. The Duchess's determination to keep the secret of Rosie's origin casts a shadow of anxiety over this idyllic picture. The Duchess's cryptic remark about the hidden purpose of the trip fills the family outing with an air of mystery. The news of Rosie's start of classes becomes the starting point for an important conversation between the spouses. The Duchess's complete trust in her longtime friend Florent, the new governess, reassures the worried Duke. The Duke is overcome with deep thought when he realizes the bitter truth about Rosie's position in their house. The lonely figure of a girl in someone else's clothes is a piercing reminder that everything around was not bought for Rosia. The cruel gossip of the maids, overheard by Rosie, wounds her to the very heart, increasing her feeling of insecurity. The sudden realization of his own insensitivity causes the Duke to experience excruciating shame and regret. The Duchess's bright idea to take the kids on a shopping spree becomes a ray of light in this grim situation. The husband's sincere admiration for his wife's idea shows his willingness to correct the mistake he made. The Duke's cunning plan to turn the shopping trip into a surprise is born out of a desire to protect Rosie's feelings. The Duke's conspiratorial whispers, proposing a cunning plan, fill his and his wife's tea party with playful anticipation. Rosie's rapturous gaze from the carriage window does not betray her ignorance of the real, carefully planned purpose of the trip. The family's serious faces hide the hope that among the many outfits, the confused Rosie will find something for herself. A stream of proposals from Julius and the Duchess falls on Rosie, forcing her to be torn between her hat and her shoes. The mountain of clothes that Julius and the Duchess enthusiastically offer turns the confused Rosie into the center of everyone's adoration. The Duke's intervention, which stops the family's onslaught, becomes a real salvation for the emotionally overwhelmed Rosie. The Duke's confident statement about Rosie's choice causes bewilderment in Julius, adding comical confusion to the situation. The family's conflicting persuasions completely confuse Rosie, who still believes in the original purpose of the trip. The Duke's direct question about her wishes takes the girl by surprise, causing her to politely evade the answer. Rosie's naive remark that these clothes won't suit her brother leaves the stunned Julius in complete stupor. Julius's ardent support, ready to accept any choice of his sister, is shattered by Rosia's indecision. The boy's eyes flash with impatient anticipation, anticipating her long-awaited decision. Shining Rosie, who chose a rainbow ribbon for her brother, finally finds the perfect gift. The Duke's approval, praising the choice for Julius, causes a wave of quiet bewilderment in Rosie. The sudden offer to choose something for herself leaves Rosie completely stunned. The confused girl cannot understand why she is being offered more gifts, because she is already happy with the ribbon she received. Julius's insistence on having matching outfits reveals his deep affection for his newfound sister. Her brother's words that everyone will recognize her as his sister touches Rosie deeply, giving her a sense of belonging. Rosie's inability to choose anything for herself in response to the Duke's proposal reveals her deep insecurity. The Duke's decisive gesture, resigned to her indecision, hints that he is now taking matters into his own hands. The Duke's imperious gesture, outlining a whole row of clothes, demonstrates his determination to fulfill any whim of the girl. The man's promise to pay for everything plunges Rosie into a state of absolute shock, bordering on horror. The Duke's disarming smile and his admission of ignorance of Rosie's tastes conceal deep concern. Childhood worries about excessive spending are shattered by the Duke's imperturbable calm and generosity. The man's request for help with the choice puts the confused Rosie at a loss, making her heart flutter. The Duchess's gentle touch and her soft coaxing give Rosie a sense of security and the right to her own desires. Julius's delighted cry, having misinterpreted his sister's gaze, brings funny chaos to the touching moment. The Duchess's gentle question, addressed directly to Rosie, gives the girl the long-awaited opportunity to speak out. Rosie's quiet confession that she likes the shoes becomes a real victory for the entire jubilant family. The Duchess's praise and her gentle stroking of her head make the embarrassed Rosie beam with overflowing happiness. Julius's enthusiastic remark that they are now a couple highlights his childish joy at finding a sister. Rosie's sincere laughter and compliment in response to her brother's funny appearance become a symbol of her newfound happiness. The saleswoman's affectionate gaze as she watches the children reflects the charm they give to those around them. The Duke's secret order, given in a whisper, betrays his intention to surround Rosie with things she did not dare ask for. The anticipation of a new adventure on the market street lights up the eyes of Julius and Rosia with childish curiosity. The Duchess's categorical refusal to her son's request to go to the market creates the first tension in their merry walk. The disobedient Julius, who takes Rosie along with him, defies parental prohibition for the sake of a few moments of freedom. The boy's rapid run through the crowd turns a fun walk into a risky and unpredictable adventure. Rosie's sudden fall in the middle of a noisy street cuts their joyful escape short on a note of fear and pain. The family's immediate reaction to the girl's fall and her hasty reassurance that everything is okay show their mutual affection. The Duke's harsh ultimatum, threatening to immediately go home, makes the guilty children freeze. The desperate plea in the eyes of Julius and Rosie, who promise not to be naughty anymore, softens the parental anger. A sudden gust of wind tears the precious ribbon from Rosie's hair, turning it into a stranger's random adornment. Bitter despair overwhelms the girl at the thought of losing the gift into which so much care was put. Confused, Rosie tries to follow the path of the flown ribbon, but it disappears without a trace in the bustle of the market. The unexpected appearance of a mysterious blonde young man in front of the upset girl gives her a faint hope. A life-saving ribbon in the hands of a handsome stranger becomes the answer to Rosie's silent prayer. The girl's shy gratitude collides with the boy's playful request, adding a slight awkwardness to the moment. The young man's disarming confession That he was simply playing a joke on sweet Rosie makes her heart stop. The extended ribbon and the guy's warm gaze plunge the stunned girl into a state of complete stupor. The young man's playful flirting and his assumption that Rosie wants to stay with him longer makes the girl blush. The mention of her sister and the unexpected use of her name catches Rosie off guard, raising a host of questions. The realization that the stranger knows her name plunges the confused girl into a state of deep shock. The stranger's gentle instructions to return to his family sound like a mysterious farewell, leaving a trail of mystery. A light touch on the finger and a warning against excessive curiosity enhance the mystery of the handsome young man. The promise of a quick meeting, thrown out as a parting shot, leaves Rosie in confusion, causing her to freeze in place. The discrepancy between his knowledge of Rosie's name and her orphanage past makes the girl doubt his identity. Returning to his family, Rosie can't shake the feeling that this whole meeting was just a magical dream. The Duke's alarmed cry, calling her by name, abruptly breaks Rosie out of the captivity of her fairy tale thoughts. The Duke's panicked examination and anxious questions about her well-being reveal his genuine fear for her. The Duke's relief at seeing Rosia unharmed reveals the depth of his father's worries for the little girl. The Duchess's strong embrace and her words of gratitude envelop the girl in a wave of boundless love and care. The tears of guilt in the eyes of Julius, reproaching himself for his carelessness, touch Rosie to the depths of his soul. In the warm embrace of her stepmother, the girl, with tears in her eyes, realizes that this new reality is not a dream. The evening care and the caring question of the maid create an atmosphere of comfort conducive to revelations. Childish delight overwhelms Rosie, who rushes to share with the maid the joy of gifts and a new hairstyle. Rosie's thoughtful tale of a mysterious stranger who showed her the way arouses the maid's curiosity. The maid's sudden insight into the savior being an elf adds a touch of magic to the story. An ancient tale about elves helping children becomes the key for Rosie to unravel the stranger's identity. The memory of the unearthly beauty of the young man finally convinces Rosie of his fabulous origin. The promise of a new meeting, given by a mysterious stranger, lights a fire of hope in Rosia's heart. Dreams of a beautiful elf are suddenly interrupted by the thought that little brother Julius is still the best. Confused thoughts about her brother are interrupted by a knock on the door, causing Rosie to flinch in surprise. The appearance of the butler in the room with polite apologies brings a note of formality to the evening idyll. The news of the arrival of guests eager to meet her takes the surprised Rosie by surprise. The visit of Crown Prince Marius and his family creates an atmosphere of tense anticipation in the house. The appearance of the capricious Princess Bianca, the prince's daughter, instantly brings a spirit of rivalry into the air. Julius's confident statement about his sister's irresistibility becomes his first challenge to the arrogant princess. Bianca's slight displeasure at the Duchess's remark is mixed with impatient curiosity to see Rosie. The first meeting with Bianca makes Julius reluctantly acknowledge her prettiness, which only intensifies the brewing conflict. Bianca's arrogant idea of her own superiority betrays her jealous nature. Despite her outward surprise, Roshi's graceful, dignified greeting becomes her quiet response to the unspoken challenge. Duchess Pelsira's sincere admiration for Rosie's charm finally melts the official atmosphere. A playful conversation between adults hints at long-held dreams and expectations associated with the children's future. Bianca's offer of friendship leaves Rosie confused, as she doesn't even know who he is. The sudden appearance of the princess and her wild delight at the sight of Rosie turns awkwardness into surprise. Julius's sharp reaction to Bianca's unceremonious touching of Rosie instantly escalates the situation. Bianca's playful offer to swap nicknames makes Rosie finally realize who she is. The realization that this energetic and sweet girl is a real princess strikes Rosie to the depths of her soul. Prince Marius's remark about his son's imminent arrival creates intrigue, foreshadowing the appearance of a new hero. The news of the prince's arrival is drowned out by the childish scuffle between Julius and Bianca, who are not sharing the attention of the confused Rosie. Bianca's conspiratorial whisper about her brother's arrival makes Rosie freeze in inexplicable anticipation. The appearance of the prince, who turned out to be that mysterious savior, illuminates everything around with an unearthly glow. A gallant kiss on the hand from the prince plunges the stunned Rosie into a state of complete and silent stupor. A warm smile and the simple name Henry finally reveal the identity of the mysterious and beautiful stranger. Bianca's genuine delight at Rosie's gift and her calligraphic handwriting betrays an unexpected admiration. Rosie's embarrassed admission that her brother teases her about her handwriting contrasts with the princess's praise. Rosie's hasty and awkward compliment in return causes Bianca to experience a fit of genuine childish joy. A funny argument between the girls about who is cuter becomes the beginning of their unexpected and warm friendship. Bianca's conviction that it is Rosie's small size that makes her cuter shows her genuine admiration. The Duchess's slight sadness about her past childhood is replaced by tenderness at the sight of the little girl's funny argument. Duchess Pelsera's satisfied smile reveals her joy that the prince's visit has helped the children become closer. Rosie's sincere laughter, having found a friend in the princess, becomes the best reward for everyone present. Rosie's childish curiosity about the doll on Bianca's lap becomes a bridge to their further rapprochement. Bianca's enthusiastic offer to hold the doll, a gift from her father, finally breaks down all barriers between the girls. The tremulous admiration in Rosie's eyes as she holds such a beautiful toy in her hands for the first time says a lot. The tenderness and softness of the doll in Rosie's hands are associated with the princess herself, evoking warm feelings. Bianca's innocent question about Rosie's lack of a doll inadvertently touches on the painful topic of the orphan's past. Rosie's bright smile, assuring that the absence of the doll is not a problem, hides a whole storm of complex feelings. Rosie's thoughts are full of gratitude, because the girl has already received more from the Duke than she could have dreamed of. Bianca's sincere offer to ask for a doll for Rosie causes her to panic and refuse, full of fear of being a burden. The slight displeasure in Henry's voice as he reproaches his sister for disrupting the lesson reveals his hidden concern for Rosie. A misunderstanding with the teacher causes Rosie to panic, but Bianca's bold defense changes everything. The prince's friendly greeting and his request to waive formalities take the embarrassed Rosie by surprise. Henry's sincere desire to create a comfortable atmosphere puzzles Bianca, who is not accustomed to such friendliness from her brother. The prince's reddened ears become a clear hint of his sympathy for Rosie, while Bianca remains perplexed. Bianca's conspiratorial whispers and mocking question about her facial expression make Henry's embarrassed face flush even more. Bianca's sly grin, suggesting a change of subject, only emphasizes the comical nature of the situation and her brother's embarrassment. Rosie's beaming smile, noticing the prince's obvious sympathy, speaks of her decision to keep his little secret. Watching the warm interaction between brother and sister suggests strong, albeit difficult, family ties. Henry's embarrassment as he tries to hide his attraction to Rosie behind a remark about her petite size gives him away. Henry's thoughts about the letter describing Rosie's appearance hint that their meeting was not accidental. A sudden memory of a panicked run and a request to stop the carriage reveals the secret of the first meeting with the prince. The prince's unexpected question about music lessons becomes his new attempt to find a common language with Rosie. Rossie's modest confirmation that she studied musical notation opens the door to the world of her hobbies. Henry's confident statement about the importance of listening to music becomes a clever excuse to show off his talent. Henry's polite request to help Rosie with her music conceals his impatient desire to impress her. The teacher's gratitude and the delight in Roja's eyes become the best permission for the prince to perform a small concert. The girl's excited anticipation and Bianca's pride in her brother create an atmosphere of anticipation of a miracle before the performance. The very first chords, played with closed eyes, immerse everyone in the magical world of music created by Henry. The unearthly melody born from Henry's fingers makes Rosie experience pure, unclouded admiration for the first time in her life. The sounds of the piano filling the luxurious hall make the heart of the young heroine beat in unison with the music. The magical music awakens in Rosie a memory of another moment when his heart was also beating strongly. A sudden flashback of hugging coulisses makes Rosie realize that her heart was pounding with fear, not with delight. Thunderous applause and universal admiration become a reward for the prince, who modestly accepts the praise. Rosie's sincere delight and her question about the secret of mastery receive a modest answer from Henry about hard work. The prince's unexpected and generous offer to send his teacher takes Rosie and Bianca by surprise. The mention that this teacher teaches the entire imperial family gives Henry's proposal special value. The joyful appearance of Julius, calling Rosie from the doorway, abruptly interrupts the refined atmosphere of the music salon. Annoyed by the intrusion, Henry suddenly grabs Rosie by the cheeks, leaving the girl completely shocked by his audacity. Julius's jealous outburst in defense of Rosie causes an embarrassed Henry to awkwardly apologize for his impulsiveness. Henry's playful request to Rosie only fuels Julius's anger, who comically demands that she ask him for permission. The boys' possessive argument sends Bianca into fits of laughter, while Rosie stands frozen in complete bewilderment. The children's struggle for attention develops into a chaotic embrace in which Rosie almost suffocates with love. Rosie's happy smile as she walks down the hallway suggests that her lonely days have finally given way to a cheerful bustle. The thrilling thought of his sister's reaction to the news of the prince and the music teacher fills Rosie with childish glee. Rosie's joyful impulse to share the news is interrupted when she hears her sister's worried voice outside the door. An overheard conversation about the weakening power of the imperial family suddenly opens Rosie's eyes to a hidden danger. The mention of the Countess of Castile and the huge difference in status plunges Rosie into the abyss of incomprehensible palace intrigues. The sudden question from the sister, who caught him off guard, interrupts his anxious thoughts, creating a tense moment. Rosie's innocent question about the Countess of Castile, overheard at the door, leaves her sister frozen in confusion. The inner eye paints a sinister image of Madame Muller, shrouded in thorns and intrigue, like a dark queen. The memory of the Countess's power over the Emperor reveals her as a gray cardinal, ruling the palace from the shadows. The lonely figure of a child in the past hints at the woman's desperate ambition to place her own son on the throne. The confusion on the sister's face betrays her internal struggle to explain such complex and dangerous things to a child. The feignedly cheerful answer, that the Countess is the Count's wife, becomes a desperate attempt to steer the conversation away from a dangerous topic. The easy explanation about working in the palace, due to great intelligence, hides from Rosia the terrible truth about court intrigues. Enthusiastic praise for the titles learned becomes salvation for the sister, and for Rosia, a reason for childish pride. A sudden question about the reason for the visit brings Rosie back to the good news, and she blurts out about the prince and the music teacher. The mention of the princess and her piano lessons arouses the sister's keen interest, prompting her to ask the name of this person. Rosie's hesitation with the princess's name gives her sister cause to ponder the many possible options. The sister's clever maneuver of sending the sleepy Rosie to bed cleverly diverts the conversation from unwanted topics. The name of Countess Castile, echoing in her head, gives Rosie an uneasy feeling, as if she has encountered something sinister. A sudden pain in the chest from an unfamiliar name frightens the girl, hinting at tragic memories from a past life. The scene suddenly changes to a sun-drenched training ground where an intense duel between two boys is unfolding. The crossed wooden swords and the furious looks of Henry and Julius reveal their irreconcilable rivalry. Henry's powerful lunge, knocking the sword out of his opponent's hands, demonstrates his superiority and hidden strength. The desperate cry of the defeated Julius, calling for Bianca, is filled with childish resentment and the bitterness of defeat. Henry's calm question about victory only adds fuel to the fire, causing a storm of indignation in Julius. Henry's unperturbed remark about equal conditions leaves the hot-tempered Julius at a loss under his friend's mocking gaze. A gesture of goodwill is gently extended from the young hero to the prince. The quiet observer begins to doubt his first impression of the stoic newcomer. Joint training and unexpected kindness begin to melt the young man's guarded heart. A new warmth is born when the guy discovers that his friend is surprisingly nice. The calm atmosphere is suddenly broken by the cheerful appearance of two young ladies. The prince's face lights up with pure delight at the sight of a girl named Roro. The sudden blush on the young man's face causes confusion in his friend. A shocking realization dawns on everyone that the quiet hero may have feelings for Roro. The confident prince steps forward, convinced that the heroine has come only for him. An unexpected family connection is revealed, completely changing the situation for a royal. The boy was confused by the sudden alarm reflected on Roro's face. The girl notices a hidden tension that does not escape a careful glance. Wanting to dispel the heroine's anxiety, the young man decides to demonstrate his secret training. In the center of everyone's attention, a young man prepares to show the results of his hard work. A powerful sword strike cuts through the air, revealing the boy's unexpected talent and strength. The sister's sincere delight fills the hero's heart with pride and embarrassment. The friend awaits the princess's verdict with curiosity, and she looks puzzled. The princess's restrained praise sounds more like a concession than genuine admiration. The jealous prince steals the spotlight by mistakenly taking the compliment personally. Roro challenges the prince, reminding him of the forgotten agreement and broken word. The prince's imperious claim to the girl's cheeks leaves Roro stumped. Righteous anger grips Andy, preventing the young man from finding words. Conflicting accusations have emerged from a recent conversation, leaving everyone in an awkward position. The cocky prince gains the upper hand, leaving a frustrated Andy without arguments. The girl desperately tries to calm down the quarrel, finding herself between two fires. In a fit of jealousy, the young man demands an answer from his sister, forcing her to make a choice. All eyes are on the heroine, on whom the outcome of the absurd argument now depends. A person of royal blood intervenes in the dispute, reminding them of the bet they won and their right. A sudden realization about the reason for the argument makes Andy regret his hot temper. The prince's unexpected generosity disarms Andy, leaving the boy completely bewildered. Under the pressure of choice, Roro panics, not knowing who to choose. Andy is confident of victory, relying on the unbreakable bonds of blood relationship. The prince awaits the decision with complacency, convinced of the power of his charm. The princess enthusiastically encourages the girl to make a choice, turning drama into entertainment. The unexpected appearance of the stately duke interrupts the children's quarrel with his authority. The duke calmly sends the children into the house, not paying any attention to their argument. The heroine plucks up her courage and approaches the man with a determined look. In a desperate move, Roro offers the duke to become the master of the cheeks, shocking everyone. The world collapses for the prince and Andy when the choice falls on a completely different person. The duke tenderly accepts the unexpected proposal, lifting the happy girl into his arms. A crushing defeat leaves the prince and Andy in the shadows as the duke carries away a happy Roro. Princess Bibi's cruel directness finally finishes off the prince, leaving the young man with no hope. An unexpected moment of camaraderie arises between the young people, cementing their shared loss. The touching farewell between two friends is filled with sadness and sincere promises of support. Princess Bianca's childlike spontaneity collides with the incomprehensible sadness of adults when they part. Princess Bianca's cheerful call takes her shy friend by surprise. A sudden insight into future meetings lights a spark of hope in the girls' hearts. The embarrassed girl timidly expresses hope for a new meeting, fearing rejection. Pure joy overwhelms the heroine from the pleasant time spent with her new friend. Mutual sympathy cements a new friendship, promising many happy moments ahead. The promise of friendship touches the girl to the depths of her soul, causing tears of joy. The prince playfully teases the puffed-up Henry, never missing an opportunity to remind him of his loss. The arrogant remark of a person of royal blood causes a flash of anger in the guy. The prince's tender farewell to Roro is filled with the promise of a quick meeting. The girl clutches a modest gift in her hand, already dreaming of the next, more valuable one. The departing carriage leaves behind a trail of sadness and anticipation of a new meeting. An older friend tries to dispel the girl's melancholy, instilling confidence in an upcoming date. A warm hug allows the tears that have been held back to finally flow, easing the pain of separation. Roro's unexpected confession of sympathy for the prince takes his companion by surprise. A caring brother tries to distract his sister, and the woman is amazed by the baby's openness. The sudden openness of Roro, who had always hidden her feelings, stuns Madame and the Duke. The woman tenderly hugs the baby, promising support in moments of longing for her friend. The Duke and the young man happily support the idea of visiting the princess together. The warmth of the new family fills the girl's heart, giving birth to the desire to be with them forever. The little girl attracts everyone's attention, preparing to say something important and intimate. A graceful curtsy expresses the deep gratitude that a girl feels towards her loved ones. The heroine's radiant smile illuminates everything around, giving a feeling of boundless happiness. A joking suggestion about Roro's superpower of being cute elicits an embarrassed reaction from Madame. The joyful anticipation of tea fills the air, and the boy is already dreaming of pasta. An urgent message for the Duke interrupts the idyll, bringing a note of anxiety into the family peace. The servant's secret whisper causes the Duke to smile faintly, but with alarm. A mysterious stranger in a cloak announces herself as Rosia's birth mother, disturbing the peace. The hooded woman's persistent request for an audience only adds to the oppressive tension. The Duke's cold calculation reveals a suspicious coincidence, because the woman appeared only now. A bad feeling comes over the man, confirming his worst fears about the visit. The mention of the guest's golden hair, like Roro's, adds an unsettling authenticity to the story. Compassion makes the madam think about the stranger's difficult fate, looking for an excuse for her. In the woman's mind, Rosie happily accepts her mother, because the girl has a kind heart. The fear of losing the baby makes the madame's hand clench, anticipating the inevitable pain of separation. The Duke's confident gaze promises to protect the family, reassuring his worried wife. The Duke decides to first meet the mysterious woman in person to understand her motives. The alarmed servant reports that the uninvited guest is already waiting in the living room. Cold determination is reflected on the face of a man walking towards an unknown threat. The cancellation of the long-awaited tea party enrages the young man, resulting in a loud protest of boredom. The disappointed boys start a fight over the cancellation, and Roro watches his brothers in confusion. The girl's words about an important guest make Andy think about the real reason for the commotion. A sudden seriousness replaces childish resentment when the brother decides to ask a question that has been bothering him for a long time. The simple question of why Roro calls Mother Madame takes the little girl by surprise with its directness. The boy points out the strange distance in communication, causing the girl to nervously tug at her dress. The unexpected appearance of Madame interrupts the tense conversation at the most inopportune moment. Madame's warm smile hides her excitement about the upcoming serious conversation. The woman tries to soften the blow by promising that the difficult conversation will be short. Madame sends the disgruntled boy away to be alone with Roro for an important matter. The tension mounts as Roro anxiously awaits what Madame will tell her. A cautious question about her birth mother reveals a void in little Roro's memories. The news of her mother's arrival hits the girl, leaving her in complete shock. The woman tries to soften the shock by adding a note of doubt to the guest's identity. Trying to awaken old memories of her past name only increases the baby's confusion. Only a painful fragment of memory of being abandoned in the shelter breaks through the veil of oblivion. The heroine faces a difficult choice when the Madame asks about her desire to meet a stranger. The Duke greets his guest with icy authority, ready to find out the truth. A woman named Louise Bennett introduces herself modestly, but her posture betrays a hidden agenda. The Duke's direct question about Rosie catches Louise off guard, revealing a crack in her composure. Louise weaves a sentimental story about the child's true name, appealing to the man's emotions. The Duke's sharp question about leaving the child in the orphanage puts Louise's story to a serious test. Clenching her fist, Louise conjures up the image of a desperate mother forced to take a heartbreaking step. Louise skillfully shifts the blame, presenting herself as the victim of unexpected cruelty during the search for the child. With her hands folded in mock relief, the woman feigns gratitude for the Duke's intervention. Joyful gratitude for guardianship seems almost ideal, hiding true intentions. Despite the show, the facts add up, creating a high probability that this woman is a mother. The Duke's suspicions grow stronger because the woman showed up only after taking custody of the baby. The man is adamant in his decision not to give Rosie away, even if her motherhood is confirmed. The only doubt that gnaws at the hero is what if the girl herself chooses her biological mother? The cold permission to let his wife and Roro in marks the beginning of an inevitable and difficult meeting. A timid Roro enters the room, seeking protection behind Madame's back from the Duke's piercing gaze. The Duke gently beckons the girl, forcing her to take a step towards the frightening unknown. Louise rushes to the child, but the frightened little one instinctively hides behind the Duchess. The stranger's forceful embrace paralyzes Rosie, leaving him completely bewildered. In the girl's stunned consciousness, only a confused question addressed to this woman emerges. The Duchess's angry reaction interrupts the performance, protecting the child who is scared to death. Louise's tears do not touch Rosie, leaving only cold bewilderment in the child's eyes. The Duke approaches Rosie gently, intending to clarify the situation with a key question. The mention of Chloe's name makes Rosie freeze, evoking vague echoes of the past. Louise puts on a heartbreaking scene of repentance, but is met with only silent indifference. The Duchess tries to calm the confused girl, while Louise continues her performance. Disappointment grows in Rosia's soul, because the meeting with her mother was not at all joyful. A sudden fear grips the little girl, bringing back terrible memories of the orphanage director. Lost in her thoughts, the girl seeks solace in the silence, looking out the window. The Duke interrupts the difficult scene by giving orders to remove the uninvited guests. As she leaves, Louise casts one last glance at Rosie, full of false regret and hidden triumph. The Duke carefully offers Rosie to rest, trying to protect the girl from difficult experiences. The man tenderly comforts the little girl as she watches the stranger leave. A terrible thought pierces Rosie's mind. Will her real mother really take the girl away from this house? An agitated Andy bursts into the room, demanding an answer from his sister about the frightening rumors. The boy clings desperately to Rosie, and the maid tries in vain to calm the young master. Andy anxiously recounts the conversation he overheard between the maids about the sudden appearance of Roro's mother. Her brother's direct question about the possibility of leaving leaves the confused girl at a loss. Sir Casvin's appearance, with a reminder about training, only adds to the general commotion. The boy indignantly fights back, because now the fate of his sister is more important than any training. Rosie's greatest fear is that if she leaves, she will never see her brother Andy again. The thought of parting with the caring Duke and Madame pierces Rosie's heart with a sharp pain. The realization of a possible separation from kind Anne and teacher Florin fills the girl's soul with melancholy. Bitter regret grips Rosie, because she never had time to boast to her brother Julius about her successes. En's wise advice to follow her heart gives the confused little girl a point of support. En's words about Roshi's happiness sound like a blessing, but sadness splashes in the maid's eyes. The support of a loved one helps Rosie understand that only she can decide her future destiny. The girl realizes that the fear of loss has overshadowed the very thought of living with her birth mother. A sudden chill runs through Rosie's body at the memory of the stranger, causing fear and rejection. Leon's unexpected appearance pulls the little girl out of the abyss of anxious thoughts. Confused, Rosie looks for answers in the faces of adults, not understanding the reason for the appearance of the young guest. The maid's words about the Duke's order to protect Rosie only cause bewilderment in the girl. Leon firmly grabs Rosie's hand, promising to be a reliable protection for the little girl. The young man's vow to follow his mistress everywhere touches the confused girl to the depths of her soul. The maid's hypocritical praise of the Duke's hospitality causes hidden irritation in Louise. The woman consoles herself with the thought of temporarily staying with the child, hatching a cunning plan. The naive maid readily believes in Rosie's amnesia, not noticing Louise's trick. The servant's confidence that the girl does not remember her mother only strengthens the position of the impostor. Louise tries on the image of a loving mother, ready to take her child at any cost. The memory takes the woman to the shelter, where the cold, calculating search for the girl began. Among the carefree children playing, the swindler looks out for her future victim. Under the guise of innocent curiosity, Louise gains permission to talk to the children, beginning her insidious interrogation. Sweet candies and a cloying smile become a woman's main weapon in an attempt to gain the trust of children. The headmistress steers the conversation in the right direction, extracting information from the pupils about the child from the Duke's family. The children's enthusiastic stories give the headmistress the false impression of Ronnie's cheerful and sociable nature. The boy's sharp retort shatters the illusion, revealing the truth about the sullen and lonely child. The mention of Ronnie's constant indigestion makes Louise smirk as the puzzle begins to come together. Childish naivety gives the swindler the perfect explanation for Rosia's strange behavior. An ominous guess dawns on Louise. Now the woman is sure that all this was just a cover to hide her true gender. The impostor cannot comprehend how such a problematic child could end up in a noble family. A triumphant smile lights up the woman's face, for Rosie's luck will now become the key to her own success. Louise grins maliciously, because Rosie's luck has become her own trump card. The Duchess can hardly hide her distrust of the uninvited guest, doubting the woman's words. Louise feigns naive delight in the face of the sumptuous food, continuing her performance. The impostor's exaggerated gratitude only causes shock and rejection in Rosia. Louise's awkward greed gives her away, destroying her image as a well-bred lady. The story of poverty does not resonate with children, who sense the falseness. Andy tries to distract his sister from the unpleasant sight by showing childish concern. The Duke's sincere concern for Rosie stands in stark contrast to the swindler's false love. A simple gesture from a man strengthens the invisible bond with a girl, giving her a sense of security. The mention of Rosie's favorite dessert becomes further evidence for Louise of the girl's strong connection with her new family. The impostor's sweet talk about making up for lost time sounds false and alarming. An assistant's anxious whisper interrupts the tense dinner, demanding the Duke's immediate attention. The assistant's urgent report is drowned out by Louise's greedy chomping, causing Rosie undisguised disgust. Under the pretext of urgent business, the Duchess takes her husband away, leaving the children alone with the frightening guest. The Duchess's imperious order to return to the room takes the playful swindler by surprise. Andy's heart sinks at the thought that Roro might actually leave before they had time to play enough. Desperate to keep his sister, Andy takes an impulsive action, catching Rosie off guard. Clutching his sister's hand tightly, the boy desperately tries to drag her into the world of games, away from adult problems. The assistant's report confirms the terrible guess that the woman's identity was not a fiction. The disappointing facts fall on the Duke's desk. Louisa Bennet's name and status do indeed coincide. Doubt creeps into the Duke's soul, because the visit to the orphanage was for the sake of adoption, not a search. The strange behavior of the orphanage director suggests that Louise was looking for a new child, not her own. An ominous guess pierces the Duke. The adoption was only a screen for collecting information about Rosie. Louise's false words of gratitude, full of feigned humility and deceit, come to mind. The memory of a real mother in prison, desperately asking to take care of her child, burns the heart. The Duke is tormented by a feeling of guilt, because it was he who told Rosie about her mother, causing pain to the girl. The Duchess bitterly realizes that a momentary weakness and thoughts of Rosie's departure led to disaster. The good intentions of adults turn into a new mental wound for a defenseless little girl. A chilling horror grips the Duchess and her assistant at the thought that the children are left alone with the swindler. An explosion of rage and fear forces the Duke to give the order to immediately seize both women. Andy drags his sister along with him, eager to protect the children from the impending threat. The guard's humiliating refusal to let the headmistress into the table ignites a fierce anger in the woman. The Duke's gaze is full of cold determination, because now the main task is to convince the girl to stay. The ousted headmistress is seething with rage, unable to forgive the humiliation of some orphan. The sisters' desperate cry reminds them of the high price of failure, as their future was at stake. The woman convinces herself of her own innocence, plotting cruel revenge on her offenders. All the headmistress's hatred is now directed at the impudent girl and the stupid Duke. The memory takes him back to the past, where a desperate plea for help for his sister gave rise to a devious plan. A carefully selected double in appearance and background cost a lot of money, but guaranteed the success of the scam. The promise of a share in future success becomes a hook for a frightened girl drawn into a dangerous game. The headmistress's smug grin betrays her confidence in success, because they will definitely pay for the beloved girl. Cold calculation flashes in the woman's eyes, anticipating how Rosia will once again be locked up in an unknown orphanage. The headmistress is already mentally approving the plan with Louise, not noticing the rapidly approaching guards. The Duke's threatening order to search takes the swindler by surprise, driving her into a chilling stupor. The commotion mounts, guards burst into the rooms with orders to confiscate anything suspicious. The captain of the guard tries to figure out where both women have disappeared to, since Louise was just in the dining room. Panic grips the headmistress, because exposure seems impossible, and there is no way back. The guard's bewilderment only confirms how flawless the plan was, leaving no evidence behind. The sudden appearance of a carefree Louise behind the headmistress looks like an evil twist of fate. The imposter's raptures about the aristocratic food are interrupted by the icy whisper of the headmistress, who has realized her failure. Realizing the failure, the headmistress grabs Louise by the hand, because the only way out now is immediate escape. The woman drags the confused imposter along with her, promising to explain everything on the go, but there is no time left. The Duke understands that the swindlers sensed something was wrong and fled, but the hope of catching them has not yet died out. The assistant suggests that the fugitives may have disguised themselves as servants, complicating the already tense search. The insightful young man guesses that the swindlers had an accomplice, since a commoner could not know so many details. Cold rage distorts the man's face at the thought of a traitor in his own home who helped the swindlers. Hiding in a shelter, the fugitives hear the Duke's order to find all the culprits, and fear grips them. While Louise trembles with fear of being caught, the headmistress coldly assesses their hopeless situation. The girl's naive protests about easy money are shattered by the harsh reality, only causing the headmistress's anger. The woman's cruel words finally destroy Louise's illusions, forcing her to realize the mortal danger of their situation. The headmistress regretfully writes off the money spent, but a new, more insidious plan is already maturing in her head. A suspiciously large snack for one gentleman leads the headmistress to believe that Andy has company. News of Andy's picnic with the little lady in the garden becomes the key to the runaway's next move. Andy's carefree laughter on the lawn is a stark contrast to the tension inside the mansion. Roshi's playful teasing wears her out, but within that weariness lies the warmth of their budding friendship. After a fun run, Rosie decides to ask a question that weighs heavily on his heart. A direct question about a possible departure takes the girl by surprise, reflected in her eyes as silent horror. Andy's sincere confession of sympathy becomes an unexpected and touching revelation for Rosie. Hiding his tears, the boy bitterly accepts the inevitable, not wanting to interfere with the reunification of his sister with her mother. A bright smile through pain and a promise to wait forever give hope for a future meeting. Children's hugs are full of the bitterness of farewell, because the promise to never forget is given with tears in the eyes. The sudden appearance of the imposter with the headmistress disrupts the touching moment, introducing a note of falsehood and anxiety. Louise's fake smile and the headmistress's sinister gaze betray their true intentions, hidden behind the desire to talk. Andy's gaze is full of mistrust, because the obsessive desire to talk alone seems suspicious to him. The imposter's outstretched arms seem not like an invitation, but a trap, luring the frightened Rosie into the darkness. An internal struggle tears the boy apart, because the decision he had just made to let the girl go now seems unbearable. A desperate reminder of the promise reveals Andy's true feelings, not wanting to give his sister into the hands of others. The offer to stay, if the girl likes it here, becomes the boy's last attempt to protect her. Louise's insidious admission of her lack of maternal rights is merely a clever manipulation of children's feelings. Asking for another chance puts Rosie in an impossible position, playing on her compassion and kindness. The impostor's manipulative request to trust his mother one last time becomes the last straw, breaking the child's will. The vow to do everything possible rings false, hiding behind it a cold and cruel calculation. Rosie's eyes flash with desperate hope as she asks with trepidation if this is really her real mother. Louise's victorious smile and the headmistress's smug look finally confirm the lie, leaving the girl no chance. The joyful cry of a mother and the child's hugs become a symbol of the complete deception that a lonely soul believed in. The sudden pain of the touch makes Roshi recoil, planting the first seed of terrible doubt in her heart. A prickly touch, instead of the long-awaited maternal warmth, leaves an icy trace of disappointment on the girl's soul. Louise's feigned concern only makes the anxiety worse, as the falseness in her voice becomes all too obvious. The headmistress's sinister order to simply grab the girl tears off all masks, revealing the true and cruel purpose. Proximity to the victim changes the face of the impostor, because now there are no obstacles to completing the insidious plan. A shadow suddenly appears, causing Roshi to shudder, as someone's intervention ruins the insidious plan of kidnapping. Shielding the girl with his body, the young knight, with icy calm, challenges two adult women. The wooden sword in the boy's hands seems ridiculous, but the determination in his voice leaves no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. Andy's concern for his sister turns to relief when he sees Rosie safe, albeit scared. The appearance of the guards puts a bold end to this scam, because now the fraudsters will definitely not escape justice. The father looks at the children with complicated feelings, while Andy hugs his rescued sister tightly. The Duke takes Rosie into his arms, giving a cold order to investigate, and in his arms the girl finally feels safe. The Duke's praise embarrasses Andy, but the second boy takes it with pride, as is due. The boy's quiet admission of his inability to protect his sister reveals a precocious sense of responsibility. A funny announcement of the rivalry between the boys for the right to protect Rosie diffuses the tense atmosphere. Clenching his fists tightly, the young man makes a silent vow to protect Rosie at all costs. The Duke gently reassures his daughter, convincing her that all the horror she had experienced was just a bad dream. Father promises that everything will be fine, but the fear of the nightmare she experienced still glimmers in Rosie's eyes. The captured swindlers are on their knees, and Louise's pathetic babble about stupidity is drowned out by the headmistress's icy silence. The alliance of swindlers falls apart in a stream of mutual accusations, revealing the true greed and malice of each. The Duke carries his daughter away, leaving behind the dark figures of the past, who no longer have a place in the child's life. The stress she experienced leaves its mark, and now little Rosie is burning with fever from terrible memories. The doctor reports that the fever will not go down immediately, and the whole family freezes in anxious anticipation at the baby's bedside. A mother's heart is squeezed with pain at the sight of a sleeping girl who has experienced a shock that is not childish. Waking up from a feverish sleep brings new fear, because in the face of the caring woman, Rosia someone else seems to be. In her feverish delirium, Rosie imagines how her real mother would worry about her, feeling acute loneliness. The care of the Duke and Lady seems to the girl only a pale shadow of the motherly love she never knew. The thought of Brother Andrea's experiences brings little consolation, warming the child's heart in the cold sweat of illness. Someone's caring touch to his hot forehead tears Rosie from the captivity of nightmares, returning him to reality. The abrupt order to eat and sleep frightens the weakened girl, who does not recognize any familiar features in the night guest. Yusa's sudden appearance at the patient's bedside comes as a complete surprise to Rosie, causing confusion. The girl's amazement at her brother's presence in her room in the middle of the night is mixed with embarrassment and anxiety. The young man's caring gesture, not allowing her to stand up abruptly, is filled with genuine concern for his sister's health. Yus patiently explains the need to eat, because it determines how quickly the medicine will work. The mention of the porridge left by N touches Rosie deeply, as it is yet another proof of sincere concern. The embarrassed request to thank N for her concern betrays Rosie's timid attachment to her new family. The girl is shocked by her brother's intention to feed her with a spoon, because such care is unusual for her. Rosie's funny protests and Yusa's persistence create a touching scene of brotherly care, full of tenderness. The news of 2 days of unconsciousness stuns the girl, forcing her to realize the seriousness of what happened. An alarming letter from his mother made Yus drop everything he was doing, because it described the full horror of the kidnapping. The young man arrived immediately, but did not dare to wake his exhausted sister, quietly watching her sleep from behind the door. A gentle touch to his hair and words of relief betray his brother's deep concern for Rosie's life. The persistent desire to feed the weakened girl causes a storm of protest mixed with embarrassment in her. Rossi's funny excuses about how well she feels only elicit a warm, understanding smile from Yus. Having yielded to his sister, the young man hands over the bowl with relief, rejoicing at her awakened appetite and return to life. Warm porridge warms not only the body, but also the soul, although the bitterness of deception still echoes with pain in Rosia's heart. Looking at her caring brother gives Rosie the realization that she now has a real, loving family in her life. A surprising surge of strength makes Rosie think, because she feels healthier than ever before. The doctor's surprise confirms that the girl's rapid recovery is almost a miracle, defying all medical predictions. The relief of a quick recovery is mixed with joy, because the last thing Rosie wanted was to cause her loved ones unnecessary trouble. The sudden appearance of Yus, who decided to play hide-and-seek, fills the room with laughter and an atmosphere of carefree childhood. Forgotten by everyone under the couch, Leon sadly realizes his defeat in the game. Feeling completely alone, Leon's appearance from under the sofa comes as a complete surprise to Yus and Rossi, causing comical amazement. Leon's serious explanation of his duty as a knight to be by his mistress turns the children's game into a real fantasy. Yus's awkward attempt to smooth things over is met with a proud denial from Leon, who is clearly offended but unwilling to admit it. The Duke's intervention turns a childish grievance into a new, fun competition where there will be no losers. The appearance of another brother, flushed and a little embarrassed, promises to make the game even more exciting. Andy's excited recounting of his sparring with Sir Cosvin fills the room with energy and anticipation of new adventures. Yus's kind smile shows that he is genuinely happy with his younger brother's enthusiasm and is ready to share the fun with him. A playful request to count more slowly signals the start of a merry bustle, and the three children scatter in all directions. In the panic, Andy drags Leon away, leaving Rosie alone and confused to find shelter. Remembering Leon's lucky hiding spot, Rosie throws herself hopefully towards the sofa as the count inexorably draws to a close. The girl's desperate attempt to hide in the same place creates tension, because there is almost no time left. The trap snaps shut, and panic grips Rosie, stuck in her own hiding place under her brother's relentless counting. Having finished counting, Yus turns around excitedly, ready to start searching, not even suspecting the comical trap his sister has fallen into. The edge of her dress sticking out from under the sofa gives away the hapless fugitive, and Yus has a hard time holding back a smile. Found by surprise, Rosie blushes with embarrassment, unable to utter a word of gratitude for saving her. Tears of resentment from his brother's uncontrollable laughter are mixed with annoyance at his own awkwardness. The unexpected compliment stuns the girl, making her heart beat in a completely new, thrilling rhythm. This is not the first time Rosia has heard the words she's cute, but right now they seem the most sincere. In a fit of childish frankness, Rosie confesses her deep sympathy, disarming Yus with the purity of her feelings. Watching the touching scene, the boys' friends remark with affection how sweet younger sisters can be. One of the boys' funny complaints about his sister, a real devil, add a touch of humor to an otherwise sentimental moment. Yus's friends' persistent warnings not to succumb to illusions seem strange and completely inappropriate. All doubts and other people's cynical advice fade before the obvious fact that Rosie is truly incredibly sweet. Yus's sincere response to his sister's confession fills the moment with incredible warmth and tenderness. Alarmed by the scream, Andy and Leon burst into the room, interrupting the touching moment between brother and sister. With a flick of his fingers, Yus announces his victory in hide-and-seek, catching his younger brothers off guard. Leon's outraged cries of foul play are dashed by Yus's logical arguments, while Roshi silently rages. Rosie's delighted look is replaced by a slight sadness from the realization that for her brother, she is just a little child. A new, unfamiliar feeling of pain from his condescending attitude takes the girl by surprise. Leon's caring gesture of offering help brings Rosie back from her sad thoughts to reality. Leon's awkward attempt to show concern is met with Rosie's embarrassed denial, creating a sweet pause. Andy looks at his older brother with indignation, finally realizing the reason for their solitude and tender scene. To diffuse the brewing conflict, Rosie offers his candidacy for the role of driver, distracting the brothers from the dispute. For Leon, just seeing Rosie smile is already the highest happiness, for which he is ready to do anything. Andy's innocent question about Yusa's return to the academy disrupts the idyll, foreshadowing an imminent separation. The news that the separation will be long makes Rosie and Andy's hearts clench with disappointment. The realization that his brother will not return until next year hits Roshi like a bolt from the blue. Yusa's desire to spend the remaining time together fills the moment with bittersweet tenderness and makes every minute count. Every kind word from his brother makes Rosia's heart flutter, and the world around him float in a happy fog. The calm scene of tea drinking with parents creates a contrast with the internal storm of feelings raging in the girl's soul. The mother's caring questions envelop Rosie with warmth, but also force her to hide the true reason for her sadness. A favorite dessert, prepared especially for the girl, becomes a silent reproach to her suddenly lost appetite. In order not to upset her mother, Rosie eats dessert with a smile, masterfully hiding the tears welling up in her throat. Feeling guilty about the past makes the Duchess ask for forgiveness, unable to contain her mother's pain. The Duke's firm promise to protect Rosie from all offenders instills in the girl a timid hope for safety. The regret in his father's voice that he could not do more reveals the depth of his paternal love. Embarrassed by such care, Rosie tries to object, considering herself unworthy of such a warm attitude. The girl's sincere assurance that she is okay touches her parents deeply. The hope in his father's voice that Roshi would never have to face something like this again sounds like a vow. Taken aback by such frankness, the heroine babbles a promise to be more careful in the future. The long-awaited words about the desire to become a real family fall upon Rosie like an avalanche of happiness. The offer to become their daughter, full of tenderness and hope, gives the girl a chance to find a real home. A stunned Rosie stands frozen, unable to believe what is happening, while her parents wait for an answer. The parents' sincere desire to protect the girl from the whole world makes Rosie silently consider their offer. The fear of never meeting such kind people again fights in the heroine's soul with the hope of finding a family. Thoughts of a happy future with these people fill Rosie's heart with warmth, making the upcoming choice even more painful. The sudden refusal to become their daughter hangs in the air, shocking the Duke and Duchess. With pain in her voice, the girl admits that she still hasn't given up hope of waiting for her real mother. A vague image of a mother in a snowy landscape emerges in the memory, haunting and making one cling to the past. The misunderstanding and pain of why she was left in the shelter torments Rosie's soul, preventing her from moving forward. The desperate desire to meet the mother and get answers to her questions becomes the main reason for refusal. Despite her decision, Rosie pours out all her gratitude, admitting that they gave her true happiness. Remembering the happy moments with her new family makes her choice even more bitter and difficult. Yusa's strict order to treat Roshi with respect sounds like an unbreakable rule for everyone. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosie tries to convey that they have already become a real family to her. The understanding look of the father and his calm words remove the stone of guilt from the girl's soul for her refusal. Warm hugs and words of comfort from the Duchess give Rosie the feeling that she is understood and accepted by everyone. The mother's tender promise to wait for the girl's heart to open leaves the door to their family always open. In her mother's embrace, Rosie finds long-awaited warmth and understands how pleasant it is to share it with others. A mother's thoughtful question about a new hairstyle fills the morning with an atmosphere of home comfort and love. Rosie's childish delight at her new hairdo clashes with Andy's comical horror and indignation. Andy's funny comparison of her hair with horns only makes Rosie laugh quietly, because she likes everything. His mother's cheerful laughter and her humorous remark make Andy's pouting look even more comical. His mother's playful attempt to tease Andy by fixing Rosie's hair only serves to heighten his comical indignation. Andy's desperate cries about wasted time are shattered by his mother's imperturbable calm and Rosie's confusion. Rosie's innocent question about the beauty of her horns finally disarms her indignant brother with its sincerity. The mother's light laughter, admitting her mistake in Rosie's tastes, puts an end to the amusing morning argument. Andy's sudden suggestion of a tea party takes Rosie by surprise, leaving her surprised and curious. The mother's concern for Rosia to have friends opens up old wounds and fears of the lonely girl. The ghost of the past in the form of Miss Lydia makes Rosie afraid of a repeat of pain and rejection. The mother's warm words, giving Rosia complete freedom to choose her guests, instill a timid hope in the girl. The offer to invite Princess Bibi seems like a pipe dream to Rosie, causing shock and awe. A warm memory of Princess Bibi's affection dispels all doubts, lighting a spark of joy in Rosie's eyes. The determination in Rosie's voice as she agrees to have tea marks her first step towards facing her fears. Andy's childish joy and his impulse to go with his sister make his mother feel touched and delighted. Andy's sudden embarrassment at the inappropriateness of his presence adds comedy and poignancy to the situation. His mother's reminder of the upcoming preparations fills Rosie with trepidation and anticipation of an important event. The girl's beaming smile and promise to try her best speak of her boundless happiness and enthusiasm. The parents' calm conversation about the upcoming tea party is filled with quiet pride and hope for their daughter's happiness. Andy's funny whining about wanting to go with his sister highlights his affection and reluctance to be separated. The father warmly hopes that this event will be a positive and joyful experience for the little girl. The announcement that the young lady is ready creates intrigue and makes the parents freeze in anticipation. The appearance of Rosie, shining like an angel in her attire, becomes the apogee of universal happiness and love. The father and brother freeze in silent admiration, stunned by the angelic beauty of the transformed Rosie. The enthusiastic cries of the brothers surrounding their happy little sister fill the room with an atmosphere of pure love. The encouraging voice of his mother, reminding him that it was time to go, gently brings Rosie out of the world of dreams and into reality. Holding tightly to her mother's hand, the heroine takes a step forward, full of excitement and tremulous anticipation. Against the backdrop of a luxurious tea party, a timid hope of finding real friends here is born in the girl's soul. Seeing the excitement in Madame's eyes, Rosie is surprised to realize that she is not alone in her worries. An inner voice sternly reminds the girl of etiquette lessons, forcing her to mentally correct her mistake. Sincere gratitude for the organized holiday fills Rosia's heart, giving her a sense of her own importance. The appearance of the elegant Leon, waiting for them with a smile, brings a note of pleasant surprise into the atmosphere. Embarrassed by the Duchess's compliment, the young man bows politely, exchanging his first timid glance with Rosie. Rosie's timid request to go with Leon is filled with hope for a budding friendship. The mother's anxiety about whether everything will be okay reveals her deep concern for Rosie's fragile soul. The father's confidence in Leon as a reliable companion for Rosie calms his worried wife. An overheard conversation about Leon's knightly qualities only strengthens the Duke's trust in the young man. Leon's mature behavior beyond his years sets him apart from his peers, making him an ideal companion. The obvious mutual sympathy between the children becomes the father's main argument in favor of this union. A sudden letter with a wax seal breaks the idyll, foreshadowing unexpected and bad news. The news of Princess Bianca's illness plunges her mother into shock and little Rosie into despair. The mother panics at the thought that without her only friend, Rosie will be left completely alone at the party. The inability to cancel the tea party leaves Rosie with the cruel necessity of facing her fears alone. The pain of disappointment from the news about the princess is reflected in Rosie's eyes, destroying her fragile hopes. The girl's reluctance to cancel the party for Miss shows her maturity and concern for the feelings of others. Rosie clenches her fists and gathers her will into a fist, because all her efforts should not be in vain. The sudden determination to cope alone takes the mother and the maid by surprise, causing silent admiration. The heroine's radiant smile, assuring that everything is fine, hides a storm of emotions and fears inside. The thought that Leon will be nearby becomes a lifeline and a source of confidence for Rosie. A mother's permission to leave at any time gives the girl a sense of security and freedom of choice. Rosie's happy smile, filled with genuine courage, speaks of her readiness to welcome guests. The appearance of Agnes and Sylvia, two unfamiliar girls, brings a touch of intrigue and anticipation to the atmosphere. The Duchess greets the young ladies with impeccable courtesy, officially opening the long-awaited tea party. The first meeting with Agnes and Sylvia takes place in an atmosphere of politeness, but behind the smiles, there is tension. The departure of the Duchess leaves Rosie alone with new acquaintances, forcing her to step out of her comfort zone. Sylvia's unexpected admission of envy for the Duke's support catches Rosie off guard, hinting at her special status. Sylvia's genuine delight at Rosie's dress lightens the mood, and the girls begin to chat lightly. The warm reaction of his new acquaintance gives Rosia a timid confidence that everything can go well. Agnes's cool remark about the luxury of tea brings a note of restraint and appreciation back into the conversation. The knowledge that the rarest tea from Mount Parain is on the table underlines the high level of reception. Agnes's question about the famous tea puts Rosie in an awkward position, since she has never even heard of it. Sylvia's enthusiastic account of the tea's origins only serves to highlight the hostess's ignorance. Agnes's surprised and slightly contemptuous look makes Rosie feel like an outsider at her own party. Rosie's disarming innocence in admitting her ignorance only emphasizes her purity and simplicity. Sylvia's remark about Rosie's importance to the Duchess elicits only a cold and contemptuous silence from Agnes. Agnes's inner arrogance makes her consider Rosie a simpleton, incapable of appreciating the honor bestowed upon her. Rumors of Rosie's humble origins, which surface in Agnes's memory, only fuel her latent hostility. Agnes's pointed question about Leon is intended to humiliate Rosie and put her in an awkward position. The caustic suggestion that Rosie chose Leon for his beauty becomes a direct attack on her feelings. Rosie's confusion, unable to find the words to respond, reveals her vulnerability in the face of such cruelty. Agnes's triumphant smirk, enjoying Rosie's confusion, speaks volumes about her complete superiority at this moment. Leon's sudden intervention, interrupting the bullying, becomes a saving ray of light for Rosie. The young man's proud declaration that he is the lady's chosen one restores Rosie's dignity and puts the impudent ones in their place. Leon's bold statement causes a fit of indignation in Agnes, because she is not used to such resistance. A frightened Rosie tries to intervene, but her words get stuck in her throat from shock and confusion. Leon's vow to dedicate himself to his mistress stuns Rosie, revealing to her the depth of his devotion. The silent question hangs in the air as to why such an enviable playmate ended up with the simpleton Rosia. Agnes's disdainful glance at her unprepossessing page betrays her envy and disappointment. Agnes's brazen question about Leon's price crosses all boundaries, turning a person into a commodity. Agnes's overconfident offer to give him more money becomes a real test of the young man's loyalty. Rosie's eyes were filled with desperate pleading, as she so hoped not to be mistaken about her new friend. The tense silence at the table is broken by Rosie's desperate attempt to fix everything, but the moment is lost. Lady Lauren's sudden appearance, like a goddess, turns all attention to herself, foreshadowing a new turn of events. The Duchess's concern for Rosie breaks through to the surface, despite her attempts to maintain outward calm. The maid's confidence in her mistress's success only highlights the hidden tension and maternal fears. The prolonged absence of Lady Lauren, the chief guest, makes the Duchess's heart ache with foreboding. Lady Lauren's status as the only daughter of one of the three great duchies of the empire makes her an almost mythical figure. Rumors that the young lady has already become the queen of high society only increase the pressure on the inexperienced Rosie. The forced invitation, which could not be left unsent, becomes a source of quiet despair for the Duchess. A heavy premonition does not leave the Duchess, because this girl's visit could turn into either a triumph or a disaster. Rosie's childish spontaneity, delighted with the dessert, momentarily disperses the clouds in the tense atmosphere. Rosie's simple and sincere gesture of offering a treat becomes a bold attempt to establish contact. Lady Lauren's graceful smile as she accepts the gift hides her true intentions, leaving everyone in painful ignorance. The presence of Lady Lauren makes Rosie the most nervous, because in front of her sits a real queen of society. The memory of his friendship with Princess Bibi gives Rosie a faint hope that he can find a common language with this unapproachable lady. Clenching her fists, Rosie mentally encourages herself that all her hard training should not be in vain. Lauren's polite refusal of Agnes's offer of refreshments demonstrates her restraint and ability to keep her distance. Agnes's offer to be more simple seems friendly, but in reality it is just another mask in her insidious game. Behind Rosie's back, Agnes wonders why someone as important as Lauren would come to this upstart at all. The cold glint in Agnes's eyes betrays her true intentions. She is about to strike the first blow in this social battle. Sylvia's carefree curiosity in asking a question breaks the tension hanging in the air. Sylvia, with childish spontaneity, begins to recount the intriguing conversation she heard from her mother. The mysterious word goal, overheard by Sylvia's mother, hints at a hidden conspiracy in which Rosie finds herself at the center. Rosie's awkward attempt to hide her nervousness only gives her away, making her vulnerable. Agnes's sinister grin betrays her interest, as the mysterious goal excites her imagination. Agnes picks up the rumor, enthusiastically cornering Rosie with her guesses and memories. The cruel suggestion that the Duke's love for the children is merely a cover strikes at what is most dear to the girl. The strange aura emanating from Sylvia makes Agnes wary, feeling something inexplicable. A sudden memory of a mysterious hooded woman links the past and present into a knot of intrigue. Sylvia's direct question, full of childish curiosity, takes Rosie by surprise, leaving no room for retreat. Agnes's snide remark that Rosie can't know anything is a subtle attempt to drive a wedge between her and the Duke. Despite her doubts, a suspicion arises in the heroine's soul that Agnes is deliberately trying to denigrate her savior. The warm memory of the Duke's kindness, who gave her happiness, becomes Rosie's only support in this sea of poison. The memory of the Duchess's warm embrace strengthens Rosie's resolve to defend her honor at any cost. Under a hail of caustic questions, the girl gathers her will into a fist, preparing to give a crushing rebuff. Casting aside fear, Roshi boldly declares his unwavering faith in the nobility of his savior. Agnes's cynical grin devalues the heroine's ardent defense, hinting at the general hypocrisy. In desperation, Rosie tries to stop Sylvia, realizing that she has become a pawn in someone else's cruel game. Lady Lauren's graceful rebuke to Sylvia instantly changes the balance of power at the table. With a disarming smile, Lady Lauren declares that this is the first time she has heard such rumors, leaving Agnes baffled. Agnes's triumphant gaze pierces the embarrassed Rosie, who feels trapped. The reflection of the teacup flashes through Agnes's cunning plan to use the situation to get closer to Lady Lauren. While Agnes dreams of getting rid of the naive, kind-hearted Rosie, a cold determination is growing in the heroine's soul. Agnes continues to weave intrigues, hinting that Rosie is just a pretext for the Duke's secret affairs. The ominous rumor of the disappearance of all the children patronized by the Duke hangs in the air, freezing the blood. Roshi's furious cry breaks the silence, her faith in her savior unwavering in the face of vile lies. Agnes feigns remorse, masterfully playing the card of an innocent mistake to lull vigilance. Lady Lauren's look of silent question makes Rosie realize that her true loyalty is being tested. Lauren destroys all speculation with one blow, stating that the rumors about the target were a lie from the beginning. With cold confidence, Lady Lauren confirms that the Duke would never do anything like that. The words that the Marchioness of Rodham would not have spread slander deal a crushing blow to Agnes's plan. Sylvia, with childish spontaneity, explains that the Duke and Marchioness are simply good people, disarming everyone with her simplicity. Rosie's joyful agreement with Lauren's words becomes a symbol of their new alliance against intrigue and lies. The memory of Sophie's family's public humiliation at the Duke's refusal becomes the backdrop for the unfolding drama. Lady Lauren's calm as she sips her tea only emphasizes her cold calculation and understanding of social games. A sudden question thrown in the faces of Agnes and Sylvia takes the schemers by surprise, depriving them of their advantage. Lauren's sweet smile, offering to apologize to Rosie, turns into a sophisticated weapon, driving them into a corner. The complete confusion on Agnes and Sylvia's faces shows how their cunning plan has collapsed in an instant. Sylvia's sincere apology, embarrassed by her own chatter, brings a note of childish naivety into the tense atmosphere. Rosie's confused kindness in hastily forgiving Sylvia demonstrates her unpreparedness for such cruel games. Agnes's hidden rage at being forced to remain silent betrays her humiliation and unwillingness to apologize to the upstart. The thought of getting closer to Lady Lauren becomes a lifeline for Rosie in this sea of intrigue. Agnes sees Lauren as her target and vows not to give her up to this naive girl. Agnes's forced apology, full of hidden poison, becomes only a temporary concession in her insidious game. Rosie's quiet gratitude for the apology shows her willingness to believe in the best, even when everything around her is steeped in lies. The girl's naive attempt to protect the Duke's reputation by inviting everyone to see his kindness opens a new Pandora's box. The funny description of the seemingly terrifying Duke makes the friends laugh, diffusing the tense situation. Rosie's words about Duke Julius's gentleness make Lauren and Sylvia look at the situation from a completely different angle. Sylvia's excited reaction to the opportunity to visit Rosie's home turns an awkward conversation into an unexpected adventure. The dream of meeting the mysterious Mr. Julius completely captures Sylvia's imagination, pushing all intrigue into the background. Sylvia's offer of a mutual invitation becomes the first step towards a true friendship, breaking down the walls of mistrust. A pinky swear to seal a promise may seem like child's play, but to Roshi, it symbolizes gaining a new ally. Rosie and Sylvia's tightly interlocked fingers signify the birth of a friendship that can withstand any intrigue. Lady Lauren's agreement to join them is a sign of complete triumph for Rosie and Sylvia. Next to Lauren, the girl feels the same warmth and calm as next to Princess Bibi, finding another loved one. Agnes gnashes her teeth in rage, realizing her complete defeat, because now even Lady Lauren is on her rival's side. Rosie's unexpected question to Agnes becomes a gesture of goodwill extended across the abyss of hostility. Sylvia's enthusiastic call to join them finally ruins all of Agnes's plans to isolate Rosie. Hiding her true motives behind a sweet smile, Agnes seizes the invitation as a last chance not to miss her goal. Behind Lady Lauren's cold determination lies an intention to dot the I's next time. Lauren's sudden change in behavior leaves Agnes shocked and confused, breaking her usual patterns. Joining the others, Agnes cannot believe that this sudden success is the merit of the hated Rosie. The sudden attention from all sides overwhelms Rosie, who finds herself at the center of a whirlwind of new acquaintances and emotions. A worried Sylvia notices the confusion of Rosie, who has not yet recovered from the whirlwind of events. Lady Lauren's caring touch takes Rosie by surprise, awakening entirely new feelings within her. An unfamiliar, warm feeling is born in Rosie's soul, which she cannot yet understand or explain. Rosie's happy smile as she tells the maid about her day speaks volumes about her small victory. The conspiratorial gleam in the girl's eyes promises another amazing piece of news, which she is in a hurry to share. The joyful cry about 3 new friends becomes a symbol of the beginning of a completely new life for Rosia. The maid's enthusiastic reaction to Rosie's plans to invite her friends home fills the room with an atmosphere of pure happiness. Describing her friends, Rosie describes Agnes and Lauren with childish spontaneity, but falls silent when she remembers Sylvia. A disturbing moment comes to mind, when a strange, frightening aura emanated from Sylvia, darkening the joy. The maid's worried question makes Rosie hide her vague suspicions so as not to destroy the fragile happiness. Hiding her anxiety behind a smile, Rosie tries to convince herself that it's all nonsense and obediently goes to bed. The accumulated tension spills over into heat, and the girl burns in bed from the consequences of her first social event. The sound of a child's cry as his little friend begs Roro not to die fills the room with despair and fear. The boy, in desperation, promises the doctor anything, if only he would save the life of dear Rosia. The doctor's tricky question about the possibility of taking Rosie as a sister leaves the young gentleman completely stupefied. The doctor's light joke lightens the mood, but behind the laughter lies a serious assessment of the situation. In a half-dream, Rosie is tormented by the thought that she was simply not ready for the cruelty of the world of tea parties and intrigue. The Duke gently reproaches the Marquise, believing that she was too hasty in throwing the girl into the very heat of things. Duke Julius's confident gaze promises that everything is under control, and there is no reason to worry. Despite her husband's words, Marquise Rodham finds no peace, because Roro's fragile body is so defenseless. The shadow of a past incident with her own mother hangs over the sick Roro, turning an ordinary illness into an ominous omen. Marchioness Rodham, looking at the girl, remembers her own childhood, when the cause of her illnesses was supernatural forces. A conversation with the Duke about Roro's unusually rapid healing of wounds only increases the Marquise's anxiety, adding a new twist to the mystery. The worried friend can't believe his eyes when he sees Roro back on his feet so soon after a serious illness. Her childish belief in the healing power of candy given to her by her older brother is disarming in its naivety. The embarrassed young man melts from Roro's quiet whisper, praising the taste of his candies, and is ready to believe in any miracle. The boy proudly announces that he has a whole arsenal of candies to ensure the safety of his adopted sister. A generous gift from her older brother becomes not just a treat for Rosia, but a symbol of care and protection. The Marchioness of Rodham's appearance in the garden brings a note of calm, but her attentive gaze searches for answers to unspoken questions. Roro's boundless joy at his recovery is reinforced by the boy's proud confidence in the magical power of his candy. The relief of the Marchioness of Rodham, who is happy that Rosie's illness is over, is mixed with a slight anxiety for the girl's future. The proposal to have a tea party in honor of the recovery causes a storm of delight in Rosia and her friend, foreshadowing a new holiday. The boy enthusiastically asks for Anan to make the tea, adding a personal touch to the upcoming event. The young gentleman rushes away, determined to arrange everything, leaving the Marquise and Rosie in anticipation of a small miracle. Behind closed doors, Duke Julius and Marchioness Rodham come to a disturbing conclusion about the awakening of Roshi's supernatural abilities. The knowledge that these abilities indicate Roshi's imperial blood weighs heavily on the Marquise's heart. The Duke and Marchioness realize that they now need a way to test and understand the nature of the girl's incredible gift. Deciding to have a direct conversation, the Marchioness of Rodham prepares to ask Rosie a question that could change absolutely everything. A direct question about the strange sensations takes Rosie by surprise, forcing her to look deep into her secret experiences. The Marquise's reassuring smile hides the true purpose of the question, lulling the naive girl's vigilance. Rosie's naive confession becomes the key the Marquise has been waiting for to lift the veil of secrecy. The girl's fear of becoming a burden to her guardians shows how much she values their goodwill. Marchioness Rodham's strong embrace silently reassures Rosie that no amount of weirdness can break their bond. The Marquise's concern turns out to be not anxiety over problems, but genuine concern for the girl's well-being. In the silence of the garden, Rosie finally decides to share her deepest and most frightening feelings. The girl's words about the oddities become confirmation for the Marquise of her most daring and dangerous guesses. The memory of the first meeting with his mother is colored for Rosie in dark tones of inexplicable anxiety. The girl describes her ability to see the hidden darkness behind even the sweetest and most welcoming smile. The physical repulsion that Roshi experiences when in contact with evil becomes irrefutable proof of her gift. Marchioness Rodham finally finds words for Roshi's phenomenon, defining her gift as the ability to sense foreboding. Doubts gnaw at the Marquise, because Rosie's vague feelings can be attributed to simple childish sensitivity, a sinister method of testing strength that requires introducing foreign energy into the body comes to mind. The awareness of the mortal danger from the collision of two different forces in one body forces one to abandon the risky undertaking. The tenderness in the Marquise's touch speaks of a decision to protect Rosie, even at the cost of ignorance. Children's laughter and baskets of cookies burst into the garden, driving away gloomy thoughts and promising a holiday. Marchioness Rodham decides to put her worries aside and give Rosie moments of carefree happiness at a tea party. The young gentleman, trying to impress, proudly demonstrates his strength by lifting a heavy basket. Behind the childish game lies the boy's firm determination to find a safe way to learn the truth about Roshi's power. Duke Julius's important conversation is interrupted by the appearance of an assistant whose appearance does not bode well. The long-awaited package has finally arrived, and the relief on the assistant's face only increases the intrigue surrounding its contents. Duke Julius looks doubtfully at the contents of the parcel, which do not at all correspond to his expectations. The Duke's willingness to pay any amount, overheard by the children, lends the deal a touch of mystery and importance. The sudden appearance of a stranger calling Roro by name takes the children by surprise, disturbing their privacy. The man's flippant remark about the long separation only increases Rosie's confusion, not recognizing the guest. The assistant, desperately trying to escape from the clutches of the hands, brings a touch of comic chaos to the tense scene. Rosie, in her finest attire, tries to impress the Duke with an impeccable social greeting. Roro's childish formality has the effect of a lightning strike on the Duke, leaving him in complete shock. The Duke, stunned, recoils from the girl, begging her to stay away, unable to bear such formality. The little friend bursts into laughter, finding the grown man's reaction to a simple greeting incredibly funny. The young man decides to take Roshi's training into his own hands, showing her how to behave in a domestic environment. Andrea's etiquette lesson becomes Roro's first step into the complex world of aristocratic conventions. Rosie's clumsy attempt to repeat the bow is touching, but her eyes show genuine effort. The news of the visit to Bibi and Henry causes the Duke to feel a fit of embarrassment, revealing his secret feelings. A gentle pat on the head becomes a silent blessing and a sign of paternal love for Rosia. The happy children leave, leaving the Duke alone with thoughts that are a mixture of tenderness and anxiety. The sudden stop and stern address to Andrea fills the air with tension, foreshadowing a serious conversation. The memory of Rose's kiss on Henry's hand flashes through the Duke's mind like a signal of hidden threat. The previous incident, hushed up due to lack of time, now seems to the Duke like a missed opportunity to prevent disaster. The Duke makes young Andrea responsible for Rosie's safety, turning the boy into her main protector. Marchioness Rodham quietly seeks alternatives, knowing that a direct test of Roshi's divine power could be fatal for her. Marchioness Rodham's anxiety about the future of Rosie hangs in the air, demanding an answer to the unspoken question of the consequences. Duke Julius's self-confident smile conceals a complex plan to completely subjugate the child to his will. Bibi's sincere apology and box of sweets become a symbol of a belated, but no less valuable friendship. Bibi's regret about missing tea is dissolved in the warm atmosphere of the picnic, and Rosie's gratitude, Andrea's innocent compliment about the delicious cookies, unexpectedly sparks a brewing conflict. Jealous protection of a gift for Rosie turns Bibi into a little fury, ready to defend justice with her fists. Henry's question about the past tea party brings back pleasant memories for Rosie, while a childish quarrel rages in the background. Rosie's happy smile as she talks about her new friends proves that the party was a success despite all the worries. The realization that the first tea party in her life was a success fills Rosia's heart with pure and bright joy. A funny scene with Bibi with her mouth stuffed with cookies eases the tension, making the boys feel touched. The news of Lauren's possible appearance darkens Bibi's mood, hinting at a hidden rivalry for Rosie's attention. Anxiety runs through Bibi's mind, as the presence of another girl could complicate their fragile friendship. The appearance of new names on the guest list turns the children's meeting into an arena of political intrigue and alliances. Henry can't hide his admiration at seeing Rosie, who had seemed so lost just a moment ago, beaming with happiness. Henry's insistent offer to try the cookies becomes an act of caring that does not escape Andrea's jealous gaze. Andrea makes a daring move by snatching the cookies right from under Rosie's nose, shocking everyone present. Henry's confusion is met with a silent challenge in Andrea's gaze, which clearly has no intention of explaining anything. Andrea's inner vow to keep an eye on Henry turns the picnic into a battleground for Rosie's favor. Bibi's carefree offer to play sounds dissonant against the backdrop of growing tension between the boys. Andrea rudely shuts Bibi up, making it clear that in this game, no one cares about the opinions of the losers. Beaming with delight, Rosie suggests playing the cutest and most innocent game, dreaming of family comfort. Andrea's arrogant remark about childish play betrays his desire to appear mature and hide his true feelings. Henry immediately takes the initiative, happily offering himself as a dad to be close to Rosie. Andrea's desperate cry, claiming the role of a father, reveals his jealousy and fear of being left behind. The boys' verbal duel turns into a furious fight for the right to be near Roshi, revealing their rivalry. The electric tension between Henry and Andrea threatens to escalate into a full-blown storm due to children's stubbornness. Rosie, caught between two fires, panics and tries to stop the fight, not wanting to choose between friends. A sudden insight changes the course of the game, and Roshi's eyes light up with determination to find a way out of the impasse. With a beaming smile, Rosie presents the treat to her darling, completely changing the rules of the game. The appearance of a new boy, who sheepishly accepts the treat, leaves both rivals completely bewildered. The playful battle for Rosie's attention flares up again when Bibi enters the game of favorite child. The sweet cookie gives Bibi moments of pure delight, while an embarrassed Leon timidly tries the treat. Overcome by jealousy, Andrea demands her share of maternal care, causing Henry to smile mockingly. Longing for a lost childhood gives way to a fierce battle for the right to be the older brother in a new makeshift family. Andrea's unexpected concern for Leon hints at the beginning of an alliance that could change the balance of power in their small world. Bibi's clever remark about Henry's age becomes a subtle manipulation aimed at reversing the roles in the game. Rosia's childish logic is shattered by the complex rules of the adult world, causing her only bewilderment and confusion. An offended Henry tries to leave, but Bibi's angry outburst, defending Rosie's choice, only adds fuel to the fire. Rosie's innocent question about marriage between relatives leaves everyone stumped, revealing her complete ignorance of the world. A shocked Bibi tries to convey the basic truths to Rosie, realizing the depth of the gap between their worlds. The revelation about marriages in the imperial family becomes the boys' first lesson in cruel political games. Henry reveals a past where divine power was the key to alliances now forbidden. Behind the beautiful facade of wedding vows lurked an ugly truth of lust for power and insidious intrigue. The realization of the cruel truth leaves a shadow of sadness on Rosie's face, because the world turned out to be more complex than she thought. The idea of becoming part of a family becomes an obsession for Bibi. Full of hopes and hidden motives, Bibi's impatient question about how to test her strength betrays her secret interest, making the boys wary. Taking Rosie's hands boldly, Bibi prepares to perform a ritual that could change their lives forever. Roshi feels nothing, and this emptiness becomes an alarming sign, calling into question all assumptions. Bibi's anxious silence and the confusion on Rosie's face make the boys freeze in anticipation of the verdict. A shocking discovery forces Bibi to take a new look at Roshi, who harbors incredible divine powers. A cold conversation about Rosia's complete lack of pain reveals the gulf between the parent's anxiety and the child's innocent ignorance. The vague admission of momentary discomfort only adds to the mystery of her strange state. Far removed from her usual sensations, the Rodham's heavy silence is filled with fear of the unknown and a silent question about the future of their unusual daughter. The gentle touch of her mother and the shocking news of hidden power make Rosie's little heart stop in bewilderment. Bibi's confident confirmation of the strength she felt makes her mother freeze in an anxious premonition of impending changes. The denial of any doubt proves that the sensation experienced was something more than just a childish fantasy. The funny comparison with her brother only underlines Bibi's confidence. The revelation of a divine gift inherited from the imperial family sheds light on the nature of her abilities. The realization that Roshi could possess such a powerful force opens the door to a majestic and dangerous world for her. The stunning truth about the divine power dormant within changes Roshi's world forever, filling it with new meaning and anxiety. Mother's embrace gives Rosie warmth and hope, while doubts and faith in a guess fight in her mother's heart. The realization that the same power that Bibi had resonated within her sends Roshi into a state of shock. Lack of confidence in her own abilities makes Rosie doubt herself because she never considered herself special. Her father's strict orders to keep the secret turn her newfound gift into a dangerous secret that must be guarded. For the first time in her life, Rosie feels special, and this feeling fills her with a quiet but firm confidence. Happy and determined, Roshi promises to keep the secret, unaware of the weight of this oath. A few days later, filled with anticipation, Roshi sets off on new adventures with a letter in hand. The long-awaited invitation from Agnes becomes for Rosie a symbol of true friendship and future fun. Memories of happy moments with her friends give Rosie hope for a new meeting, full of laughter and joy. A sudden determination to find the perfect gift for Agnes turns the upcoming visit into an important mission. Panic grips Roshi as the precious invitation, a symbol of friendship, slips from her hands and is carried away by the wind. An entrance to an ominous, unfamiliar place opens before Rosie, causing awe and fear of the unknown. Fear fights with determination, because the treasured letter from Agnes was hidden in this very frightening building. Gathering all her courage, the girl takes a step into the darkness, convincing herself that this is just a short and simple foray. The huge and gloomy hall oppresses with its grandeur, making Rosie feel tiny and lost in a stone labyrinth. The flickering light of the torches picks out the ancient walls from the darkness, and Rosie's curiosity gives way to growing anxiety. Roshi's gaze is drawn to a giant sword that exudes an aura of ancient power and surpasses anything she has seen before. An unknown force emanating from the sword attracts Roshi, causing her to unconsciously reach out to the ancient artifact. The sudden appearance of her older brother behind her takes Roshi by surprise, interrupting her mysterious union with the sword. The confused babble about the invitation blown away by the wind sounds unconvincing under the calm and all-knowing gaze of the brother. The unexpected offer of help from his brother lights up Rosie's eyes with genuine gratitude, turning fear into hope. The mysterious aura of the ancient sword draws Roshi in, causing her to feel an inexplicable, mystical connection with it. The idea that the sword might contain a power similar to her own fills Roshi with a tremulous curiosity. Her brother's playful question catches Rosie off guard, and her embarrassment only confirms his suspicion of her genuine interest. The secret of the Spear of Ares, a family heirloom, is revealed, shrouding the sword in a golden glow, turning it into a legendary artifact. Her brother's sly grin leaves Roshi stumped, as the riddle of the weapon's name turns out to be more complicated than she could have imagined. The demonstration of strength, when the sword had to take the form of a spear, becomes a moment of truth and a test of abilities for the young man. The unbearable weight of the relic comes as a complete surprise to the self-confident guy. His sister's concern makes the embarrassed young man hide his awkwardness behind a mask of indifference, although his pride is hurt. The harsh condition for the new owner of the spear sounds like a death sentence, because to do this, you need to have truly incredible strength. The weight of fate and the dream of recognition fill the young man with determination to become one with the ancient artifact. Caring for his younger sister makes the heir change his stern tone to softness, fearing to frighten the girl. Rosie's boundless faith in his brother's powers becomes the young man's most powerful source of inspiration. The brother's tender words, full of care, hide his concern for the future of his beloved sister. A light touch to Rosie's hair becomes a silent promise to train hard for the sake of their shared future. The thought of protecting Rosie gives the young man strength, because the title of heir for this guy is not a goal, but a means. An oath made before an ancient sword becomes an unbreakable promise to one day conquer the artifact's unruly power. The Rosie family's arrival at Sylvia's house is marred by a slight embarrassment at being late, but filled with joyful anticipation. The formal greeting between the Duchess and Rosie's mother conceals a long-standing friendship and warmth of meeting. Parental blessing and warm smiles escort Rosie into a world of children's games, full of laughter and new discoveries. The unexpected tenderness of Duke Marquez, known for his frightening aura, towards little Rosie causes surprise and bewilderment. Shocked, Sylvia cannot believe that the formidable Duke not only sees Rosie off, but also tenderly hugs her goodbye. The appearance of a luxurious carriage, accompanied by horsemen, attracts everyone's attention, heralding the arrival of an important person. The The four knights accompanying him only enhance the sense of importance of the guest, emphasizing his high status. Sylvia's soul is seething with resentment, because even a princess is not treated with such reverence as this upstart. Comparisons with Rosie make Sylvia feel insignificant, and this thought hurts her pride. Reluctantly submitting, Sylvia hurries after the others, hiding behind her obedience a storm of indignation and envy. A sly grin reveals Sylvia's cunning plan, because a trip with the Marquis's daughter opens up new opportunities for her. A sudden cry from the carriage breaks the silence of the forest, filling the air with panic and a premonition of trouble. Sylvia's desperate demand to leave immediately puts her mistress on edge, creating a tense and awkward situation. Having escaped from the carriage, Sylvia resolutely rushes into the forest, pursuing her secret, insidious goal. Sylvia's abrupt order not to follow her leaves the frightened maid completely confused and afraid. Carefree Rosie happily picks at the treats, oblivious to the anxiety in the air of the carriage. Rosie's playful offer to do the boy's hair creates a touching moment of childlike innocence amidst the mounting tension. A strange premonition seizes the young knight, and his gaze fills with anxiety because he senses the approach of trouble. The whistle of an arrow in the silence of the forest becomes an ominous sign, forcing the young man to act without delay. A hail of arrows falls on the carriage, and the brave guy, without thinking, covers Rosie with his body from the mortal threat. The realization that the carriage has become a trap forces the young man to make a desperate decision to immediately leave the dangerous shelter. A frightened Rosie, still recovering from the shock, tries to get out of the carriage under the protection of her faithful maid. The encounter with armed mercenaries leaves no doubt that the ambush was carefully planned, and now the knights are about to fight. The drawn bowstring in the hands of the mercenary in the forest foreshadows a deadly threat aimed straight at Rosie's back. A cry of despair escapes the knight when he realizes that the damaged carriage has become a death trap for everyone. Numb with horror, the maid cannot move from the spot, her body paralyzed by fear of the unfolding carnage. Falling to the ground next to the wrecked carriage deprives Rosie and her maid of their last hope of salvation. The brutal order to protect the girl even if she dies reveals the sinister and contradictory intentions of the attackers. A sudden change in plan from kidnapping to murder indicates that the customer is ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Silent tears of horror flow down Rosie's cheeks as she realizes the horror of what is happening around her. The brave knight holds back the onslaught with his last strength, protecting the frightened girls from the ruthless mercenaries. Leon's desperate cry for Roshi to flee becomes an act of self-sacrifice in the face of imminent death. The blood on Leon's hand becomes a terrible omen for Rosie, but the young man ignores the wound, rushing into battle. Leon's desperate order to flee becomes Roshi's last chance to escape while he distracts the enemies. The hope that the distraction will help the others causes the knight to launch a suicidal attack. The mercenary's brutal grab and Rosie's desperate cry break the silence of the forest, signaling her capture. Leon's furious order to remove his hands from his mistress sounds like a challenge thrown in the face of superior force. The cold calculation of the mercenary who decides the boy's fate turns Rosie from a target into a bargaining chip. A brutal blow sends Leon flying backwards, demonstrating the mercenary's complete disregard for his desperate bravery. Unbroken in spirit, the young defender finds the strength to strike back, plunging his dagger into the enemy's leg. Pulling the frightened Rosie to himself, Leon becomes her final shield, ready to protect her until the very end. The fall of the exhausted Leon to the ground becomes the most terrible blow for Rosie, depriving him of his last hope. The desperate cry of the kidnapped Rosie echoes throughout the forest, becoming a symbol of the complete defeat of her defenders. The scene of brutal violence becomes chilling evidence of her plan gone out of control. The realization of the bloody outcome makes the girl shudder with horror, because she did not expect such cruelty. The parents' serene conversation about Rosia is imbued with bitter irony, because they have no idea about the trouble looming over their daughter. The lovingly crafted doll in the Duke's hands becomes a fragile symbol of happiness that is destined to be shattered. The careful discussion of the details of the gift for Rosia seems like a mockery of fate against the backdrop of mortal danger for the girl. The Duke's comical despair at the doll's imperfections creates an unbearable contrast with the horror his daughter experiences. Thoughts of the expensive gift and Rosie's future joy completely absorb the parents, blind to the threat looming over their family. The happy memory of her daughter's joy becomes a painful reminder for the mother of what she might lose. The desperate cry of the knight who burst in mercilessly destroys the illusion of calm, bringing with it news of a catastrophe. The terrible news of Rosie's kidnapping falls upon the parents, and the image of the innocent doll is forever stained with blood. Overwhelmed by guilt, the knight is ready to accept death as punishment for failing to protect his mistress. The Duchess is overcome with despair at the thought of Rosia's fate, and only her husband's attempts to calm her down keep her from becoming hysterical. The Duke's icy rage results in an immediate order to send a search party to the Salva forest. The mention of the forest belonging to Count Tiravel lights a dangerous fire of suspicion in the Duke's eyes. Despite objections about foreign territory, the Duke gives a ruthless order to block all entrances to the Count's domain. A cold calculation is brewing in the Duke's head, because this is a chance for the Count to pay off his long-standing debt to the Marquez family. The Marquez family's reputation for always paying back debts suggests that forgiveness never came easily to the Duke. Handing over the sealed letter, the Duke coldly inquires about the fate of the attackers, already knowing what awaits them. The mercenaries who survived the massacre and were captured become the only key to solving the kidnapping. The Duke's decision to personally interrogate the prisoners leaves them no chance of escaping his wrath. Bibi's desperate cry about the trouble that has happened to Rosie breaks the silence, filling the air with panic and fear. The elder brother tries to calm his sobbing sister, although he himself is shocked by the terrible news from Sir Kosvin. Bibi's tears of despair are caused by the terrible guess that the reason for the abduction was the divine power of Roshi. The determination to find Roshi as soon as possible forces the young man to cast aside all doubts and act without delay. Behind the brother's apparent determination lies his own shock and sense of helplessness in the face of the unknown. The memory of Rosie's happy smile becomes a painful reminder of what they could lose forever. The failed surprise turns into a tragedy because the young man came without warning and was unable to prevent trouble. The decision to tell Andy everything becomes the only hope for salvation, requiring immediate action. The realization that trespassing on someone else's territory is prohibited by law places an insurmountable obstacle before the young man. Powerlessness before the law fetters the children, but the shadow of Duke Marquez's determination promises a coming storm. Taking responsibility, the young man goes for help, leaving his sister in a safe place. Desperate determination forces the young man to plan his personal participation in the search if official actions fail. The shaking of the carriage pulls Rosie out of oblivion, returning her to the cruel reality of kidnapping and uncertainty. Waking up in the dark, the girl sees ominous hooded figures, and her question is drowned out by the horror of seeing Leon captured. The turn of one of the kidnappers' heads reveals his cold calm, emphasizing the hopelessness of the captive's situation. Pretending to be asleep, Rosie desperately fights against trembling, realizing that any weakness could be fatal for her. The clenched fists reveal the heroine's internal struggle as she tries to hide from her captors that she has come to her senses. The suspicion of one of the kidnappers makes Rosie's heart skip a beat for a moment, but his doubts quickly dissipate. Confusion and fear leave Rosie frantically wondering about the identity of her captors and the true motives behind her abduction. In the depths of despair, a bold plan is born to leave a clue for the Duke, turning fear into a desperate hope for salvation. The awareness of the complete anonymity of the kidnappers, hidden under hoods in an unmarked carriage, increases the feeling of hopelessness. The irritated shout of one of the kidnappers at the driver reveals their nervousness and fear of being caught. A coat of arms accidentally noticed under the kidnapper's cloak becomes the first clue for Rosie, piercing the darkness of the unknown. The memory of heraldry lessons flashes through the girl's mind, unmistakably identifying the coat of arms of the Rodham family. A terrible guess falls upon Rosie, because the Rodham coat of arms points to Mrs. Lydia as the organizer of the kidnapping. The innocent look of the little captive awakens in the kidnappers a painful feeling of guilt, forcing them to look away. One of the knights involved in the kidnapping begins to doubt his actions. The reminder of Rosie's powerful patron, the head of the Marcus family, freezes the kidnappers with icy horror. Rosie's unexpected apology, spoken with childish spontaneity, disarms one of the kidnappers. Behind the mask of naive regret lies the cold calculation of a girl who uses any opportunity to save herself. The kidnappers' threats force Rosie to pretend to be submissive, but a daring plan is already brewing in her eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl hides in the forest thicket, hoping that the kidnappers will lose their vigilance. The cold realization that escape is impossible forces Roshi to abandon the thought, focusing on another goal. Despite her fear, the heroine is determined to leave a clue, even if it means taking extreme measures. Thoughts about her loved ones give Rosia strength, and she is ready to endure any pain just to return home. Desperate searches for a way to leave a bloody trail bring no results, forcing the girl to look for another way out. In a last-ditch effort, Roshi makes the agonizing decision to bite his lip to leave a mark. The kidnapper's confusion over Rosie's long absence creates tension, as her plan could be exposed at any moment. Overcoming the pain, the girl leaves a bloody mark on a piece of her dress, turning her pain into a beacon of hope. Leaving her desperate mark, Roshi returns to her captor with the belief that this bloody thread will lead to her salvation. Having left a hint, Rosie waits with bated breath for her fate, not knowing what the next minute will bring. In the cold darkness of the carriage, loneliness and longing for loved ones become unbearable torture for the little girl. The arrival of a mysterious guest breaks the ominous silence, causing the kidnappers to freeze in tense anticipation. An icy horror grips Rosie at the sight of the stranger, whose cruel compliment sounds like an omen of terrible reprisal. The recognition of the kidnapper as Mrs. Lydia falls upon the girl with a crushing blow, revealing a monstrous betrayal. Rosie's consciousness refuses to believe what is happening, because the cruelty comes from someone she considered familiar. A brutal slap from Lydia mercilessly breaks the girl out of her stupor, marking the beginning of an exquisite torture. The humiliation of the blow is intensified by the knowledge that Mistress Lydia now does not hesitate to touch her victim. Lydia's malicious laughter becomes a poison that poisons Rosia's last hope for salvation and help from loved ones. Lydia's mocking questions about her guilt finally break the girl's spirit, plunging her into the abyss of despair. The realization that Mrs. Lydia had been plotting from the very beginning hits Rosie with icy horror. Lydia's cruel smile kills hope, because she is sure that her uncle will never find his niece. Lydia's threat of eternal separation from her loved ones makes Rosia's heart freeze with chilling fear. Broken and humiliated, the girl in despair decides to ask the most terrible question about the kidnapper's intentions. Having gathered the rest of her will, Rosie decides to suppress her panic in order to find out at least some information from her tormentor. Lydia's hypocritical claim that she is not a bad person sounds like a mockery of the girl's suffering. Behind Lydia's angelic smile lies a sinister promise to return Rosie to her place, which promises something terrible. Meanwhile, a search party of knights combs the forest, giving a faint hope of salvation. Anxiety forces Andy to act on his own, and he rushes to search in the opposite direction from his father. The Duke's conversation with the knight about the testimony of the Viscount's daughter hints at the emergence of the first clue in the investigation. The dead end in the investigation annoys the knight, because the frightened daughter of the Viscount stubbornly remains silent. Leon is consumed with guilt for failing to protect his mistress. The Duke's concern for Andy's well-being becomes a brief glimmer of warmth amid the intense search. The Duke's trust prompts Andy to share his terrifying suspicions about the kidnapping. Andy's chilling guess points to the Earl of Turnell's estate, notorious for its illegal slave trade. The location of the largest port of Enfolk on the Earl's lands makes the estate an ideal place for ferrying people. Andy's face was frozen in horror at the realization that Rosie had ended up in a real hotbed of slave traders. Andy states with unwavering confidence that the information is true, calling on the Duke to take immediate action. Shocked by Andy's guesses, the Duke gives a decisive order to immediately send people to the port of Enfolk. The knight's sudden cry about finding the lady's trace becomes a ray of hope in the darkness of the unknown. Andy's trembling voice announcing a message from Rosie breaks the tense silence, filling him with both horror and hope. The bloody inscription on a piece of cloth becomes a desperate cry for help, pointing to a powerful enemy. The coat of arms of the Marchioness of Rodham, surrounded by sinister roses, finally confirms the identity of the organizer of the kidnapping. A terrifying suspicion that Rosie is being sold into slavery turns the kidnapping into a race against time. The Duke's decisive order to proceed immediately to the port of Enfolk marks the beginning of a desperate rescue operation. Sending Sir Sanchez to the residence of the Marquise, the Duke begins to weave a web to expose all the culprits. Leon's desperate plea to take him with him is met with a stern refusal from the Duke, who is trying to protect the boy from danger. Memories of his own past fuel Leon's determination to help. Andy joins Leon's pleas, and now the two boys are begging the Duke to let them take part in the rescue. The Duke's refusal becomes a bitter lesson for the boys that a real man knows when to act and when to retreat. The Duke's words about maternal care become a shocking but firm order for Andrea. The Duke takes Leon away, leaving the boys with a heavy burden of responsibility and expectation. The terrifying thought of being sold into slavery forces Roshi to cast aside her fear and make a desperate decision to flee. The bloody clue no longer seems enough, and the girl realizes that salvation is now in her own hands. The unexpected discovery of a toilet room becomes a glimmer of hope for Rosie in the stifling atmosphere of captivity. A frantic search for an air vent turns into a race against time, With freedom at stake, the high window becomes the last chance for escape, and Rosie, risking everything, rushes to it. A fleeting triumph lights up the girl's face when she manages to reach the treasured window. The sound of the door opening mercilessly cuts off the escape, turning hope into chilling horror. Meeting the kidnapper face to face is a crushing blow for Rosie. The desperate dash for freedom is noticed, and the furious cry of the kidnappers echoes throughout the area. Falling from a height becomes the last memory for Roshi before darkness consumes his consciousness. A chase in the forest turns into a desperate race for survival, where every rustle threatens imminent capture. Tears of despair choke the girl, because the realization of what awaits her if she is caught paralyzes her will. The instinct for self-preservation makes Roshi run without looking back, desperately looking for a way to call for help. Hiding in the bushes, the girl hears a gentle voice, which drives her into even greater horror with its inappropriateness. The appearance of the mysterious stranger makes Rosie freeze in place, in a mixed feeling of fear and surprise. In the face of the savior, the girl recognizes the angel from her visions, and a faint hope is born in her heart. Rosie's voice, trembling with excitement, asks a question to which she fears and longs to hear the answer. The rhetorical question about the cruelty of the kidnappers reveals her not as a savior, but as a new player in this terrible game. Doubts are tearing Rosie apart, because trusting a stranger could be her last mistake. A desperate plea for help activates ancient magic in the stranger's eyes, revealing secrets. The realization that she is facing the owner of the eyes of truth shocks the woman. The thought that this girl possesses a power greater than that of the emperor leaves the woman speechless for a moment. The stranger's instinctive lunge, hiding Rosie behind her back, becomes an unexpected act of salvation. The icy calm of the woman who misleads her pursuer reveals her to be an experienced and dangerous person. A lie from a stranger's lips sends the kidnapper on the wrong track, giving away precious moments. The encouraging smile of a woman peeking out from behind the bushes promises Rosie the long-awaited salvation. The girl's sudden disappearance leaves her rescuer confused and slightly admiring the child's courage. The name spoken out loud becomes the key to the woman's understanding of the mysterious fugitive's identity. The appearance of a mysterious child becomes a harbinger of the coming wind of change for a woman. Thanks to the Emperor's intervention, the knights are given the opportunity to search the port of Enfork. The status of a free city, of which the port was so proud, turns out to be useless in the face of imperial power. The orders of the imperial family have absolute force, abolishing the autonomy of the city and untying the hands of the duke. The night harbor is silent in anticipation, and the duke feels that the kidnappers have not yet had a chance to leave the port. The pre-dawn chaos and lax security provide the perfect cover for an escape, and the duke knows that time is running out. A strict order to comb every hovel and every corner of the port becomes the signal to begin a total raid. A silent plea for Rani's safety was frozen on the duke's face as he peered into the night. The hope of salvation that flared up at the sight of the house fades away the moment a rough hand grabs Rosie. The malicious cry of the kidnapper who caught Rosia becomes a death sentence for the girl, taking away the last spark of hope. The kidnapper's threat, thrown in the face of the broken Rosie, echoes with chilling horror in the eyes of the other captive children. The jailer's face, distorted with anger, promises the girl a painful punishment if she dares to disobey again. The dark figure of the kidnapper, looming over Rosie, becomes the embodiment of hopelessness, taking away the last hope. Panic grips the girl as the kidnapper's furious screams fall upon her, forbidding her to even think about escaping. An overheard conversation about servants from a noble family and a letter to Earl Tyrnell lifts the curtain on a sinister conspiracy. The news of the imperial family's order to search the port becomes a ray of light for Rosie in the darkness of despair. The thought that the Duke is looking for her lights a spark of hope in the girl's heart and gives her strength to fight. Panic grips the kidnappers at the news of the knight's approach, and Rosie once again finds herself in mortal danger. A desperate decision to barricade herself, and buy time, turns a little girl into a fearless warrior. The furious knocks on the door and the threats of the kidnappers only strengthen Rosie's resolve to hold out until rescue arrives. The final dash to freedom is driven by animal fear, because instinct screams only one thing: run. The huge locked gates become a silent sentence, and the chilling awareness of failure paralyzes the body. Hope shatters on the cold stone, leaving the girl alone with the approaching horror. A malicious voice behind him falls like a sentence, and Rosie freezes, unable to turn around. Memories of the cruel hands of the kidnappers cause the girl to experience a fit of panic and despair. The approaching footsteps make Rosie curl into a ball, praying for only one thing: that it wasn't him. A gentle touch and a familiar voice break through the veil of fear, bringing with them confusion. Seeing Leon's face, the girl bursts into tears, releasing all the accumulated horror and pain. The brothers' soothing words of salvation become an anchor for Rosia in the raging sea of fear. The Duke's strong embrace becomes a silent promise to the children that the nightmare is finally over. Leon's words about the mysterious helper who cleared the district fly past Roshi's consciousness. The image of a smiling brother that appears in the girl's mind becomes a saving beacon, dispelling the darkness of despair. The desperate cry that escaped from Rosie's chest dissolves in his brother's strong embrace, giving him a long-awaited feeling of security. The fear that this salvation is just a dream makes the girl cling to her brother, afraid of ending up in a nightmare again. The Duke's gentle words of reassurance slowly bring Rosie back to reality, where she is finally safe. The sound of the wheels of the carriage carrying children away from captivity becomes the soundtrack to the beginning of a new, free life. The joyful cries of rescued children running to their families fill the estate with an atmosphere of general jubilation and relief. Sleeping in the arms of Duke Rosie, wrapped in a warm blanket, she becomes a symbol of newfound peace and serenity. The Duke's quiet order to prepare hot water becomes the first step towards returning to the world of care and home comfort. The restrained gratitude addressed to Leon underscores the deep bond between the brothers, cemented by shared anxiety and victory. The Duke's reassuring smile and words of safety slowly melt the ice of horror in Rosie's heart. The mother's trembling hands, as she takes Roro from the Duke's arms, betray all the agonizing hours of waiting. Tears of relief mingle with the remnants of fear as the girl finally realizes that the nightmare is over. Rosie's desperate embrace was a mixture of childhood guilt and the boundless joy of reunion. The mother's tender embrace, full of unconditional love, silently tells the girl about the main value, the return of the child. General jubilation and tears of joy from the servants greet the mistress who has returned home, filling the estate with light. The gentle touch to the girl's hair hides the weight of guilt that would weigh on the Duke for the rest of his life. Rosie's admission that she has already said goodbye to life reveals the depth of the despair she has experienced. The girl's shining smile and sincere gratitude become the greatest reward for her rescuers. The Duke's praise for Leon highlights the young man's indispensable role in the rescue operation and strengthens the brothers' bond. Leon modestly downplays his own merits, emphasizing that Rosie's salvation was the result of a joint effort. The Duke looks at Leon with pride, seeing him as a future great knight under the mentorship of Lord Cosvin. Taking care of Roro turns into a playful argument, with each family member wanting to snatch a piece of the girl's attention. His brother's gentle invitation becomes a silent promise of safety and peace for Roro. Returning home feels like a long-awaited awakening from a nightmare, where every step is filled with light and warmth. Growing up and radiant, Rani, like a blossoming flower, fills the garden with her happy laughter. A carefree walk in the garden with her brothers becomes a precious moment of peace and family idyll for the girl. The memory of a happy childhood spent surrounded by a loving family warms the soul with warmth and tenderness. The mother's serious look and the mysterious words spoken in the silence of the night prepare Roro for the shocking truth. News of the divine blood of the imperial family flowing through their veins hits Roshi, changing her world forever. The mysterious revelation of divine power, which sometimes manifests outside the imperial line, falls on the shoulders of Roshi. The idea of belonging to the imperial family stuns the girl, causing her world to shake. The promise of secrecy given by her adoptive parents offers Rosie the illusion of a choice that will determine her future. A desperate cry of denial bursts from the chest of a girl who rejects someone else's fate for the sake of her family. The passionate desire to remain simply Rosie, bearing the name given to her by the Duke, becomes her only truth. In the warm embrace of her adoptive parents, the girl finds comfort and silent acceptance of her difficult choice. Lost in her thoughts, the grown-up Rani does not notice how the past again reminds of itself with a quiet question. A radiant smile addressed to her brother becomes a mask for the girl, hiding the weight of the secret she is keeping. Carefree laughter among a loving family proves that no imperial blood can destroy their happiness. The cherished desire for everything to remain as before becomes Rani's main prayer and the meaning of life. Rani's happy laughter among his brothers becomes a vow of loyalty to his family and simple human happiness. The bustle of a field hospital, filled with the groans of the wounded, becomes a new battlefield for the lives of others for the girl. Rani's calm request for clean water in the midst of chaos highlights her collectedness and willingness to help. Caring for a wounded soldier, a victim of imperial ambitions, fills the girl's heart with compassion and determination. The fiery images of war and human suffering ignite the flame of duty in Rani, forcing her to use her gift for good. The awareness of her growing divine power to heal brings the girl a bittersweet satisfaction and a sense of purpose. The weight of a family secret, known only to those closest to him, once again falls on Rani's shoulders like an invisible burden. Her brother's warning of the mortal danger posed by her gift becomes an ominous prophecy from which there is no escape. A firm promise made to her past self makes the girl clench her fists to protect her present. Complete exhaustion after a long day spent in the hospital falls upon Rani, plunging her into a saving sleep. Caring Anne, seeing the fatigue on her mistress's face, disturbs her peace to show concern. Colorful macarons on a golden tray become a small island of joy in a world full of worries. Rani's sincere gratitude surprises the maid, who is not accustomed to such warmth from her mistress. In her words of gratitude addressed to Anne, the girl expresses all her love for those who have become her real family. Rani's playful indignation at being overprotected hides a childish joy at the opportunity to feel little again. Thoughts about the cruelty of the outside world make the girl value the comfort and safety of her home even more. The memory of boundless happiness in the family circle becomes a source of strength and eternal gratitude for Rani. The awareness of her own luck gives birth to a passionate desire in the girl to share her happiness with others. Anne's admiration for her mistress's kindness highlights how much Rani has changed into a compassionate lady. The sudden news of a letter disrupts the morning idyll, foreshadowing new trials or long-awaited news. The disturbing thought of her brother Ulysses fighting in the war makes Rosie's heart clench with fear. The memory of her father, who also went off to war, envelops the girl's mind with dark forebodings. Helplessness in the face of the unknown torments Rani, forcing him to pray for the well-being of his loved ones. An invitation from the imperial palace, lying on a tray, becomes a harbinger of inevitable changes. The inevitability of the Princess and Prince Henry's birthday ball feels like the first step towards a predetermined destiny. The sad dream of being together like two dolls reveals Rani's longing for a lost friendship. The maid's words about the war that separated everyone hide the bitter truth about the real reasons for the breakup. The brothers' furious protest against Rosie's rapprochement with Prince Henry reveals the depth of the family conflict. An unexpected visit interrupts the girl's painful thoughts, introducing a note of anxious anticipation into her solitude. The appearance of a guest who looks incredibly like the princess takes Rosie by surprise, foreshadowing a fateful conversation. The realization of a cruel reality forces Roshi to decide to use her gift to seek the truth. Divine power proves powerless against secular intrigues, leaving Rani in painful ignorance. While comforting her grown-up daughter, the Duchess does not realize that deep sadness is hidden behind her apparent calm. The Duchess's loving gaze is a mixture of pride for her grown-up daughter and a slight sadness about her past childhood. A mutual agreement about the transience of time brings mother and daughter closer together, creating a moment of touching intimacy. For the Duchess, the grown-up Roro will always remain a little girl whom she wants to hug and protect. The girl's playful protest against her mother's affection is filled with tenderness, revealing her love for her family. The glitter and bustle of the imperial ball become the stage for an invisible drama unfolding in the lives of the heroes. The formal introduction of the guests, including Mrs. Clive, creates a tense anticipation of what is to come. Rosie's radiant smile next to the young man creates the illusion of an ideal couple, hiding all the internal storms. The young couple's haughty calm hides a storm of unspoken emotions. The friends receive a blessing, but there is a premonition of separation in the air. The heroine gives everyone a smile, but there is a slight sadness in her eyes. Roro's sudden appearance takes the boy by surprise, causing a storm of confusion. The girl's sincere laughter momentarily destroys palace etiquette. The young man is deep in thought, but his solitude is rudely interrupted. An unexpected meeting with the prince makes the girl shyly freeze in a bow. Roro's bold touch to the prince's face breaks down the wall of alienation. Bibi watches the scene in complete confusion. Not understanding the feelings, the guy realizes his true emotions, and this discovery scares him to the depths of his soul. Roro pushes the boy away in anger, not wanting to listen to any excuses. Resentment and misunderstanding are reflected on the face of a young man wounded by injustice. Bibi turns the awkwardness into a joke, but the girl does not succumb to provocation. The prince's happiness is clouded by secret thoughts about Roro's origin. The girl admires the couple, but a slight doubt arises in her soul. Bibi watches her friends from afar, feeling like an outsider at this celebration. Longing for her brother pierces the heroine's heart, darkening the joy of the moment. An incomprehensible feeling for her brother makes the girl's heart tremble in confusion. Roro's thoughtfulness attracts the attention of both boys, making them curious. The heroine hastily hides her true thoughts behind a carefree smile. The sudden awakening of power plunges the heroine into a state of shock and panic. The embarrassed girl tries to run away, afraid to give herself away with an accidental glance. Behind the mask of benevolence, the Countess hides a cold and penetrating calculation. The loud cry of the young man upsets the fragile balance, foreshadowing a new conflict. Rosie's naive gratitude is drowned in Madame Mills's icy calm. The sudden memory of another Rosie makes the young man's heart clench. The Countess's cold interest in the mysterious girl betrays her dangerous intentions. The news of Ronnie's arrival in the Duke's family takes Madame Mills by surprise. The Countess dismisses the maid, remaining alone with her dark plans. Madame Mills' quiet voice carries a deadly threat that makes your blood run cold. The Countess's conviction that this girl is an imposter is unshakable. The terrible truth about the real Rosie's confirmed death hits like icy horror. Alarming news about a mysterious stranger makes the heroine wary. The realization that the Countess is gathering information about Roro foreshadows great trouble. The heroine tries to unravel Madame Castile's motives, sensing a hidden threat. A sudden revelation strikes the girl, and a terrible guess begins to take shape. Gossip about Lady Castile's past reveals the aristocrat's dark secrets. The decisive ringing of the bell becomes the signal to begin the execution of the insidious plan. The maid's calm consent confirms complete trust in the mistress. Heavy premonitions force the heroine to prepare for the worst in order to protect a loved one. The ducal family's care for the girl becomes the subject of close attention from the guests. Anticipation is brewing in social circles for a big announcement that will change everything. The rumor of Lady Cleo's adoption spreads through the hall, causing a wave of gossip. The birthday girl greets the guests, hiding her true feelings behind a shining smile. The girl gives everyone a warm smile, but anxiety is growing in her soul. The guests' admiration for the heroine's upbringing is mixed with envy for the girl's position. Behind the masks of politeness, the heroine feels cold waves of condemnation and envy. Thoughts about a future in the imperial family fill the girl's soul with chilling fear. The heroine resolutely rejects the very idea of a connection with the imperial family. A sudden worry about her brother Jost takes the girl's thoughts far from the holiday. The memory of her brother pierces the girl's soul with a sharp longing and unspoken tenderness. The young man's quiet call pulls Roro out of his dream world, returning him to the tense reality. The image of a cheeky girl fearlessly teasing her embarrassed brother comes to mind. The childish promise of protection from her brother echoes in the girl's heart like a warm wave. Saying goodbye to a brother leaves a bitter aftertaste and an unspoken request to return. Fresh air does not bring relief, because thoughts of childhood and growing up do not give rest. The disdainful glances of the aristocrats behind her back remind us of the precariousness of the heroine's position. Poisonous rumors overheard in the garden make the girl doubt the intentions of her foster family. The sinister grin of one of the nobles hints at the truth of the dirty gossip. A terrifying rumor about the Duke hits Roro, coloring his kindness in monstrous tones. The evil grins of the aristocrats reveal their dirty thoughts about the girl's future. The heroine's loneliness in the garden becomes bait for predators in human form. The unspoken sentence hangs in the air, and fear grips the girl's heart. A hypocritical invitation sounds like a threat that cannot be avoided. The sudden appearance of the young man disrupts their plans, and an icy fury can be seen in his eyes. The young man's icy command leaves no doubt about his determination to protect Rosie. The brother resolutely stands up for Roro, shielding her from the impending threat. A tense confrontation begins with false excuses that fail to hide true intentions. The accusation of disrespect for the Marquez family turns a personal insult into a serious challenge. The unexpected seriousness of the accusations takes the impudent ones by surprise, knocking all their arrogance out of them. The aristocrats' brazen attempt to belittle the girl's importance only adds fuel to the fire. The young man's cold command, full of suppressed rage, cuts off the flow of insults. The girl tries to calm her brother's anger, fearing that he will go too far. Roro's scornful remark puts the insolent ones in their place, demonstrating her steely character. The outraged aristocrats appeal to the young master, not believing in such insolence. Tenderness and pride for the grown-up Roro fill the heart of the brother, ignoring the anger of others. The appearance of a new figure, full of righteous anger, foreshadows imminent reprisal. A familiar voice makes the heroine's heart freeze in anxious recognition. A sudden and cruel blow falls upon the offender, interrupting his indignation. The memory of a childhood oath to protect Roro explains the mysterious savior's rage. The father's appearance casts an aura of absolute power and calm confidence on the stage. Animal fear grips the aristocrats, and they fall to their knees before the angry duke. The duke's merciless sentence puts an end to the future of entire families, banishing them forever. Justice has been served, and the brother leads Roro away from the humiliated offenders. The duke's gentle words are meant to calm Rosie, but her heart still trembles from what she has experienced. In the duke's arms, the girl finds the long-awaited feeling of security and warmth. The tears in the heroine's eyes reveal all the horror she experienced alone. A strange feeling when looking at her brother does not allow the girl's heart to find peace. The duke's soothing voice drives away the remnants of fear, returning Roro's peace of mind. Fear is replaced by genuine joy, and the girl illuminates the duke with a happy smile. The duke's pride in the grown-up Roro is mixed with the jealous annoyance of his youngest son. A sudden burst of tenderness makes the brother pick up the surprised girl in his arms. Concern for Rosie's fragility is hidden behind the young man's playful reproach and tender gaze. The heroine is overcome with embarrassment from the unexpected embrace, making her heart beat faster. Childish resentment overwhelms the younger brother, who was deprived of attention at the celebration of life. The brothers' playful bickering diffuses the situation, but leaves Roro slightly confused. The icy fury of the aristocrat falls upon the defenseless servant, who does not dare to raise her eyes. Behind the maid's submissiveness lies a deep hatred born of the family's ruin. A cunning plan to eliminate Rosie is brewing in the mind of a woman who despises servants. A hidden threat lurks behind the calm mask, as the aristocrat gives her final instructions. Behind the aristocrat's apparent calm lies a tense anticipation of the young master's return. Memories of Mr. Ulysses awaken a hidden obsession in the woman's heart. The predatory gleam in her eyes betrays the impatience of a woman who wants to see Ulysses immediately. The news that Ulysses visited Lady Clive, first of all, deals a blow to the aristocrat's pride. Burning jealousy makes a woman wonder about the attractiveness of an unattractive rival. The aristocrat is overcome with rage at the thought that preference has been given not to her, but to some simpleton. The seething anger finds an outlet in a cold question addressed to the faithful servant. The conspiratorial whisper and sly look of the maid promise the mistress long-awaited information. The maid's submissive response does not fully convince the aristocrat of the veracity of the information obtained. Contempt for Rosie struggles in the woman's soul with the irrational irritation that the girl causes. The insidious idea of adopting Rosie as a princess is born in the aristocrat's head. The woman's cold order leaves the maid no choice, turning her into a pawn in someone else's game. Behind the maid's submissive bow lies a readiness to carry out any order, even the most vile one. The sinister grin on the maid's face promises that she will carry out the task assigned to her with pleasure. The bitter truth revealed after the investigation fills the woman's heart with despair. The shocking realization that Lady Clive is her lost daughter Rosie turns the mother's world upside down. Hope and doubt battle in the soul of a woman who fears losing her newfound daughter forever. The girl's imperial origins turn the long-awaited reunion into political intrigue. Cold calculation makes the mother see Rosie as nothing more than a useful tool for achieving power. The secret of the girl's origin becomes the main trump card, which is not yet the time to reveal. The mother's cold calculation turns her newfound daughter into bargaining chip for a profitable marriage. The fate of his son Hale becomes an instrument in the hands of his mother, who weaves a web of political intrigue. The assumption of Rosie's weak divine power becomes a key factor in the insidious plan. The powerful Marcus family is still unaware of a secret that could change the balance of power. The decision to hide the truth about the girl's origin turns the mother into a cold-blooded manipulator. Her illegitimate status makes naive Rosie an easy target for her mother's control. The awareness of oneself as the sole keeper of the secret fills a woman with a feeling of dark superiority. The girl's carefree happiness stands in stark contrast to the web of lies that is woven behind her back. Rosie's joyful agreement to go with her brother highlights the purity of the relationship that is under threat. The innocent, childish spontaneity of the brother and sister evokes tenderness, overshadowed by sinister plans. Roro's impatient question about Yusu's whereabouts betrays her great desire to see him as soon as possible. The younger brother's casual response to Yusu's training is filled with mild annoyance at the family tradition. Admiration for her brother's selflessness is mixed in the girl's soul with a helpless desire to help. An energetic shout from her younger brother breaks Roro out of her reverie, pulling her along with him. The hope of seeing Yusu's brother inspires the girl as they walk towards the majestic snow-covered estate. The heroine's joyful cry echoes throughout the frosty forest, announcing the long-awaited meeting. Roro's sudden appearance takes his father and brother by surprise, interrupting their rigorous training. Concern for the girl's health clashes with her stubborn reluctance to leave, despite the cold. Rosie's shining smile and her desire to be together melt the severity of men's hearts. The unchanging cuteness of the grown-up Roro evokes affection and a warm smile from the brothers. The younger brother's mysterious question about Roro's doll hints at a hidden and cute plot. The naive desire to make the perfect snowman in the shape of Rosie betrays a deep brotherly tenderness. The sudden display of brotherly love towards the embarrassed Roro causes comical bewilderment in one of them. The older brother's impatience takes over the creative process, suggesting more active entertainment. A playful argument between brothers erupts over each brother's desire to spend time with their sister in their own way. Playful jealousy makes the young man control the game, not allowing his brother any privacy with Roro. The joy of playing with her brother is overshadowed by a barely noticeable shadow of doubt in the girl's thoughts. The worrying question of whether her brother sees her as a grown-up girl creates a turbulent feeling in Rosie's heart. An unexpected snowball that hits her face tears the heroine out of the world of dreams, returning her to reality. Roro's indignant cry is drowned out by the cheerful laughter of his brothers, turning the snow battle into chaos. Yusu's tender apology after the snow fun leaves a warm but embarrassing mark on Roro's soul. A sudden realization makes Roro realize that his feelings for Yusu go beyond sisterly love. The talk of training divine powers brings the brothers back to their stern duties, interrupting their fun. His brother's promising smile before leaving leaves Roro alone with his budding feelings. The sad look that follows Yus as he leaves reveals regret that the game was interrupted so quickly. The younger brother's pride in the snowman he created clashes with Roro's feigned displeasure. The admiration in Roro's eyes becomes the best reward for the diligent younger brother. Alone, the girl tries to sort out her confusing and still unclear feelings for Yus. The conversation in the living room confirms the terrible guess. Countess Castile really is Rosie's mother. The testimony of the former servant of the Castile family finally confirms the secret of the illegitimate child. The dark secret of the Count's secret upbringing of a child sheds light on a long-standing lie. The intercepted correspondence becomes irrefutable evidence of hidden connections and conspiracy. Reading the letter reveals the final pieces of the puzzle, revealing the girl's location. A village destroyed by an epidemic erases all traces of Rosie's past, cutting off the threads of the investigation. Countess Castile's later search for that very village becomes the final nail in the coffin of lies. Rosie's mysterious divine powers point to a scandalous connection with a notorious ancestor. Memories of the former glory of Countess Castile, the most beautiful rose of high society, fade into obscurity against the backdrop of the truth. A forbidden affair with the last prince, known for his adventures, explains the birth of a secret child. The realization that the gentlemen have revealed the whole truth fills the heart of the interlocutor with chilling horror. A cold-blooded plan to isolate Rosie from the temple is intended to prevent official confirmation of her origin. Fear of the possible appearance of Rosie's real mother forces the conspirators to act preemptively. The girl's divine power becomes a dangerous factor that could reveal her imperial origin. The decision to push Rosie to make the right choice masks a selfish desire to keep her in the family. Warm memories of a happy Roro strengthen his resolve not to let the girl go under any circumstances. The Duke's anxious seriousness after the conversation leaves a depressing premonition of trouble in Roro's soul. The sudden question about adoption catches Rosie off guard, adding to her inner turmoil. Assurances of no coercion only increase the hidden pressure on the unsuspecting girl. The Duke's encouraging smile conceals cold calculation and manipulation aimed at obtaining consent. A sincere desire to see Roro as part of the family becomes the main argument in this difficult game. A gentle gesture and a request to think again become the last straw in the emotional pressure on Rosie. Sincere words about family take the girl by surprise, causing a storm of conflicting emotions. Deep in her soul, Roro cherishes a secret desire to forever remain with the family she has grown to love. The fear of dirty rumors that could harm the family's reputation makes the heroine doubt. The desire to protect her loved ones from problems forces the girl to make a painful decision to keep everything as is. A sudden cry from his brother, who appeared on horseback, breaks Porin out of his painful nighttime thoughts. The young man's worried look betrays the anxiety hidden behind his stern question about her presence. Concern for the girl's safety makes the young man reproach her for her dangerous night walk. Roro's slight smile hides the true reason for her insomnia and mental turmoil. His brother's playful rebuke of a possible kidnapping emphasizes his role as protector and savior. The young man's unexpected statement that he will not let her go makes the girl's heart stop. A charming smile accompanies the young man's offer to go horseback riding, promising an unforgettable ride. The sudden impulse of his brother, who picked up the girl in his arms, makes Roro's heart stop in fear. The close embrace on the horse's back creates an exciting atmosphere, erasing the boundaries between brother and sister. The insistent advice to hold on tight makes the embarrassed girl feel the heat from the touch. The quiet ride through the night forest ends, but the closeness to the young man continues to excite Roro. The dizziness of the trip gives way to shock and delight at the sight of a secret surprise from his brother. The incredible beauty of the view makes Roro forget about everything, completely surrendering to the moment. An ancient legend about wishes coming true fills the magical night with hope for a happy future. The gentle smile of the young man who decided to make a wish first hides deep and sincere feelings. Rosie's cherished desire for eternal happiness with her family becomes a deafening declaration of love. The young man's wish for carefree happiness for Roro becomes the final touch on this magical night. Memories take the girl back to her childhood, when Yusa's masculinity enchanted little Roro. The image of her protective brother, who always saved her from troubles, was firmly ingrained in the heroine's memory. The long-held confession of love finally escapes his lips, filling the air with tension. The realization of his first true love overwhelms Roro, causing him to hide his burning face in embarrassment. A gentle suggestion to return to the mansion ruins the intimate moment, bringing the couple back to reality. Meanwhile, another girl cannot figure out the ducal family's true intentions regarding adoption. The suspicious illogicality in the behavior of a family that treats someone else's child as if it were their own is haunting. A terrifying guess about the imperial divine power flowing through Rosie's veins explains the family's secret. It becomes clear why the adoption has not taken place yet, because divine power would be an insurmountable obstacle. A child with divine powers becomes a valuable political asset to increase the number of supporters. The Countess understands that her daughter's divine gift is capable of erasing the woman's own scandalous past. Having given a short order to the maid, the determined lady prepares to pay a visit. The order to immediately report the visit to the ducal family marks the beginning of decisive action. Memories of Yusa completely take over Roro's thoughts, preventing the girl from concentrating on anything. The sudden realization of love is overshadowed by the bitter thought that for the young man, she is just a younger sister. The kindness of the young man on that magical night finally won the girl's heart, leaving no chance. The servant Anne's alarmed cry rudely interrupts Roro's romantic dreams, foreshadowing bad news. The stunning news of the appearance of a man who calls himself a parent leaves Rosie in complete shock. A call to the mistress to talk about the mysterious guest prepares the ground for a fateful meeting. With a cheerful smile, Roro enters the room, unaware of the seriousness of the upcoming conversation. The maid's anxious words about the new imposter parent echo in the confused Roro's mind. The Duchess's soothing words, asking her not to be afraid, only emphasize the gravity of the threat hanging over Rosie. The fateful news about the guest's connection with the girl's real mother hangs in the air, changing everything. The assistant's report that the guest was sent by Countess Castile confirms the Duke's worst fears. The Countess's desire to check whether Rosie is her long-lost daughter sounds like a formal challenge. An official request from the Castile family leaves no choice, forcing the Duke to act against his will. The family of Count Carton, possessing divine powers, forces them to consider their request until Rosie is adopted. The request to wait a little becomes a desperate attempt by the Duke to buy time before the inevitable meeting. The desire to hear Roro's opinion places the entire burden of future choice on the girl's shoulders. The doubt in the Duchess's voice betrays her concern that the truth has proven too much of a burden for the girl. There is a desperate hope in Roro's question about whether it would be possible to simply ignore the uninvited guests. A warm handshake becomes a silent promise of support, even if fate decrees otherwise. A vow to do everything possible to prevent an unwanted meeting seals the union of two women. The Duchess's unwavering determination to protect Rosie, even if the secret of her divine powers is revealed, is reassuring. Fear of persecution, and even greater danger, makes the girl desperately cling to her fragile happiness. Rosie's selfless desire to protect her foster family from harm is interrupted by the Duchess's sudden insight. The realization that the imperial family is unaware of Roro's origins becomes a key clue in this intrigue. A firm promise of help, no matter what the girl chooses, gives Rosie much-needed support. The inevitable happens when the Duke asks to greet a guest, and Roro is forced to take a step towards his destiny. The polite introduction of Patterson's butler conceals the tension and inevitability of the events to come. The Countess's order, voiced by the guest, puts Rosie in a hopeless situation, depriving the girl of the right to choose. The insistent request to come in for identity verification sounds like an ultimatum, increasing the pressure on the heroine. The girl's firm refusal becomes an unexpected act of disobedience, disrupting the plans of the uninvited guests. The harsh words about the Countess and the butler's ignorance take Patterson by surprise, shattering his confidence. Rosie's unwillingness to leave the ducal family for the sake of a dubious truth demonstrates her unwavering loyalty. The appearance of a temple representative and the news of official approval of the request become the main trump card up the sleeve. The bold question of the temple's right to compel someone challenges the most powerful authority. The unexpected appearance of Yusa, who stands up for the girl, radically changes the balance of power. The icy order to leave puts an end to this confrontation, leaving the guests no chance. The Countess's unexpected order to retreat if Rosie refuses only increases the Duke's suspicions. Butler Patterson tactically retreats, citing the suddenness of the visit, but reserves the right to return. The promising "we will wait" sounds like a threat, leaving Roro in a state of anxious anticipation. The Duchess's caring words give Roro only a moment of peace, hiding the inner storm behind a smile. Before one storm has time to subside, news of the arrival of people from the Imperial Palace foretells a new, even more terrible one. The panic in the assistant's voice reflects the horror of the situation, because a visit from the Imperial Palace does not bode well. The Duke's rage flares up with renewed vigor as the invasion of his home reaches unprecedented proportions. The mention of Princess Cielin's order turns what was simply a visit into a royal ultimatum. The Duke's angry question about impunity on his land becomes a desperate attempt to protect his home and family. A sharp command to silence, thrown at the knight, marks the end of negotiations and the beginning of open confrontation. No matter what the girl is accused of, for the Duke she is a noblewoman, and this puts an end to any dispute. The realization that a nobleman cannot be arrested without trial becomes a saving revelation for Roro. The Duke's order to convey his refusal to the princess sounds like a slap in the face, slamming the door in the knight's faces. The concern in Yusa's voice as he hugs the trembling girl gives a fragile sense of safety in the midst of chaos. The bitter thought that the accusation of imposture was caused by the surname given to her by the Duke poisons Roro's mind. The memory of the day of adoption, when the Duke bestowed upon her the surname of a vanished family, flashes through her thoughts. The feeling of being a fake noblewoman makes the girl think that what is happening is quite natural. The Duke's firm promise to deal with the one who dared to accuse Roro becomes an unbreakable oath. The Duchess's encouragement to trust her guardian gives Rosie hope that she will not have to fight alone. The chilling fear that the truth about the orphanage's past will bring trouble to the Duke paralyzes the girl's will. The thought that the brothers might get hurt makes Yusu desperately look for a way out of the current situation. The determination to fix everything herself grows stronger in Roro's soul, ready to do anything to protect her new family. The thoughtfulness of the High Priestess does not escape the penetrating gaze of the young man in the cloak. The priestess's embarrassed apology only emphasizes how deeply her thoughts are consumed by someone else's misfortune. The news of the girl being accused of imposture makes the High Priestess plunge into anxious thoughts. The young man's insightful question about the cause of her anxiety forces the priestess to face her own fears. The plan to use the temple investigation to help the girl is born in the guy's head as the only correct one. For the High Priestess, the problem of imposture fades into the background in front of a much more terrible secret. The real cause for concern is Rosie's belonging to the imperial family and the consequences that will come. Roro's decision to leave, made in despair, becomes the final sacrifice in the name of saving his loved ones. The decision to leave so as not to be a burden becomes an act of desperate self-sacrifice for Roro. Running away seems like the only way to take all the blame and free the foster family from responsibility. A sudden shout makes Rosie freeze in horror, because the escape plan is in danger of failing. Leon's unexpected appearance on a forest path interrupts the girl's desperate escape, causing shock and confusion. The boy's relief at making it in time is met with Rosie's complete bewilderment at the failure of his escape plan. A premonition of trouble made Leon rush to search, fearing that the girl would make a decision alone. The pent-up fear and hopelessness burst forth, and Rosie finds fragile comfort in the boy's sympathetic gaze. Admitting her reluctance to leave reveals Roro's internal conflict, torn between duty and her own happiness. A clumsy attempt to cheer up an embarrassed girl with a sweet compliment momentarily relieves the oppressive atmosphere. The embarrassment of their own vulnerability in front of Leon creates a touching and awkward connection between the young people. Leon's intuition, which told him that the girl might not be in easy circumstances, brought him here just in case. Feeling guilty about the rumors that defame the ducal family pushes Roro to take a desperate step. Memories of happy moments with family make the thought of hurting them unbearable. The bitter irony of her own powerlessness, when the desire to leave struggles with the impossibility of taking a step, torments the heroine. Leon's direct words about his unwillingness to let her go become a reflection of the feelings of the entire ducal family. A sudden question about her sympathy for the young Master Ulysses takes the girl by surprise, changing the tone of the conversation. Roro's complete confusion and embarrassment at the unexpected question gives her away. Leon's clever ploy to separate their feelings becomes an elegant way to get the dialogue back on track. The logical proposal to return to the mansion sounds like the only correct solution in this confusing situation. The overwhelming fear that returning will create even more problems for everyone paralyzes Roro's will. Leon's conviction that the girl was not to blame for what happened becomes the first ray of hope in her desperate heart. The gentle words about how people who truly care don't want to leave break Roro's icy wall of despair. The young man's sincere request to stay for the sake of those who cherish Rosie finally breaks her resolve to run away. The realization that running away is a betrayal of her loving family sparks a new determination in the girl. A sudden determination to cope with everything on her own becomes Roro's first step towards gaining inner strength. The Duke's outward calm as he calms his wife conceals a brewing storm and a well-thought-out plan of action. The realization that the princess has clung to Rosie's origins puts to rest any hopes of a quick resolution to the conflict. The cold presence of Countess Castile as an observer adds a note of sinister calculation to the tense atmosphere. The Duke's inner protest against the Countess's interference as a mother hints at old feuds and hidden motives. The Duke's mysterious words about other plans for the Countess make the Duchess freeze in anxious anticipation. The Emperor's sudden appearance in the courtroom instantly escalates the already tense situation. The respectful bow of the Princess of Etoile conceals her triumph, for now the Emperor himself is on her side. The Emperor's surprise at Countess Castile's interest in this matter reveals her unspoken influence at court. Under the guise of curiosity, the Countess cleverly weaves herself into the intrigue started by Princess Ellen. The ceremonial opening of the court session, chaired by the Emperor, leaves no chance for retreat. The princess's confident answer about the presence of a witness sounds like a death sentence for the reputation of the ducal family. The princess's triumphant grin foreshadows the appearance of the main trump card, a man with the blood of the Clave family. The order to bring in a witness is heard throughout the hall, and the young man destined to decide Roro's fate appears at the door. Introduced as a young master from the Clave family, the nervous youth holds the key to the mystery in his hands. The presentation of an identity card and a seal becomes irrefutable evidence that leaves no doubt. The judge's proposal to test the resonance of divine power through the temple becomes the only hope for a fair decision. The princess's devious suggestion to test the resonance directly with Lady Rosie sounds like a clever and deadly trap. The princess's feigned innocence, denying any danger to her relatives, only emphasizes the cruelty of her plan. Yusu's desperate attempt to insist on verifying the boy's identity becomes the last barrier to disaster. Yusu's cold logic shatters the princess's arguments, since a clash of forces will not prove Lady Clave's imposture. The devastating argument that the witness himself may be an impostor sows panic among the prosecution. The judge's order for silence interrupts the princess's hysteria, whose insidious plan collapses before the eyes of the entire hall. The unexpected appearance of the high priestess, along with Rosie, completely changes the balance of power in the courtroom. The emperor's amazement at the visit of the great priestess underlines her incredible status and influence. The high priestess's imperious declaration of the return of the lost child puts an end to this judicial farce. Rosie's calm appearance in the courtroom, where her fate is being decided, demonstrates her newfound courage and readiness to fight. The Princess Etoile's caustic surprise only emphasizes how unexpected the girl's bold step was for her enemies. Roro's shocking admission of his innocence in front of the emperor completely breaks the prosecution's scenario. Publicly confirming one's non-aristocratic origins becomes the first step towards revealing the whole truth. The inner voice predicting the end becomes not a threat, but a harbinger of radical changes for Rosie herself. The complete bewilderment on the emperor's face shows how much the girl's confession has confused all the cards in this game. Roro's confident statement of her desire to gain recognition turns her from a victim into the main figure in this process. Princess Etoile's furious attack, accusing the girl of disgrace, betrays her panic and loss of control over the situation. The emperor's thoughtful gesture suggests that he is weighing the new circumstances and possible consequences. The emperor's grim warning about the consequences of lying to the Marquez family raises the stakes to the limit. The thought of the Duke's family dear to his heart strengthens Roro's resolve to go to the end, no matter what the cost. The realization that only by taking matters into one's own hands can one protect those close to her gives the girl strength in the face of the unknown. The Emperor's decision to carry out an inspection immediately, taking advantage of the priestess's presence, accelerates the denouement of the drama. Permission to use the sacred artifact leaves Princess Etoile in shock, as her witness is now useless. The appearance of the sacred artifact in the hands of the High Priestess fills the hall with awe and reverence. The golden bird that crowns the artifact appears to be alive, radiating divine light and undeniable power. The courtiers freeze in amazement, not believing their eyes that they are seeing the legendary relic with their own eyes. The High Priestess's calm request to take Rosie's hand becomes a prelude to the moment of truth. The priestess's light touch releases a blinding flash of light emanating from the girl herself. An incredible level of divine power, not seen in generations, envelops Rosie, proving her true essence. The Emperor's sly grin reveals his true intentions, as the girl is a valuable asset to the imperial family. The Emperor's enthusiastic cry, recognizing Rosie as his daughter, comes as a complete surprise to everyone. The desperate protest of the Princess of Etoile is drowned out by the general amazement, because her triumph turned into complete defeat. Seeing his own reflection in the girl's bow, the Emperor seals the bonds of kinship in front of the entire court. A quick matchmaking with the fourth prince reveals the Emperor's true, far-reaching plans for Roro. The warm smile of the Emperor, who declares everyone to be family, hides cold calculation and political gain. Rosie's submissive response, hiding a storm of emotions, becomes her first step into a new life full of intrigue. The realization of her new position as a member of the imperial family hits the girl with stunning force. The Duke and Duchess's unspoken joy that there will be no farewell fills their hearts with relief. The Emperor's request for a name marks the beginning of a new chapter for Rosie, where her old life is left behind. The Emperor's promise to give a new name becomes a symbol of a complete break with the past and acceptance into the imperial family. The Emperor's command forces the entire court to bow before the newly minted princess, confirming his power. Universal obedience, from the High Priestess to the lowest courtiers, clearly demonstrates the ruler's unquestionable authority. Rosie's bold appeal to the Emperor interrupts the ceremony, showing that the girl will no longer be a silent pawn. The story of Duchess Marca's help in awakening the power becomes an act of devotion and an attempt to protect her family. Roro's admission that without the Marquez family, she would not have known the truth sounds like an oath of allegiance to the people who gave her a home. The girl's sincere request for clemency for the Marquez makes the calculating Emperor think for a moment. Princess Etoile's desperate attempt to reverse the accusation of imposture looks pathetic in the face of her complete failure. The Emperor's casual assumption about his mother's origins in the Clave family easily resolves all the inconvenient questions. The Emperor's sharp word cuts short the Princess Etoile's indignation, finally sealing the humiliating defeat. The Emperor's angry reproach for spreading lies and bringing shame on the family falls upon Princess Etoile. Public humiliation from her father, who calls for shame, leaves the princess paralyzed with horror and shame. Etoile's desperate attempt to save herself by blaming the maid seems like a betrayal of her last hope. The frightened maid, who has become the scapegoat, points in horror at her mistress, trying to shout out the truth. The Emperor's rage, caused by the impudence of a servant or the lie of his daughter, results in a deafening order to the guards. The cries of horror of the unfortunate servant girl, who is dragged off to prison, become the final chord of this farce. In the silence of her room, Rosie packs her things, finding bitter satisfaction in the fact that it is finally over. The pain of parting with the ducal family is mixed with the joy that she was able to protect them. Her determination not to cry, because it was her choice, was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, disturbing her privacy. An unexpected visit from a worried ducal family destroys the wall of loneliness that the girl has managed to erect. Rosie's forced smile and words about the inevitability of what is happening only emphasize her desperate attempt to appear strong. The young Duke's sudden impulse to stop the girl reveals his unwillingness to accept her departure and loneliness. The young man's passionate promise to protect her becomes a plea not to take everything on her fragile shoulders. Roro's eyes, full of tears, reflect all the pain and gratitude for the offer of help that she must refuse. The firm decision to leave, hidden behind an embrace with her brother, becomes her silent farewell and a vow not to show weakness. A happy smile, full of gratitude for the years in the ducal family, serves as a bright farewell before stepping into the unknown. The formal thanks for the send-off creates an invisible wall between Rosie and the family she loves so much. A graceful curtsy, filled with boundless gratitude, becomes the final gesture of love and farewell. The butler's announcement of the arrival of people from the palace sounds like a gong announcing the beginning of a new, dangerous round. Descending the stairs with a suitcase, the girl leaves behind warm memories, going to meet her destiny. The young duke's sudden embrace becomes a desperate, silent plea not to go and not to leave him. The vow that she will always be part of the Marquez family becomes a lifeline in an ocean of uncertainty. The wall of self-control collapses, and tears reveal the full depth of pain from a farewell that she wanted to greet with a smile. The gratitude in the return hug is mixed with bitterness, because this moment of warmth may be the last. The chilling realization that politics and status will now forever separate her from the heir of Marquez pierces the heart. Even mutual feelings are powerless before the abyss that the imperial court dug between them. The merciless order of the guards, hurrying to the palace, rudely cuts off the precious moments of farewell. Rosie musters up her courage and says goodbye to Ulysses with a beaming smile, hiding her real pain behind it. The short word goodbye sounds like a sentence as the Marquez family leaves, leaving her alone. Left alone in the empty doorway, the young duke cannot hide the despair that is consuming him. The warm welcome of the Emperor and Countess Castile turns out to be only the beginning of a new, much more sophisticated performance. Dressed in a luxurious dress, Roro, greeting her father, feels like an outsider at this celebration of life. Miel's question about her daughter's beauty sounds like an assessment of an expensive product put on display for all to see. The girl's cold calm hides her disappointment, because the meeting with her mother turned out to be completely different from what she had dreamed of. Countess Castile's polite greeting, filled with icy formality, puts an end to any hopes for a warm welcome. Rosie's internal protest, recognizing herself as a child of the Marquez family, becomes her shield against the imposed kinship. The Countess's confusion, interrupted by the Emperor, betrays her unpreparedness for direct disobedience on the part of the girl. Asking him to leave under the pretext of fatigue becomes the only way for Roro to escape the stifling atmosphere of lies. Miel's thoughts, unwilling to acknowledge or use Rosie, reveal the true purpose of her return to the palace. The cold calculation of the Countess, who is trying to get rid of her debts at the expense of her daughter's status, turns the family reunion into a farce. The Emperor's question about his impressions of his daughter sounds like a buyer's assessment of an expensive product, and not the words of a father. Miel's cold smile, recognizing Rosie's beauty, betrays her calculating mind, already calculating the benefits. Countess Castile's polite departure is merely a tactical move to quietly consider how best to use the pawn she has found. A chilling plan to marry Roro to her master's son if she disobeys reveals the true nature of this woman. The cynical apology to Lady Rosie for having to use her only highlights the cruelty of the palace laws. The young duke is consumed from within by painful regret and helplessness at the thought that he could not keep his beloved. A sudden knock on the door breaks the young man out of his dark thoughts, but does not extinguish the storm in his soul. Caught up in a sudden impulse, the guy resolutely rushes to the exit, unable to remain inactive any longer. The hero does not recognize himself in this feverish behavior, realizing how much the girl's departure has shaken his world. Left on the table, the tiny figure of Rosie becomes a silent reproach and a symbol of a huge emptiness. The memory of Roro's happy smile torments the young duke, who is lost in longing for her. The joyful greeting of Princess Bibi, who suddenly appeared in the hall, breaks the oppressive silence of the palace. The formal address, Your Highness, becomes for Rosie an armor against the warm address aunt. The young princess's embarrassment at the suggestion to switch to informal familiarity highlights the invisible wall of status. The offer to communicate informally in private becomes their little secret and the first step towards friendship. Princess Bibi's sincere desire to feel comfortable around Roro breaks the ice of alienation. The princess's sudden embrace and tears of remorse become a symbol of her newfound trust. Taken aback, Rosie admits that her coldness was merely a fear of creating awkwardness. A concerned question about the Duchess's health becomes long-awaited news for Roro from his abandoned home. The Duchess's words, conveyed through Bibi, bring Rosie comfort and remind her that she is not forgotten. The Duchess's concern, conveyed through simple words, becomes a ray of warmth for Rosie in the cold loneliness of the palace. Princess Bibi's sincere wish to enjoy life here sounds like a promise of long-awaited support. The young princess and Duchess's unanimous desire to see Roro happy strengthens her spirit and gives her hope. The presence of Bibi and her brother turns the alien and cold imperial palace into a place where it becomes easier to breathe. The suddenly remembered gift that the princess hands to Rosie brings a note of intrigue and anticipation into the conversation. The letter passed on from her brother becomes an invisible bridge for the girl, connecting her with her abandoned family. An elegant flower-shaped hairpin turns out to be not just a gift, but a silent message full of hidden meaning. The realization that this gift is from use takes the heroine by surprise, awakening a storm of emotions in her soul. Bibi's words about how much the young duke misses her, even though he hides it, shed light on his true feelings. Shocked and embarrassed, Roro cannot hide her excitement at this unexpected and touching confession. Princess Bibi's childish spontaneity, noticing the blush on Roro's cheeks, takes the girl by surprise. Clutching Yusa's gift to her heart, Rosie mentally says his name, and this simple act fills her with warmth. Even in her sleep in the cold palace bedroom, the girl's subconscious finds no peace, carrying her far away from here. In the magical garden of dreams, the image of a young duke appears before Roro, calling her by name. The guy's gentle touch on her face in her dream seems so real that the girl, in shock, wonders about his presence. The fact that she wears Yusa's gift, even in her sleep, becomes a silent confession of her feelings for him. A light hug and a compliment from a young man in the flower paradise of sleep envelop the heroine in tenderness. A sharp awakening from her own scream tears Rosie from her sweet captivity, returning her to harsh reality. The realization that it was just a dream comes with a racing heart and shortness of breath. An embarrassed smile lights up the girl's face when she realizes that her longing for Yusu is so strong that it even penetrates her dreams. Roro's cherished wish for Yus to come to her, as if in a dream, suddenly takes on an ominous hue with the appearance of a shadow. A chilling horror grips the girl when she realizes that there really is someone in her room, and it is not a figment of her imagination. The shadow takes on familiar features, and Yusa's smile, knowing that she is not sleeping, dispels the fear, leaving only shock. The young duke's name, escaping Rosie's lips, sounds like a prayer that has finally been answered. The guy's simple words that he came to see her become the most important event in the midst of palace intrigues. The realization that Yus had secretly entered the palace, risking everything, only underscores the depth of his desperate determination. In a tight embrace, the girl finally gives vent to her feelings, confessing how much she missed him. The young man's admission that he sees her in reality, as in his dreams, erases the line between sleep and reality. The embarrassment of the accidentally escaping words interrupts the touching moment, returning them to an awkward reality. A sudden knock on the door and an alarming voice from outside threaten to ruin their secret meeting and turn into a disaster. Panic sets in for Rosie as Yus, throwing up his hood, announces his immediate departure. The young duke's parting words about holding on become a bitter consolation for the girl. Roro's shining smile and firm promise are a mask of courage worn for the sake of her beloved's peace of mind. After watching the guy go, the heroine gains new determination, because now she knows that she is not alone in her struggle. The majestic statue in the temple amazes the imagination of the girl, who finds herself in such a place for the first time. Anxiety makes Rosie look around for Leon, hoping to find him among the temple parishioners. The news from the maid that Leon has applied to be transferred to the Imperial Temple takes Roro by surprise. The hope of finding Leon in the main temple makes the heroine set off on a search again. Leon's sudden appearance next to the high priest comes as a complete surprise to the girl. A respectful bow towards the high priest hides the storm of emotions raging in Rosie's soul. An encounter with the high priest makes Rosie wonder about the hidden hierarchy of power in the church. The girl's thoughts make it clear that, unlike the symbolic priestess, real power belongs to two. The high priest, unlike the saint, has enormous worldly power, like golden rain. The priest's smug smile only confirms his enormous influence, which extends far beyond the walls of the temple. The high priest's question about prayer sounds like a test, behind which lies a cold calculation. Roro's enthusiastic response about the peace of mind found in prayer is a perfect act of grandstanding. The high priest's blessing seems less like a divine gift and more like a condescending gesture. Saying goodbye to the priest, the heroine maintains a mask of piety, not revealing her true thoughts. Leon's offer to go for a walk becomes a saving opportunity for a long overdue conversation. Leon's request to leave them alone turns an innocent proposal into the beginning of secret negotiations. Leon's formal courtesy about Rosie's well-being conceals his true purpose for this meeting. The girl's radiant smile in response to Leon is just a facade, behind which lies tense anticipation. The boy's confession of love for information gathering rather than service reveals him as a cunning player, rather than a simple priest. Leon's enigmatic grin hints that he is about to reveal a secret that could shake the foundations of the empire. The revelation of the dual purpose of the temple turns the holy place into an arena of political intrigue and power struggle. The claim of divine origin of the imperial family turns out to be just a well-thought-out legend. Rosie's calm reaction shows that she already suspected the lie that holds the throne together. An ancient legend about the founders of an empire, belonging to the same bloodline, turns out to be the key to the main secret. The location of the temple in the palace appears not as a symbol of faith, but as an impudent tool for strengthening power. The shocking truth that it was the Marquez family's ancestor, not the emperor, who founded the empire, changes everything. Leon's unexpected revelation that the Marquez ancestor was a woman forces Rosie to take a new look at history. The name Leona Marquez, the founder of a great family, becomes a symbol of hidden feminine power for the girl. For Roro, the news of the Marquez family's claim to the throne is nothing new, but the true extent of the mystery is mind-boggling. The antiquity of the Marquez family, equal to that of the emperors, underlines their original and indisputable right to power. The idea of a female warrior conquering a continent turns all the heroine's ideas about the past upside down. Leon's words about the unimportance of the founder's gender only emphasize that he is leading to an even more important truth. The guy's assertion that it was the head of the Marquez clan who led the war sounds like a direct accusation of usurpation of power. Rosie wisely acknowledges that the empire is a joint effort between both families, trying to soften the blow. The girl's direct question about the source of Leon's knowledge baffles him, because such information is mortally dangerous. The young man's evasive answer proves that discussing the right to the throne is a taboo subject that holds many secrets. Leon's clumsy excuse about accidental knowledge only increases Rosie's suspicions of his insincerity. The girl's penetrating gaze catches a shadow of anxiety on the guy's face, confirming the guess about the hidden truth. The priest's hasty farewell becomes the final proof for Roro that he has not told everything. Watching Leon go, the heroine becomes convinced that there is a compelling and dangerous reason behind his silence. The receding silhouette of a young man makes the girl doubt that she is looking for meaning where there is none. The realization that the Marquises, not the Ibernese, should be the rightful rulers completely turns Rosie's world upside down. Now, the imperial family's hostility towards the Marquez takes on a sinister meaning based on fear and usurpation. The question she asks herself about containing the Marquez sounds rhetorical because the answer is frighteningly obvious. The idea of a union between two families, based on the truth about the female emperor, opens up new possibilities for Roro. The idea that the entire system of succession to the throne is built on a lie threatens to destroy the empire to its foundations. The revelation of the truth about the woman founder ignites a bold idea in Rosie's soul about equal rights. Unexpected news about a visitor breaks the heroine out of the flow of fateful thoughts. The appearance of Anne, a former maid, comes as a shock to Roro, mixed with joy and bewilderment. In a fit of emotion, the girl embraces Anne, not believing her happiness and secretly thanking the Duke for it. Anne's thoughtful offer to sit down brings Rosie back to the atmosphere of former friendship and warmth. Roro's curiosity is piqued when the maid mysteriously opens her suitcase. Anne's joyful desire to brush her hair like old times becomes the best gift. The touch of a comb awakens in the heroine warm memories of carefree days and girlish secrets. A sudden longing for the cheerful chatter and days in the ducal house is a sharp reminder of the loneliness experienced. Agreeing to the request, the girl sadly wonders how they could have become so distant from each other. Anne's concern for Roro's nutrition in a sweet memory highlights her genuine affection and concern. A rumor casually thrown out by a maid while combing her hair immediately alarms the heroine. The exciting news of Rosie's personal knight being chosen sounds like a promise of long-awaited change. The need for a knight protector that Anne talks about seems to the girl herself like another form of control. The idea that this is an order from the emperor immediately poisons the news with the venom of suspicion of total surveillance. A fencing tournament for the right to become the princess's knight turns political intrigue into a thrilling spectacle. Anne's enthusiastic curiosity contrasts with Roro's heavy thoughts about the new spy at his heart. For the heroine, a personal knight is an impossible dream, darkened by knowledge of the cruel reality of palace life. Members of the Imperial Guard may not marry. The knight appears as a faceless sword in chains, a symbol of complete self-denial and lifelong service. The Guard's harsh regulations shatter Rosie's hopes, because Brother Use can never become her protector. Anne's excited chatter about the upcoming tournament is met with the princess's cold and distant agreement. Distinct footsteps outside the door break the awkward silence, causing Rosie and Anne to freeze in anxious anticipation. The news of Countess Castiel's visit promises the heroine a new headache.